Hello. Let's go early, guys. Sitting here getting ready for a show. It isn't going to be a show. We're just going to hang out tonight. I figure since it's holiday weekend, people are going to just be hanging out, not doing much. Maybe they're too tired to come on here. I didn't want to bother anybody for guests, so I figured we'd just come on. Anybody want to come on the show, let me know. We'll get links set out to you. We'll hang out. I'm going to get some stuff ready to go fishing. Going to the land of monsters next week, hopefully sooner than later. Knock on wood, everything goes right. I'm really looking forward to it. I'm really looking forward to hanging out with you guys. We got the Yeti mug tonight. Yeti, holler at your boy. You guys can guess what's in there. It's a secret. All right, folks, what's going on? Let's see who's in here. We have, I'll go to the participant screen. We got Avid Fishman. What's going on, Avid? How you doing, buddy? Brandon Cross has been messaging me all day. Some good stuff. Been having a blast with Brandon today. Catfish Weekly. Lyle, what's up, my friend? Hopefully you're feeling better. We talked a little bit today. Hopefully every day is getting better. Hey, and in case you guys don't know, I am going to be sitting in for him again this Monday. Catfish Weekly. With James. I'm looking forward to it. I always love doing it. It's a privilege. It's an honor. All that good stuff. So I can't say enough for that opportunity. I love it. And I love all you guys showing up in there and giving support. Chesapeake Bay Catfishing. Hey, man, I've been catching some of your streams. Might not be chatting in there too much, but I am watching. Just kind of hanging out, watching on the TV. So good stuff. Creole Catfishing. How you doing, my friend? Jeremy. Always entertaining. Always good show. Always good videos. I'm hoping we can get that called out set up with Mr. Hagen Grubbs. I'm looking forward to that. Get in touch with me. Let me know when we can get that done. We can schedule some time for that. Fishing with the Chad the man. Wearing one of his shirts today. The infamous shirt. Love this shirt. Great. How about that bait shop show last night? It was fantastic. I had a lot of fun. I want to apologize to anybody who might have been affected negatively by my mistake, but we're going to move on from that. Hopefully it'll go down in history as a great show. I thought it was. And I hope everybody got some Black Friday deals. I ordered, what did I get? I ordered a fly tying vise by recommendations from Mr. Lyle Stokes. We're going to tie some crappie jigs coming up here, or I'm going to try to learn how to do them. And I ordered 2 more jaw jackers, which is pretty much like a tip up, but it's an automatic set. They work great for cats. I'll show you what I'm going to use on those tonight. Creole. Great Outdoors Exploring. Sean, what's going on, my friend? I'm starting to see you back in these more and more. It's always good to see you. D, what can I say? My favorite fields? No, I can't say anymore. What else can I say? James Dockery Fishing. What's up, James? Shout out to James. Jim Stanley. Hopefully you got some lines in the water out there on the Fox River in your backyard. Try to see what's going on. Let me know if you got crappie in those docks. I'll come by to visit you. J-Dog. What's up, J-Dog? J-Dog was up against Norm last week in 1 versus 1. It was Norm versus J-Dog. They fished on the Licking River right off the Ohio. It was a rainy day. We had some technical difficulties, but we got through that one all right. It was a pleasure and an honor to have both of them on there competing. John Finley, what's up, my friend? JP3, good to see you. Justin's Fishing Fetish. Justin, what's up? Hey, a little bit of trivia for you. Other than me, Justin is the first person to have a catfish and crappie hat. He won one on Avid Show the first night I was on a live stream. So hopefully he still has that hat. Hopefully he still likes it. Let's see what we got, Justin. LG Bass, Tom, what's going on? Tom's a great supporter of the show. Tom supports everybody's live streams. Everybody give a shout out to LG Bass. Missouri Creek Fishing, another wonderful supporter of the show. His name's Robert. Always good to see him in here. We're seeing him in more and more streams. Make sure you subscribe to his channel. He's going to have some good stuff coming up, and he loves his stickers. He even put one on the front of his canoe. And if you know Robert, you know that he loves his canoe. Nothing gets on that easily. So that's a good thing. 1 Ton Fishing Club. What's up, guys? They got a new merch out. He had posted a link out on the Catfish and Crappie group. Man, while we're at it, the Catfish and Crappie group is growing gangbusters. I don't know what's happening. If you guys are sharing it out, I appreciate it, inviting people. However it's happening, it's incredible. I'm getting like 100 new people that are joining every week. If you want to know how many, I post the welcome a welcome post. I'm going to try and do it on Mondays, but it's been going kind of crazy. People are starting to be a little more active on there, which is good. That's kind of hard to get. I know a lot of us that are YouTubers and stuff like to share the links to each other's site, but I really think that we should, take an active role in each one of our groups and share some information, answer some questions, get to know people, man. I've met so many good people here. It's crazy. And I know you guys feel the same way. One time, setting hooks and crossing eyes. Ryan, what's going on, man? I know I promised I'd get a hold of you on Instagram. It's been awfully busy with the holiday and stuff, but I promise I'm going to get that. I just got done talking to John today about some stuff. So we'll talk some more soon, or we'll talk soon. Team Hoosier, that looks like a new name. What's going on, Team Hoosier? I guess you're from Indiana. Love Indiana. Grew up fishing the Tippecanoe River. A lot of wipers, small, but there's a lot of wipers and a lot of channel cats. Unfortunately, I didn't get any flatheads while I was doing that, but that was a long time ago. And to be honest with you, I was so young, I might even have caught one and not known it. I might have been like, what the heck is this? That was a long time ago. Tim Molina. Tim, what's going on? Another great supporter of the show. He's always at the live streams. Tim's a great guy. He's always fishing with Mr. Chris Flores. Let's see who kind of stuck here. I see a Big Slim 91. What's up, Big Slim? Norm, Catfish Headhunters. What's going on, Norm? Norm's got his show tomorrow night. If I'm not mistaken, he is having Stan on there co-hosting with him for the night, or if that's an ongoing thing, I don't know. Tune in tomorrow, 7 p.m. Central Standard Time on Catfish Headhunters. Let's see who else we got. Chesapeake, we called out. Chad, Great Outdoors. D. All right, Jim Stanley. JP3. We got a lot of wrenches in this house. So far, I'm pretty happy with the people I got selected as mods. You guys are all good people. The only reason why I would ever take somebody's wrench away is if somebody complains about somebody or something. And that reason being is, we all get mad at each other and stuff, but we need to be able to time somebody out if they take it out in the room. So do that stuff in private messages or whatever. Don't do it in the chats. I'm sure everybody understands. All right, let's see what is going on in chat here before we get started messing around. Let's go back and look through chat one time. Everybody's saying hello, hello, hello. That's another thing that is really overwhelming. Yep. Team Hoosier says it still has good fishing on the Tippecanoe. We were up by Buffalo. I'm sure you know where that's at if you're familiar. So we were way north of Lake Schaefer and the dam. And the lower Schaefer, who's that? It's Lake Friedman, right? If I remember correctly, it's been a while. Let's see. I got a message from somebody coming through. Of course, I'll shoot you a link, sir. Let me make sure. Let me get that link, and I will shoot it to you. We have a surprise guest coming on. One of my favorite people. Pardon me for my bulldog snoring, but she's tired. She had a busy day. She was outside with me decorating the house all day. There you go, man. Link is sent. Let's see what else is going on here. What's going on, Palmetto? Palmetto Cats had his 24 hours on his pontoon boat. I tuned a bunch of times during the day. Sometimes I said hello. Sometimes I didn't. I apologize for that, Kevin, but I was working all day. There late at night, man, I was a little worried about you, but apparently you made it through all right. I was glad to see that you had sent the message saying you're getting home. That's a long time to be fishing. I've done it. Kudos to you. Well done. Tim Molina. D is sharing some links. Thank you, D, for doing that. I mean, if you guys want to share your links, you got a blue wrench or share somebody's links, that's fine. We don't need to keep doing that. I think all of us are sub to everybody else's channels. Why don't you spend the time, BSing with one another, stuff like that. I'm going to try something different today. Of course, we love sharing each other's links and giving each other support. If you do not have a blue wrench and you do not know someone's channel, holler out in chat, man. Then they'll post it for you. Anybody ask, say, hey, I want to see LG's channel. Somebody will post his link. So, all right, we got our guest in here. It looks like he's grabbing something out of the cupboard, which is cool. We're going to bring him in.
What's happening?
What's going on, Creel? How you doing, buddy?
Well, I'll tell you what, I got a full belly from the past few days. I can tell you that right now.
Oh man, you don't know. I've been eating Thanksgiving for like 20 hours straight. Who do we got there?
Let me see if I can.
Let's see if we can do it that way. Oh, I see the top of a head. It's behind the Krill Catfish. And what's your name, young? Is that a young man? It's kind of hard to see. There we go. How are you doing, young man? What's your name?
Tell him your name.
It's Caleb Dufour.
You gotta talk loud so they can hear you.
It's Caleb Dufour.
Look, watch me.
What's your first name? I know your last name is Dufour. I kind of guessed at that.
Look, bud.
How you doing, bud?
Tell him your name.
Hey, it's Caleb.
He's gonna be shy now.
Oh, that's okay. That's all right. Well, he's on there. He can come on here whenever he wants.
Oh yeah.
Mike Irvin just popped in too. So what's going on, Jeremy? How's your week been? How's your Thanksgiving been?
Wet.
You guys been getting a lot of rain?
It started raining yesterday afternoon, and it has not stopped since. And it's not going to stop till Monday.
Do you guys need it? Is the question.
I didn't need it, but everybody else says they did.
Everybody else said they did? Yeah, I got you. You know, we had that one lake that's right here by my house that I fish quite a bit. They drain it in the winter, and we just got enough rain. I drove by there today. The dam's overflowing. It's got a spillway, so I'm going to be back on that hopefully this week. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, I know the sugarcane farmers aren't very happy right now because they're trying to get their crop out right now, and it's down rain. And with sugarcane, it's kind of like logging. You got a quota you got to meet every day for loads. It don't matter what the weather's doing. You got to get it out. So
that makes sense. So they don't harvest and sit on it like corn and soybean farmers, right?
You gotta cut it, and you got about 2 days max to get it to the mill before it starts souring.
It does go sour. I imagine it'll start fermenting after a while too, right?
It does. It makes a very interesting smell.
I can imagine that. Probably smells like a brewery almost. I remember when we were in Colorado, even getting close to that Coors Brewery, or up in Milwaukee, getting close to what is it, the Miller Lite, the Miller Brewery. You get that sour mash smell. I imagine it's pretty close to that, huh?
It's not nice.
Yeah. Anyway, so what's going on? Are we doing this called out? Do you got any news for me?
I don't have any more news for you yet. I'll Hayden again, and he's a very, very busy schedule right now. So I'm letting him tell me when he's ready. He definitely wants to do it. It's just a matter of when. So I'm not pushing anything. I'm not gonna start, blowing him up about it. Like he's a busy man. I understand that, and it's gonna happen on his time. I'm just trying.
I totally agree with that. That's pretty much how I treat anything in a situation. If it's going to happen, it's going to happen. It's when you start bothering people and stuff that you kind of want to stay back from that. So I can appreciate that. I just figured I'd hit you up with no pressure and try to stay in the loop and stuff. So what do you think? Starting 5 minutes early today, good or bad?
Was that?
I started 5 minutes early today. I'm sitting around going, you know what? I'm just going to start the stream. You think that's a good thing or a bad thing? You think it's unprofessional or what?
Most of us are in there 15, 20 minutes before chatting it up anyway. So
I noticed that, and I was feeling too lazy to type, so I figured I'd just start it up and talk to everybody through here. So
I'm the same way. I can talk way faster than I can type.
I don't know about that. I don't know about me being as good as you. You got that gift of gab. That's something I've always wanted. I've been practicing. I'm getting better the longer I do this. But other than that, sometimes I talk myself like into a corner. I got to quit doing that, but I'm working on it.
I used to not be that way. Well, I'm not gonna say I was shy growing up, but until my 20s, I was extremely uncomfortable, like talking to people I didn't know, and especially on camera. I would have never done this 20 years ago. It's actually because of my job has forced me to be this way, because I do a lot of training with my job. I have to teach classes to people, so it's forced me to be this way.
We got one person I didn't like it. That was Jim Catman. That's okay, Jim. We'll wait for you next time.
Oh yeah. We'll hold everybody else up just so he can.
Yeah, it's giving him some baloney.
But I was hoping to get out this weekend and do a little more fishing, do some scouting or something. But man, the way the weather's going with the rain, and it's not just I can handle a little rain. I got a top on my boat. I can handle a little rain, but it's bad weather, and that river gets scary when it's I'm not gonna take any chances. So I might I got a few things I gotta build for the boat. So I may be filming that instead.
Taking advantage of that time, which is good. Yeah, I don't mind some current. I just don't like what that current brings. You know, you get a bunch of lines out there fishing. Another guy, I got 6 poles out. You know, here on the Fox, that's pretty much as we can do. And if a big log comes down, that kind of ruins your day, don't it?
Yeah, exactly. With all these heavy rains, it puts a lot of trash in the river. I mean, we'll have whole trees rolling down the river. And the way the wind is blowing right now, the wind is blowing against the current. So that makes some pretty waves and stuff. When you got a hard wind blowing opposite of a current, it's not fun to be on that river. And it's so deep that it'll make some big waves.
And you know what? Even the simple things, you'll get wet. If you're moving on that water, you get a heck of a lot wetter when you're going into that wind when it's blowing up current. So, or against the current, I should say, right?
Well, and the thing is, my boat is not equipped to handle really rough water. I've got a big John boat.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I don't have a big, deep V-bottom boat that can really cut through those waves. So, you know, a good, 2-3 foot swell, man, that's a rough ride, man.
You know, I've had that conversation with a few of the people in this room, people that have boats, you know, some pretty heavy duty fishermen and stuff. And we've been talking about one of the more popular catfish boats. And it looks like, I'm without naming any names, it looks like an oversized John boat. And what, you know, me being here, you know, from the Great Lakes area, northern Wisconsin, everybody runs V's. They all run deep V boats.
Rough water.
Yeah, that whole idea of, you know, fishing, whether it's the Mississippi, the Ohio, any of those big rivers that even attach to that, where they got 50 feet of water, why are they pushing these John boat type hulls? I don't know. Is anybody fishing in a foot of water, 2 feet of water? We have to here because we do it up here because we have to.
Yeah. For me, it's a trade-off. I mean, my boat's going to be a little more rough if the river gets rough. Especially all the running around back and forth that we do in my boat. That big John boat is going to basically keep still. It's going to be a lot more stable side to side, especially with barge traffic, than a big deep V will. Like,
I didn't realize that.
Passes. It doesn't matter how big the waves are. My boat's going to stay stable. I don't have to worry about it rocking around too much and causing problems. So it's a trade-off. My boat is better than a deep V in those type of conditions, except when you have to actually make the run up the river in those big waves. It'll just get a little rough.
Gotcha. You know, we got, obviously we got like big lakes like Lake Michigan, any of the Great Lakes. And even up in Minnesota, like I fished a lake called Winnebagoshish, and that lake is like 10 miles by 10 miles. So it's like 100 square miles. It's a big, like almost square, like as square as, you know, you can get naturally, right?
So you can get above it and not see land. Anyway.
Exactly. And those waves are crazy big. It's like you're out on Lake Michigan or the ocean. You get those swells that are killer. So I'm just used to that deep V. I think my next boat's going to be a V. I thought about getting the other brands and stuff. I mean, I really like that one, the Stormcat by Excel, which is closer to a John boat than anything. I also like I like the Illumicrafts and the Weld Crafts and Smoker Crafts. Those are ones that I kind of like.
I think Steve Douglas runs that Excel Stormcat, if I remember.
No, Steve Douglas runs Northwest, I believe. It's a boat that's made to run the rivers up in Washington. I believe it's called Northwest. I'm looking it up.
Okay.
I hate to be wrong on this, and I figure Northwest boats, limited boats. They're pretty hardcore river boats for really fast, really current laden rivers with lots of boulders and stuff. So I mean, they have the double hull, the whole deal. It's a heck of a boat. Not cheap either, new. It's like a Hughes craft, pretty much compared to it. So good for him.
That's another thing too. You're gonna, for the same size boat, you're gonna get into a John boat a little cheaper than one of those deep V's. To buy a deep V the size of the boat that I have, I'd have probably had to spend $10,000 more.
You're probably right.
Yeah.
I mean, look at like your engine options in some of these boats too. It's I'm shopping for the next, like, not next season, maybe the season after next, maybe order it a year from now or something. But engine options are crazy. Everybody keeps telling me you get the most horsepower you can afford, or it'll take on the boat, just to keep the RPMs down at normal cruising speeds, which makes sense to me.
Well, that way you don't have to run it hard on its limit all the time.
All the time. Yeah, that makes all the sense. When someone explained that to me, that made all the sense in the world, and I get that. So, but yeah, the prices are crazy. I don't think I would go with a new boat. I mean, it would be nice, but maybe a couple of years old would be good. So, what am I looking at? Like I said, I was looking at those Illumina crafts. Lyle really speaks highly of those. The Stormcat would probably be the one that I'm looking at for as close to a John boat as possible. I don't know if that one's like anywhere near the lead because up here it might be a little different. And if I plan to move, I plan on moving near some big water, whether it's the Mississippi or Lake Ozark. I'm really liking that. I'm getting talked into living out that way someday, so I got to take that into consideration. I'm one of them guys who buys a truck and has it for 12 years.
I'm the same way. I'm so picky about what I buy that when I finally decide I'm going to get something, I tend to.
Yeah, you kind of get your mindset on it, set your things. I mean, I already have electronics and the trolling motor all set up, and where I want rod racks set up. Have you seen those multi-bar racks?
I have seen them. I have, and I'm in the process of rethinking my rod holder racks right now, and I'm really thinking about building me a set of those.
Those are pretty nice. Oh, so do you have access to everything you need to build one of those?
Oh yeah. Yeah. I've got everything to cut metal, weld, everything, a big drill press, hydraulic press. I got everything I need.
Perfect. That's if I had that stuff, I have a lot of connections, thank God. I'm blessed as far as that goes. But I mean, the space I have in my garage, I have no room for a drill press as much as I'd have one. I got friends. I've gone to the local scrap yards and scrap shops, and no one's willing to sell me aluminum.
Really?
Yeah, they just don't have it to sell in flat bar or round stock or whatever. And I've tried for a while. I've tried looking for aluminum, and I've tried looking for lead for sinkers and stuff. And up here in the city, that stuff just gets snapped up faster than,
Now aluminum stock, and it may be different here than what it is for you. But I can get what I need, but I have to go basically to a fab shop, and I get my stock from them. Because they sell the stock. And of course, if you need them to build you something, they will. But I'm lucky I have all the tools to do it. Because y'all remember, I worked on cars for 20 years. So I've still got all my stuff from that, and it comes in very handy when I need it.
I shared a couple of links with Lyle last night. Speaking of cars, you ever watch those Ken Black videos?
Ken Black.
Yeah, he's got a YouTube channel. He's actually sponsored by Monster Energy Drink, so he's big name. I mean, he's got I think 5 million subscribers or something.
Ken Block, I know who you're talking about.
Ken Block, that's what it is. Ken Block.
Okay, yes. Oh.
Yeah, I was watching him drag race that Ford against supercars and stuff. Holy smokes, that was incredible. Those videos are so cool to watch. Yeah, Ken Block. Jason said the same thing. Jason's a gearhead.
Ken Block.
I fell down that Ken Block rabbit hole yesterday. I was watching that for like 2 hours straight. Couldn't stop watching it. The Hoonigans. That's right, Brandon. Let me see who came into chat. I want to make sure I say hello to everybody. We're at 35 people watching on a holiday Friday. I'm tickled. I don't know how else to say it without sounding funny, but I technically am. Let's see if I can. Finn Secret TV. What's going on, Finn? Finn got a chance to fish with Hagen, and he also fished with Chris. Let's see. I already said hello to Chad, LG Bass, Mike Greenwell. Hey, Mike, how you doing, my friend? Hey, I had wanted to message you today. I just didn't get a chance, so I'm going to try and private message you before the weekend's up. Mike Irving, in case I didn't say hello when you were there. Steve Corley in the house. Muskrat Roger, what's going on? Hey, Roger, I'll send you a link to this too if you feel like popping on anytime later, if you're feeling up to it. We're just going to have people hanging out all night. Let me send a link over to Roger. I'd send a link over to Brandon, but I don't think he'd get on here. Do you think Brandon would get on here?
It depends on if Betty lets him out of his cage or not.
Oh, this is true. I sent the link to Betty, as I always do, and she hasn't even looked at it, so she hasn't even looked at it, so maybe she's still working. That could be too.
Oh, Lord.
Michael Morello's in the house. Sorry about that. I had a boss named Michael Molinaro. I apologize. Michael Morello's in the house, it looks like. How you doing, sir? I think I got everybody. I always, Jeremy, I always worry I'm going to miss somebody.
I'm the same way. And I'll guarantee you, like sometimes when I'm in chat's flying by, I'm trying to say hi. I guarantee there's some people I tell them hi 3 or 4 times.
Yeah, it is what it is. So
And you know what?
I do the same thing every now and then. I'll say hello to Avid like 3 times because like 15 minutes after I say hello, I think he sees me and he says hello to me, and I want to make sure that he didn't miss my first hello to him. I do that quite a bit.
But we got such good people that come in here that I can tell them hi 3 or 4 times. They'll tell me hi back 3 or 4 times.
Exactly. That's pretty cool. We got such a good gang here, such a good community. We're up, like I said, we're up to like 36 viewers right now. If you guys aren't, you can log in, or if you're logging in and not chatting, you can always just say hello in the chat, and you'll come up, you'll get your shout out and stuff. So if not, that's fine too. I appreciate it. If you're not subscribed to the channel, I'd love it if you subscribed. I'd love it if you'd like the content and hit the thumbs up and hit the bell notification. So,
Mark, what you got in the cup?
That's a secret.
Kind of like mine, huh?
Cheers. Mine's got a little foam to it, though. I usually drink my foamy beverage in a glass, but I'm like, we'll see how far we're going to push the envelope today. We kind of got a little crazy last night up by mistake, but I think it was a fun show. Did you catch any of that?
I caught the vast majority of it.
That was quite the mistakes. I've been catching hell for that all day, just so you know. Memes going back and forth. It's been crazy. Thanks, Roger.
Never a dull moment.
I know. It's all good. It's all part of living. We're all adults. I think all our content's marked for adults only, so I'm not too worried about it. I don't think anybody else should be.
I don't know about us being adults. That might be a stretch, Mark.
Well, we may act like them, but we got to stay young at heart, right?
I don't know. I'm not. I'll tell you right now. I don't act like an adult.
Because insanity runs in our family, Creo. We say hi a bunch of times. Same here.
Oh yeah, it runs.
Avid loves the foamy beverage too. Avid likes the Modelo's. I happen to know that for a fact. That's pretty good stuff.
I'll drink a little beer here and there. I'm not like when it's hot during the summer. I will.
I'm a bourbon guy, and I'm not going to do like a long 2-hour, 3-hour show, which hopefully this will last a while. We're going to go until everybody gets tired of me. I'm not doing that for 3 hours in public, especially on video. That's not happening. You and me, when we get together, then we'll enjoy some bourbon. So what's your drink of choice, your beverage of choice?
We get into all that. It's going to be a good show towards the end. I can guarantee it's going to turn into a good show.
It usually does. It's the weekend. We're all hanging out. So I guess I'm supposed to like do some getting ready for catfish, and I guess that's what this show's all about. But I'm starting to think that I just kind of disguise this let's hang out and shoot the bull kind of night as that. So
look at it like, okay, for me, for example, raining all weekend. I know I'm not taking the boat out, and I'm a little sad. I say a little, I'm a lot sad because of that. But I've been putting off going through all my rods and reels, maybe, oiling them up, checking everything out really, really good. Look, rainy weekend is a good time to do that and really going through my boat and reorganizing everything, because I tend to be, when I'm fishing, I'm not very organized. I will throw stuff everywhere, like a Tasman, like a bomb went off inside my boat when we're done fishing.
Absolutely. I know you're busy fishing.
Huh?
You're busy fishing. That's the way I look at it when I get out there. If I'm on somebody else's boat, I'm pretty careful. Today I went out there to make sure that my battery charger was plugged into my boat. So if I take it up north, it'll be ready to go, right? Yeah. So I also want to change. I like to change out my batteries like every third trip, just so I'm not having to do it on the water on my Altera remote, right?
Yeah, I keep their batteries in my boat.
I keep them there, but the last thing I want to do when I'm on the water is, be in some current at a dam or something and it not work.
Because that would be, especially now we're starting to get more and more into the whole bumping business.
Yep.
You better have your act together when you pull up to that dam.
You better be safe to say. So it's not like I'm throwing them out. I bought some of these end loop batteries. Yeah. I think I got them. I got a charger here on my desk. These you can pick them up at Amazon, but they're good for like 1,500 charges. They're ridiculous. Wow. So I got these in AA's and AAA's, and they work pretty well. Michael Morello was kind enough to hook me up with some diesel batteries. I use those for my lanterns and my bubblers, so I kind of nipped that hole having to buy batteries in the butt. So I'm kind of glad to do that.
Speaking of batteries, and now if Murillo, if I'm wrong, you correct me. But in my experience, Interstate Batteries makes their own brand of regular dry cell batteries, you know, double A's, triple A's, D's, and all. We use a tremendous amount of D cell batteries through work for our traffic control stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Interstate batteries last twice as long as any other brand battery I've ever used, and they're a little bit cheaper.
No complaints for me for that.
Yeah,
I haven't had any problems with them. So
yeah, because you go down the road, you see the little blinking lights on top of the barricades.
mm-hmm.
They take 4 D cell batteries to run those lights. In any other battery brand, I don't care if it's Duracell, whatever, I get about 2 weeks out of them. Those Interstate batteries, I get 5 weeks out of them. And we've been doing that for years now.
That's good. I think that Laura just commented on that. It's not sweet tea he's drinking.
Chad will come get on camera though.
Chad brought that to my attention right there. I'm here to entertain. I need all the fuel I can.
This looks just like tea. I don't know what she's talking about.
It's tea for me. This is coffee. That's what it is.
This ain't coffee.
My wife is probably watching upstairs. I got to behave myself too. It's a good thing she's too shy to say anything. I see Catfish Pappy's in the room. Laura DeFore, hello, dear. How are you? Stan Smith. Stan, you missed a shout out. I plugged your appearance over on Norm's show tomorrow.
Yeah.
We're all looking forward to that. He says, yeah, those are very good product. The lantern battery goes into those. Cool.
Yeah, I'd love to know how many, probably hundreds of thousands of dollars my company spends on those Interstate D batteries every year.
Keep Michael working. That's all that counts. Support each other, whatever our business is in. I know we want to support American business and stuff, but sometimes some of us don't have the opportunity to work for a company like that. That doesn't mean that we can't keep them working, especially in like this day and age where the small businesses are hurting so bad because of this pandemic and stuff. So
unreal. Like I just happened to find out, a lot of people, and I'm not plugging anybody. I don't believe in that, but
plug away. I don't care.
Yeah, well, I just recently discovered, everybody else was talking about Dale's Tackle.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard about them. Well, come to find out, their store, they don't really have a store per se, but where they do business is an hour and a half from my house.
Well, there you go.
Right here. It's right here down the road. And don't you know, I Facebook messaged them because I wanted to come to their place and come check it out. They said, well, we really don't do that. But they said, if you order something with us, we'll negate the shipping and we'll just meet you somewhere and give it to you. I'm like, hey, that's the way to do business.
That works for me. I've done that with like some of my hats too. Some of the people that wanted my hats live close. I'm like, hey, you know what? I don't want to charge you for shipping if you can come get it. And if you're coming to get it, I'm not going to, I'll drop it a few dollars because I'm trying to cover, PayPal costs and packaging costs and stuff. And they're always happy. I got no problem for that. I'll say this time and time again. I'm not doing it to make money. I'm doing it because people like it.
See, Murillo, that's what happens when you're on the end of the food chain. I'm there too, brother. I'm sure somebody else made the money. I promise you that. I know how that is.
Lyle, I don't know what you mean by that, but I kind of can take a guess.
I know how Lyle thinks. He thinks like me. See, look.
Is Lyle sponsored by Balls Deep Tackle now?
He likes the name. I'll be honest. I think it's nothing. He just likes typing that name.
Maybe.
He likes saying it. I'll say it. Balls Deep Tackle.
There we go. We're Balls Deep Tackle. Holler at your boys. We can always use sponsorships. We'll give those products a try, right? Speaking of like sponsorships and stuff, I hate having to do this, but StreamYard costs money. So if you guys are willing to support the show, you always can. It's up to you. It's not required. I'm not begging you to do so. But I have been talking and putting that link down there. It's kind of an exercise in self-growth. So it is what it is.
We all got to support each other.
Make your own choice. It's fine. So we'll put that down there. Let's see what else is going on in the chat. Ryan Bortz, blue collar fishing. That guy's starting to show up everywhere. Ryan got into a bunch of crappies. I'm kind of happy. I don't know if I had any influence on him going after them, but I hope he cooked them up and I hope he enjoyed them. He was so happy he caught them. Like, I think he was saying 15, 20 minutes right from his house. And that might even be walking distance. So I don't know. I
like that. No, I like Ryan. He's a stand-up guy, man. He jumped all over to challenge me. I loved it, man.
That's right. That was fun. And man, and again, I said this before, I'll say it again. He paddled how long was it? Was it 5 hours? It was 5 hours.
It was just the stream was 5 hours.
5 hours. And he was out there before.
Day of fishing I've ever done in my life. I don't fish all day. I don't. When we go, I might be on the water 5 hours, maybe 6.
That's all day. 5 hours, 6 hours is all day. 8 hours. Okay, here's how I look at it. If I can stay out on the water for 8 hours, if I got crappie when I come home, I'm not cleaning them till the next day. They're going on ice.
You don't feel like messing with it?
No, 5 hours I'll do it, but I'll fish 8 hours, and I like to fish 8 hours. But when I'm done, I'm done. That's it. And I'm not looking forward to fishing the next day either. I'm kind of resting and recovering, but then again, I'm getting old. So.
And you see, catfishing has made me lazy. It has, because I'm getting so used to, let's say, sitting there and anchoring up and only casting rods once every 45 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when I go, I do most of my bait fishing off the bank, actually. I'll go and I'll cast and cast and cast at the dams. Man, my shoulders, my arms, everything is sore the next day because I'm not used to casting that much.
When up until this year, I would go in the fall to do the salmon fishing. I've talked about this again, but that's nonstop casting. That's probably as close to like musky fishing as it gets, if not even more, because the musky plugs, they're pretty heavy. They're at least an ounce and better, right? Mm-hmm. I'm casting 1 ounce spoons, for 6 hours, standing on a concrete pier or a breakwater or on rocks, and that kind of beats you up. So I get that. And then there's the frustration when I'm bait fishing, when you're not catching bait, like in the dead of summer when they're not cooperating.
And why is it? And somebody please explain this to me. Why is it when you finally get on the bait, when you get on the slicker or skipjack, everybody will understand what I'm talking about. Why is it that they are right at the absolute edge of your casting range? Why is that?
You know what? You're absolutely right. When I was fishing when I got my ass handed to me by James Dockery in our 1v1, I'm telling you, I bet you I was 10 feet shy of him.
Oh, yeah.
Because I was casting towards the middle, and I don't know if you watched any of that. You heard that rod whipping. I was trying to get to him, and I just couldn't do it. Any more weight, and I'd have been missing hits. So it was right there. Tomorrow, actually, the place I plan on going bait fishing, it's another one I got to reach out and touch him. It's actually one of my ice fishing spots that I kind of walk out and set up my shanty over a big weed bed, and we'll kill the bluegills every now and then. I actually got a plan for that spot. Hint, Ryan in chat, if he's still in here.
Well, y'all can have that ice fishing. Nope. You ain't.
Man, if you dressed up like me, you'd be fine, man. You'd get out there with your jar.
I love the cold weather.
We get some heaters going.
That don't bother me. You are not getting my big fluffy butt on top of any ice. I don't care how thick it is. You ain't standing on no ice. It ain't happening.
I'll tell you, Jeremy, this is what happens in the middle of winter, right? We get this dead spot right now. And if you don't ice fish, the dead spot lasts until March, right? Can you imagine sitting in your house doing nothing until March, not being able to fish? That's why people go ice fishing, to be honest with you.
I mean, luckily we can fish all year.
We can.
Now, if anything around here, the dead middle of the summer is when people start slacking off of fishing because it's so hot.
Hot, yeah. Well, how hot are we talking? Are we talking 110?
Temperature wise, it'll be right at 100, but that's coupled with 90% plus humidity. So the heat can go to 115, 120. And the humidity is what kills you down here because you can't the sweat on your skin does not
evaporate, and it makes it just even hard to breathe.
It does, and it just
thick air.
I'm maybe a little more aware of it than the average person just because of my training with the stuff I do at work. I gotta watch 400 people and make sure they're not getting heat stroke. So I tend to be a little more aware. But
And you do bridges and stuff, right? So you're near asphalt and concrete all day, and that gives off enough heat. I don't know if people know, but I believe asphalt will give off heat when it's curing, right?
Oh yeah. Asphalt. Normally, asphalt when it goes through the machine and touches the road is minimum 260 degrees. When it touches the road, then it settles and cures as it cools off.
Yeah, we used to make asphalt when I worked for Citgo, so I used to load that crap. So I know it used to get hot.
Oh yeah, asphalt in the middle of the summer is not fun, especially the poor guys on the machine because the heat rises.
Yep, and you can't get off. There's nowhere to go. The machine holds the heat and stuff. It's kind of rough.
The company I work for, we're a heavy highway and bridge contract. We build big roads, big bridges, all that good stuff. Like we're building 2 big bridges in just outside of New Orleans right now. That's the projects I'm on.
I'll just kind of look at the message. I try so hard not to miss you guys in chat. You know what I mean? Because I appreciate each and every one of you. I don't want to miss anything, so I kind of have to go by, so I don't mean to interrupt you. Oh, and let's go back to the word slicker. You know what I heard on Hagen Grubb's video like this week?
I heard it a couple of, well, actually, it took me a few days to go back and watch it because I just, I binge watch everything when I get a chance.
Me too.
When I'm telling you, when I heard him and Landon slicker, I'm telling you, I think I went outside and ran around my house like
And they were so happy to give you the shout out. They're so proud of themselves. So I'm sure you were happy to hear that too. That was pretty cool. I thought of you right away. I was like, oh, holy smokes, look at this.
I mean,
I know where they got that from.
You have to understand, it was only 4 or 5 months ago. Nobody knew who I was. Nobody. Okay, I would come into the chat for Catfish Weekly, and I was so excited the first time they said my channel name on Catfish Weekly. It was crazy. And now, only a few months later, to hear one of the rising stars in the catfishing industry shout me out and basically copy what I call something.
I get it. It's surreal. Same thing with me, man. I just started this like not recently ago, and even ignored it for a few months because of some business issues and stuff. And I've been welcomed back with open arms, and everybody keeps coming back to check out the show. I mean, it's like I said, it's a holiday weekend. Friday nights, everybody's was with their family yesterday. They're tired. They might want to be resting, but here we got 37 people watching in chat. Chat room's all lit up. It looks like I got some messages coming through on the other side, which we'll get to in a minute. So if you're one of those people, hang in there. We'll get to you. It is surreal, isn't it? And I don't know if I told this story to you, but the other day a doorbell rings. I open up the door, and it's Amazon. It was for a package my wife ordered, needed to sign, and the guy recognized me. I was like, "You got to be kidding me!" Yeah. I don't know if I like this. That was kind of weird, but it was weird and good at the same time. So,
and I met my first fan the other day while I was bait fishing. There's nothing that could have prepared me for that.
That's true.
Because I'm walking down there, and the guy kept looking at me, and after a while, I'm like, okay, what? Like, he's being creepy, Finally, he's like, "Hey, are you on YouTube?" I'm like, "Yeah, I don't make there's not many people that know me that I do. I'll be honest with you." And I'm like, "Yeah, I got a little YouTube channel." It's like, "You're Creole, aren't you?" I almost passed out.
You want to say maybe? Why? Or who's asking?
Are you the one thumbs down that I got on my video?
I don't know. Did you get those thumbs down too?
I got one, and I was actually excited to get it. Yep, because I said, you know what? I'm famous enough now. I got a troll. I was very happy.
You know what? I remember when I got my first thumbs down, I messaged Spencer over at River Certified. I'm like, "Spencer, guess what?" He goes, "What?" I go, "I'm a YouTuber. I got my first thumbs down." I think I could hear him laugh where I was at. So
I was very excited to get my first one. I'm not gonna lie, extremely excited. I have trolls now. I've made the big time.
They're not trolls. It is too. It is what it is. Some people just, I don't know. You know what's funny? I think sometimes, and correct me or tell me if you don't agree with this, but sometimes you'll get somebody who clicks on the thumbs down on accident. And I've had times where I've had a thumbs down and then it changed to a thumbs up. So I think that person said, "Wait a minute, why is the thumbs down lit up for me?" And they'll actually change it, which is kind of
I've
cool.
done that.
Oh, geez,
Yeah.
I see that a couple of times.
Look at these fingers. I mean,
Yeah, me too. I got sausage fingers myself.
oh look. See, she's picking on me again. See, she's talking tough from 2 rooms away.
I have a feeling that Laura would talk tough to you if she was standing in that room too.
She ain't scared of me.
Who wants to be married to someone? And Dee does that to Chad too all the time on his live feeds. You can hear her if you're listening. So,
Look, and she's right there where she can hear me. I want to make sure she hears. Creole catfishing would not exist if it wouldn't be for her. Y'all wouldn't know who I am. I promise you that.
I
First had the wild idea to sell my race cars and go buy a boat. She was the first one to say, "You know what? You work hard, go get what you want." Now, I took full advantage.
yes, you did. You got a nice boat. That's pretty sweet.
I stretched the limit of that one, let me tell you. But I'm telling you, y'all wouldn't know who I am if it wouldn't be for her. I say that all the time.
Yeah, Stan, that same thing happens to me too. I mean, I've gotten it. Well, actually, on one of my videos, I got a thumbs down before the show even aired, and then somebody must have made the mistake because it changed. I kind of lost it. So, I think it was for the ladies outnumbered one I did, but they changed it real quick. So I'm thinking somebody. That's one of the reasons why I think sometimes somebody will just do it on accident. But they say it's not bad. It doesn't matter if you get a thumbs up or thumbs down as long as you get interaction and you're not ratioed, as they say. So
Who was fishing live the other day that had that vegan come on and start bashing everybody? I think it was Palmetto.
I don't remember that. I probably wasn't there.
During his, because we had a field day with that for about 30 minutes. Come on and started talking bad about everybody on how we ought to be ashamed of ourselves. We're horrible people for hurting those fish and all that. And I'm almost positive it was during his. I don't remember. We had a good time with that.
You got to just let them people go. I got no problem. You know, I have some friends who have quote unquote medical issues and stuff. They got a lot of food allergies, and they eat vegan because they can't identify what's giving them problems.
Well, yeah,
they're not constantly saying vegan this, vegan that, or whatever.
Yeah, look, you live your life, but let me live mine.
Yep.
Simple as that. Look, there's a lot of stuff that goes on I don't agree with, but I ain't gonna start getting in the streets wanting to shut it all down.
Yeah, exactly. You know, if you ever, are you on Instagram?
Yes, I am.
Look up the keyword vegan cats. It'll blow your mind.
Vegan cats.
Cats. There's people out there that feed their cats vegan diets. These people are not right. It's wrong. I mean, and these cats, they look sickly too, but they keep doing it. They're proud of them. So Kayak Mike's in the house. What's going on, Kayak Mike? How are you? John Patrick Jr. showed up. Hi, John Patrick. One Ton Fishing Club. I think I said hello to them, but I want to make sure I did not forget. Roger, I said hello to. Jason, Jim Catman. Let's see if we missed anybody else. Yeah, the room's filling up real nice. We're at 40 people in here, man. I am always overwhelmed. I need to stop saying that. At least my wife tells me. She's like, act like a professional and just do the show. I'm like, no, that's part of the show. This is the community, so I don't care.
Only being humble and appreciative.
This is true. Very true.
I'm telling you, I still get that same feeling every time I get like one more subscriber. Hopefully I'm like that. God willing, one day I have 200,000. I get one more. I'm just as excited.
Let's see. Still at work. I'm looking for. Oh, hold on a second. I sent Roger the wrong freaking link. Sorry about that, Roger. I don't know why I sent that to you. I'm just sending out the links to a couple of people here that I sent them the wrong thing. Brandon. We'll send it out to Roger. Even Robert at Missouri Creek Fish, I'm sending him a link. If he wants to come on, he can come on too. I got so many messages here I can't keep up. which is great. I love the support.
Yeah.
And apparently, I think people are sharing the stuff out. I'm getting a lot of notifications for that too, so that's awesome. Let's see what we got here. Kayak Mike's thinking about going live tomorrow. If you guys are not subscribed.
Those of us that are ringed out, we will be watching a lot of going. Okay, all right. Look good. I'm glad he said that. For everybody in chat that does not know how to say it, is bon péché.
Bon péché, not bone.
I mean,
Bone peaches. No.
Bon Pete. I've heard it said any way possible, but Stan knows how to say it. Stan, Sean T, they know how to say it because they're from my area.
They're from there. Yeah.
So we put there right there.
Once I learn. I try to keep up with that. I'm trying to keep up with Chad too. So did you say you are going to try and get out and fish this weekend if the rain stops?
I don't know. I don't know if I have enough of a window tomorrow to make it worth it to go out. I'm probably just gonna stay back and work on my boat. I got to build a new set of rod storage racks on the side. So I'm thinking about I might do that, make a little film out of it, fishing.
So are you dropping them into the compartment, or are you going to build them up on top? How are you planning on doing this, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm gonna put them vertical because on my boat I have like a little shelf, you can say, and it's about 8 inches below the gunnels.
Okay.
I'm thinking about putting them horizontally, stacked one on top of the other on each top that shelf by my gunnels, because that's wasted space anyway. I'm trying to open up the floor of my boat as much as
more. Yeah, because I'm the same way. I like that floor space. I want it to be, if I could have it, it would be like a dance floor on my boat.
Well, you see, back when I had like really cheap fishing rods, I didn't care about them getting kicked around.
Yeah.
I've got those B&M Magnums, and now I've got those Chris Flores Blue Cat rods. Too pretty to be kicked around in the bottom.
Yeah, I hear you. You start spending money. I guess this might. I don't know. I don't think this is a first, but this is Brandon the man. What's up, buddy?
Oh, it's all scratchy.
That's what I'm talking about.
It's not all scratchy. What's scratchy? You look good.
Good.
Come back out, come back in, because I can't hear you guys.
Oh, okay. We'll do that. So come on back out. Come back in. Does that help? Can you hear me?
Nah.
You're gonna have to enable it. You're gonna have to leave. You're gonna have to leave and come in and enable and give your phone permission to talk for the speaker and stuff. So it should prompt you for that, man.
Well, that's the first time I've ever done this.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll walk you through it, man. We're here for each other.
Yeah, boss lady to keep me in line.
When's Betty coming home? She knows all about how to do this. She'll walk you through it.
She said she might be home about 10.
Oh, no. 10 o'clock. It's going to be a long stream.
And supposed to get off at 7. So she make a big bucks.
My jar for that.
Well, if you can hear me, I saw them pictures you posted. How many cats you get? Was that 7 or 13? I might be mixing you up with somebody.
I got 7.
7 of them. And one of them was like a 13-pounder, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a beast. That's a good cat. What's your personal best channel cat out there?
20.
20. Well, you're getting there. I hope to beat my 14 this week.
Well, you should up there where you're at.
I hope so.
Gonna be fishing.
I hope so.
Yeah.
Oh. Your sound's breaking up horrible, buddy.
You're the same way, Mark.
All right, man. If you want to come out and come back in, that's good. You're more than welcome to try it. Let's see if we get a better connection. All right.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, that connection was horrible. I feel sorry for that. I didn't mean to get him out of here, but if Brandon can come out and come back in, then hopefully we'll get a better connection.
Yeah.
All right, I'm looking at the chat. Let's see.
So, Mark, what other types of fishing are you, or do we have to look forward to from you in the coming months?
Whatever's biting. I wanted to get out and do some perch fishing videos for the big yellow perches on Lake Michigan, but I'm not willing to drive all the way to the south side during all of this mess.
Yeah. Now, when you say perch, that's like actual perch. I know because we call
yellow perch, jumbo yellow perch. Those are the ones we talk to. So.
Have those around here.
We have them. They're yellow perch are considered not a bait, but they're a feeder fish. The walleyes eat them, salmon eat them, and trout eat them.
I got you.
But they get pretty big. Some of them make it to be like 12 plus inches, the jumbos, and man, they taste good. No wonder everything eats them.
Yeah, even the humans eat them.
You know how I like to cook them? What I do is I'll do like everybody does. I'll get some Frank's Red Hot, or I'll get some Crystal's hot sauce, and I'll marinate them in that, and then I'll bread them and deep fry them, and then I'll put some more hot sauce on top of that. We're good to go.
A little trick that we do down here whenever we make our egg wash before we batter our fish, put a little bit of mustard in it.
Mustard in there. I'll give that a shot. I'll do that.
Just a little tang. Not much. I can't tell you how much because we don't measure anything. But you just put a little bit to thicken it up.
I don't think it's any better.
Welcome back, Brandon. Well, we're gonna try. We're gonna get this done. We're talking about how to cook fish. I know you and Betty cook a lot of crappie out by you, right?
That's terrible.
We're talking about food again.
Food isn't terrible. What's terrible? Cooking fish? Oh, he's out. I think he might give up. So, we got Smith talking some more Cajun for you. What's that mean?
That's the phrase that everybody knows. Because
let the good times roll.
A lot. Laissez les bon temps rouler, which means let the good times roll.
I'm all for that.
Yeah, that's like the official Mardi Gras saying. That's what everybody says around that time of year. Which Mardi Gras itself is French.
That's right. That's Easter time, right?
Mardi Gras literally means Fat Tuesday.
Fat Tuesday.
It's the last day you can party before the Wednesday, the beginning of the Lent season.
Lent season, yep. We have in the Polish community, we have Pączki Day, which is pretty much you just get drunk the night before and then recover the next day with a bunch of with fruit stuffed donuts.
Ooh, that I might have to adopt that holiday.
That's not too bad. It's good stuff.
That sounds like a pretty good holiday right there. Any holiday that encourages you getting hammered and then eating the next day, yeah, I'm all for that.
I'll tell you what, my heritage, nobody needs encouragement there. I ain't even going to kid you.
We don't either. We don't. No. In fact, we were about 20 years ago, they stopped selling alcohol at the church fairs, and it was a disaster. And finally, the past few years, they started selling draft beer at the church fairs again. Oh, yeah. Back in business.
All right, let's see. Jim's telling us we need to come to Kentucky for some awesome barbecue.
Not going to argue with him either, right? They are known for that.
I've had good barbecue at a lot of places. There's like besides my backyard being the best barbecue I've ever tasted in my life. There's a lot of good places out there. Out here where I live out in the exurbs, which is pretty much like the right at the line of where farms and the suburbs meet. I'm far enough out of the city, but there's a couple of high dollar barbecue places down. One of them Smoke, and I forget what the other one is downtown. That's good. I've been in St. Louis. I've had good barbecue there. I've had good barbecue actually, I had a little bit of barbecue in Louisiana. I spent more time eating seafood down there. I've been
in and not eat seafood,
Oh, man, if I can eat seafood, I could eat that all day. I'm a happy man.
I'm a big seafood guy. I'm not gonna say I don't like steaks. I can cook a steak at my house,
Send me an invite, Jim. I'll show up there.
There you go. That's what I keep picking on, like Chad, Lyle, and hell, pretty much everybody. When it's crawfish ball season, y'all us and just come on down. We'll hook it up.
Fishing and Cooking with Mike Chavez. Welcome to the show. Yeah, I've seen some of your stuff. It looks good. Good stuff. What's he say? Hungry. Is that what he says on his show? I think so.
He does everything.
Or taste. That's what he says.
I'm going to have to stop watching Chavez's videos. I'm going to need a new wardrobe. Man.
Who else is that other guy that does the chef Johnny something or other I watch too? I watch him. He's a big supporter of the catfish community. You'll see him in here. He's been doing like all night live streams when he's smoking a whole brisket. He lives in Texas. and he'll be hanging out. I'll get you the guy's name. I forget his name offhand. I'm in his Facebook group. I see him post all the time. He does a good job too. So there's so many talented people in this community, in the cooking community. I have a barbecue channel name reserved because I really do love to barbecue. I just don't have the time to do any of that.
Yeah.
I took out I made them, listen to this. We have all of these leftovers, and I pulled
Bobby Tom.
oh, what's that? I pulled a top round out to make what is it? Jerky. I make pretty good sriracha beef jerky. That stuff's hot as hell. But man, this stuff's good, and I love making this stuff. But I don't know why I pulled it out. I got so much food to eat. Maybe I'll just do it and bag it and freeze it. I don't know.
You're just prepared later. That's all.
That's right, Stan. Taste. That's what he says. I knew it. There we go.
Oh.
Mr. Mike Chavez is always saying that. And Mike Molinaro says his blood sugar goes up every time he watches the video.
Yeah.
No, some of that stuff's pretty close to keto. I think you'll be all right. That's the one thing about barbecue. I tried doing that for a while too. I've been low carb for a long time. Not until recently I kind of fell off the low carb wagon, but many reasons for that. But a lot of the stuff I'll make in the smoker on the grill is just keto friendly. I mean, it's meat. Keep the sugar out of it. Keep the honey out of it. Use extra butter, and you can figure it out.
I think low carb is against my culture. We eat too much rice for that.
Yeah. Well, yeah. You eat a lot of brown rice, or is it all white rice that you eat down there?
95% is white rice. I'll eat brown rice here and there, but most of the stuff that our way of cooking is based on white rice.
I love rice. I love rice.
There's an old joke that you can tell a true Cajun because he can look out in a rice field and tell you exactly how much gravy it would take.
I like that. And that brings to memory like all the good boudin I had when I was down there. Because that's right. There's rice stuffed in there, right?
Oh yeah, that's right. I'm gonna have me a little spread of that for hopefully getting ready for Kevin's show Sunday night. A little bit of a Cajun spread right here of what we call boat snacks. It'll be some good stuff. Without spoiling Kevin's show, what's some of the things besides the actual snack, like what else do you bring with you on your boat? Well, we don't. Well, I like talking about just aside from the
anything, whether it's beverages or let's talk about like the potato chips and stuff or whatever it is.
Okay, that's to start off with. So I've got to have about half a dozen Mountain Dew on the boat with me to get my caffeine fix. We have a little superstition in my boat, and we haven't broken it yet. But my wife is with me. We've got to have a bag of Funyuns on the boat.
I love them Funyuns. That's good stuff.
If we don't have Funyuns, I don't make a video, apparently.
Oh, is that what's going on?
Know what it is. No Funyuns, no fish. It makes no sense, but you know what? We in general are a very superstitious people. I don't argue that. Don't argue.
I'm still up in the air about whether or not I believe in superstitions or not. I'm not one that believes in so-called karma and stuff. I have my own reasons for that. But you know what? There's like silly things I find myself doing without realizing that they're, that maybe they are superstitions or not. Like if I take a fishing pole out 3 times and I don't catch a fish on it, it goes up on a wall and I don't use that damn thing. I either sell it or I never use it or give it away.
Like it really has anything to do with the rod.
Yeah, probably more me or where I'm at or whatever, but I'll give it 3 chances usually if it doesn't catch anything. Here's another funny thing. All the flathead I caught this year have been on 1 rod and 1 reel. All my other ones haven't touched the flathead all year, but that one, I'm afraid to change the line on it because I put new line on all the other ones except that one, and that's the only one I'm catching fish on. So
you're as bad as me then.
Maybe I am superstitious. I don't know. Or maybe I just don't want to push my luck with that stuff. So
we are creatures of habit. You know that. And first, it makes absolutely no sense, but you get that in your head and that's it. You're convinced of it. And once you're convinced, you're going to find a reason why.
Well, what about, you're from Louisiana and there's a lot of, black magic and voodoo going on down there. Do you prescribe to any of that stuff?
Yes and no. I have a joke that I don't believe in ghosts, even though I've seen my fair share of them.
Uh-huh.
I don't know. That it gets so out there and so ridiculous with everything. I think there's something to it, but I don't think it's as deep as what some people want to say it is. How about that?
You know what makes me doubt a lot of that stuff is there's always a price tag attached.
Oh, yeah, of course.
You know what I mean? When there's a price tag attached, you got to watch yourself. So,
yeah. But I will say this though. It's funny. You know how they had that show Monster Quest? You remember they had that on the History Channel?
I might have seen that a couple of times. Yeah.
They did one show about, I forget what they called them on the show, but they were calling them Black Panthers, like big black cats, and they were talking about them like it's Bigfoot or something.
Uh-huh.
Whole show on it, and I'm thinking in my mind, I'm like, well, I've seen 4 or 5 of them. I know what they are. We used to see them in the woods when we were surveying. You know, so I mean, they're black mountain lions.
Yeah. Well, there's panthers. There's people that come across panthers, and there's always sightings of those. People say they see Bigfoot. Who knows what they're seeing?
Yeah, I mean, it's not an actual panther. It's a mountain lion that, because he's been down here for so long, they're jet black.
You think? Oh, really? So you think that's breeding, or do you think that's more of just their surroundings and exposure, or not exposure?
It's a slight evolutionary change from being here in our area. That's all it is.
Just like they add colors to dachshunds and stuff, right?
Yeah, same thing. They've adapted to their home. They've adapted to their surroundings being around here.
I can accept that. That makes sense to me.
Yeah, it's turned dark.
I haven't been fortunate enough to see any sort of lion in the woods. I have seen a lynx once, but that's about it.
When you say lynx, it reminds me of another old Jerry Clower joke about when they climbed that tree and that lynx was in there.
I haven't heard it.
You need to.
Well, let's hear it.
You need to go on. If it's a long, and you got to hear Jerry Clower tell it. It's
okay.
A long story. You got to look it up on YouTube, but it just ends with, just shoot up here amongst us. One of us needs some relief. It's scary. I think it's like hunting or something.
I will look that up. I promise I'll look that up. I'm not ignoring you, but I'm just trying to make this show be what I actually am claiming it to be. So while I'm talking, I'm gonna start tying some rigs up, start retying some stuff. So how do you snell your hooks?
What's that?
How do you snell your hooks? What kind of line do you use? What's your favorite hook? So on.
Call it the no snail knot.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I use. I use the no snail. I prefer the octopus circles, that have the offset eye on them.
Mm-hmm.
But for some reason, when I'm going after small fish, like the eaters, and I downsize to my 5/0 hooks,
mm-hmm.
I have a better hookup rate using a straight shank, but still using the no snail. It makes that little kind of trigger effect to it. I find my hookup is better.
Yeah, I like the straight shaft myself. It's got that like trigger effect, it catches it. That's just the way it's been. I've caught fish on both, and I bowed both. I just took advantage of one of these sales with the Whisker Seeker, and they're 8/0 offset the triple threat, so they have the bent shaft. So
I use 2 different kind of hooks. I use the Gamakatsu Big Cat circles in the 10 and 12/0, and I just started using the Dale's Tackle 12/0 circle hooks that they sell. So I'm kind of testing those. Because they are a little cheaper than the Gamakatsus, and I can get them faster because Dale's is so close to me.
I was talking to was it Palmetto, I think, and he was saying that he doesn't like the Gamakatsus because he's actually broke a few. I've
heard people say that. I haven't broken one yet.
I haven't either. I was kind of surprised to hear that because I'm hard on hooks fishing them in a heavy cover and stuff, and I'll hook up and I'll crank on them suckers and when I get them out, I'll catch a fish on them, and they haven't broke. So I don't know. That could be the luck of a draw. It could be a bunch of things.
Now I use aluminum pliers to take the hooks out. I don't use regular steel needle nose pliers.
Yeah.
I use aluminum pliers.
You know what I do? If I can't get it out with this meat hook here, I'll kind of scoop in there and pull them out. I'll cut the line and pull it out the other side.
Really?
I won't touch it with pliers. I've gotten to that point. So.
Pliers, and I've never. I've not yet. I've never had a hook fail on me. Now, the those Gamakatsu big cat circles, they are at least twice the thickness of their normal octopus circles. That's why, because they're so thick.
Now, do you use those thick gauge hooks on live bait? Is the question. You do.
I use the big ones. The thicker the gauge wire, the better.
I use the thinner the gauge, the better for live bait to keep them alive and kicking longer.
Yeah, I rarely fish with live bait.
Okay, I always do that. That's one thing that's why I kind of keep buying them. I had bought some heavy duty Mustad circle hooks quite a while ago, and they were too heavy gauge. I think they're sitting on my bench in the garage.
Yeah, I can see where it would hurt a live bait. It don't hurt them slicker heads. It don't hurt them.
Lyle says they're souped up wildcats.
That's what I'm talking about. He's watched it. One of them souped up wildcats. He talks just like Stacey Gaston, or Stacey Gaston talks like him. Southern Alabama.
All right, Michael Morello is asking, do you feel you need a 12-aught versus a 10-aught? Are they really that much bigger?
Yes, I find the gap between the point and the shank is a lot bigger on the Gamakatsus, and I love throwing really big baits.
Okay.
I've caught 4 or 5 pound fish on 12-aught hooks, so I don't really have much of a reason to downsize.
You poke their eyes out. I know I do that. If I'm catching small fish on big hooks, it seems to find their eye every time.
Every now and then, I find what will happen with me, and I don't know why. It'll sometimes come out like through the top of their skull a little bit.
Well, that's all right, but I feel bad about the eye. I mean, the skull, their brain's back a little further, so it's not like you're going through their brain.
Their nose, baby.
Yeah, pretty much. I might give them a nasal headache. Let's see what I got here. A buddy of mine gave me these Dahachi, some small ones. This is the first time I had them, but these are octopus circles. I don't think they're the ones that everybody's using. I actually caught that monster flathead on a 5-aught Dahatsu hook, and it worked fine, so I'm dropping hooks everywhere.
It's funny to me, for me, 5-aught, to me, that's a tiny hook. I use that for basically when I go dink fishing.
Yeah, when you're channel catfishing, that's exactly what I use it for. Small pond channel cats and stuff. So this seemed to work good. And, if I use too big a hook, you know what happens. They just end up, eating the bait right off the hook. And
yeah, they just eat. But I've said it before in some streams. We're very blessed. We have a great population of really big fish. So I'm not afraid to use these big hooks and big bait because I've got fish for it.
Well, you got the room for them to grow, and if you have the food supply for them,
they've got it.
I mean, they're going to get big. These are some of the Gamakatsus I like. I like the big river hooks, but they're a fortune too. This is an 8-aught, which is probably as big as I need to. The only time I use J hooks so far is either double hook rigs for channel cats, then I use smaller ones, or when I'm floating, big dead baits under a bobber, or when I'm pike fishing, I use these too.
I'm considering trying the big river hooks for bumping because Lyle told me something one night that made a lot of sense. When you're bumping, it's very hard to just sit still and let that fish hook itself when you land that rod. You just want to, stick them right back. So I don't know. I might give J hooks a try just for the bumping. He believes in them, so hey, kind of hard to argue with that.
Well, if you need to set the hook, I know a lot of guys believe that, flatheads, they'll lay there with the bait, and if they're facing you, a circle hook does no good.
Hey, I heard that you got to, how does Steve Douglas say that? You got to side sweep. You got to do that side sweeping. Stick a hook in them. That's what I've heard.
I'm saying the big river hooks are worth every penny.
He believes in them. That's all I need.
I'm looking at what JP3 is saying. Thanks for coming in, Jim, Catman. Appreciate it. Mustad Demons, Brandon Cross. I like those. Those are probably my favorite hook. I was getting ready to rig up. I think I was going to use some, because these are a little bit bigger channel cats I'm going after. I was going to go with like the 8-aught. Maybe try these double action. I know a lot of people swear about these. I had some hard time getting a hook set on them, but that was in super shallow water, and that was when they're a little more lethargic, so I don't know what to do. So we'll either try these or I'll go back to the Mustads, but I was getting ready to tie some big hooks for some big blue.
about your leader size? Like, what do y'all use, like pound test lengthwise?
I use 50-pound. I use 50-pound Suffix leader.
Okay.
It comes in these nice rolls. You know, a lot of people say, "Oh, I'm just going to buy the regular, spool. It's cheaper, whatever." And I had this talk with Lyle a while back, and this leader line ties knots better. You're able to get better knots with leader. I don't know what it is. It's probably an expensive process. They chemically treat the line somehow or something in the actual creation of it, which makes it
like actual leader line. Regardless of what brand, if you get line that's specifically made to be a leader, I kind of find that too. It ties knots better
knots are better. Yeah, absolutely. And they always come on these big spools too. That might even be the secret because the loops are so big. There's no memory to it.
Yeah, because I use Cast King saltwater high shock leader line, but I use 80 pound.
80 pound. See, I don't need that where I fish. 50 pound has done me pretty good. I've lost like 2 big fish because of a leader, and I think they had teeth, so that could be something else.
Yeah, too.
Yeah, I think there are big muskies sitting up where I think Flathead were at. They'll do that. They'll ambush just like that. So
I've lost a few fish using a 50-pound leader line. That's when I stepped up to the 80.
Catfish Cameron, thanks for coming in. Yeah, that's what I use. I use Suffix 832. There's a big heated discussion and topic that goes on here in the catfish community about braid versus mono. And I'll tell you what, when I think of braid, I think of Suffix 832. I don't think of spider wire. I don't think of anything else. So
I haven't converted my anchoring rods to it yet. I don't know about all that, but for my bumping rod, I love that braid. I love that Suffix. But what amazes me is the fight feels so much different.
It is different.
Does on that mono.
I've broke 30-pound mono I used for the longest time.
Mm-hmm.
And I've broken rods trying to get out of snags just from the stretch.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that I'm complaining that it isn't abrasion resistant and that it doesn't stretch or it's not strong. Mm-hmm. I just don't like the way it winds on a rod. I don't like the coil, the memory. I don't like that at all. I like the fact that I have reels with Suffix 832 that I've had. That one that I cut on my flathead, that Suffix been on there for 3 years, Jeremy.
Really?
3 years. And it's barely, I keep them indoors, and I do keep them in rod rockers in the boat. So, and I do fish at night mostly for the big fish.
Yeah.
But it hasn't even faded. And I use the high vis stuff, so I like it a lot. I'll keep using it. I do have 2 Penn squalls that are terrible. And it might be mono's fault. It might be the reels. Braid's fault. It might be the reels fault. I don't know. That's something either I'm going to sell the 2 reels or I'm going to try mono on them. I don't know yet. So.
You got a lot of braid on them things.
Got a lot of what?
You must have a lot of braid on them.
They're 15 series. They're the smallest ones that Penn makes. Okay. But they still hold, 300 yards of braid.
They still hold a lot of line.
Yeah, they do. It ain't cheap, but like I said, it lasts 3 years.
Yeah.
I try to buy on sale. I buy the big one.
A year, usually I get hung up so much that by the time a year comes, I've pretty much got brand new line on my reels anyway.
Oh, yeah.
Mine doesn't last that long on my reels.
You're fishing hard. So what kind of snags are you talking about? Wood? Are you talking rocks or what?
Actually, all of our rivers are lined with what's called matted revetment. Now, I don't know if you know or anybody else knows exactly what that is. It's basically a big mat that they pull across the river, and it's about 3 foot by 3 foot slabs of concrete wired together, and it's flexible. It makes a mat that conforms. That's what I'm getting hung up on, because over the years, that old number 9 wire will stick up and pieces will break off, and you're getting jammed in that matted revetment. That's what I'm getting hung up on.
Now, what are those mats? What are they doing with those mats?
Erosion control.
Is that what it is? Okay.
Yeah. They basically line it from top bank all the way to the other top bank. It's solid.
Okay. All right.
Because down here we have so much water passing through the rivers that it would just eat, and it's all sand, so it would just eat the banks to nothing.
Yeah, big concrete slabs like that would be rough on braid. I ain't gonna lie. That makes total sense to me. So, we're fishing soft bottom. I fish old wood when I'm fishing wood, because the older the wood, the longer it's been there, the more it's established. With everything from plant life and algae and stuff that feeds the bait fish, that feeds the bigger bait fish, that feeds the big fish. So that Ted Ellenbeck whole thing is something that I've been doing for a while.
Yeah, exactly.
You want to hear a funny story? Do you like the Allman Brothers?
Yes, I do. Yes.
You ever hear the song? What's the name of the song? No Way Out.
No way. It sounds familiar. I can't think of it.
It's a real popular song of theirs. It's off of Eat a Peach. It's about a gentleman who's being friendly with somebody's wife, right? He talks about visiting her, right? So when I'm tying snells, that song goes through my head, because the line goes through the front door, goes for a little spin. Somebody comes home, time to leave through the back door. That song goes through my head every time I tie them no-tie snells. So that's just a little bit of insight as to what the kind of the weird things that keep me done. And then do you use snaps, or do you use barrel swivels?
I use barrel swivels on pretty much everything. All my connections and joints are all barrel swivels. The only thing I have snaps on is sinker slides.
Okay. I use swivel snaps on my line. They haven't failed me yet, but I got like the 200-pound ones.
Yeah, I've got really big ones. I don't know. I just don't do it. I don't have a good reason. I just don't do it.
Yeah. That's just what I've grown accustomed to using. And I'm in this habit of, when I buy like gear, I'll buy like a whole big 100 of them. You know what I mean? Get that deal and not have to worry about replenishing the stock. Because that's one thing I hate being is out on the water and not having what I need.
I get down to, 15 or 20 of something, I start getting nervous.
Yeah.
Wanting to get more of them.
I'm trying to see here.
Another trick that I learned for saving money, and I got this from another YouTuber, but I really don't use any kind of glass beads or anything anymore, like to protect my knots on my line.
No.
I go to the parts store, and look, you're an old car guy, you know what this is. I get vacuum hose.
Vacuum hose, you use some of that?
Hose with a bitty hole, and I cut in about a 1-inch section. Hey, you can get 10 foot of vacuum hose for a couple of dollars.
I have a buddy who's a tattoo artist, and they use these little gaskets on these tattoo guns. They're perfect. They're little rubber bumpers, and you can buy them on eBay for real cheap. Yeah. But I use glass beads. I use glass beads because I want the little added rattle, and I do use glow beads too.
Yes, I use the on most of my rigs. I have at least 2 Versa rattles on them.
Okay.
Yes, especially on my bumping rig, I'll put 2, maybe 3. But that added noise, and I can't tell you if it really helps, but it ain't ever hurt nothing. So I'm putting them.
That's true. And if anything of those Versa rattles, if you're running a float or a Demon Dragon, you're adding a little bit of space to them. Because you know what? When I'm using, and I don't know if this is going to make sense, when I'm using Demon Dragons, I like having them closer to the hook just because I want to float that bait. I don't want that bait just hanging, down like this. I'd rather have the bait up a little as high as I want. This way I know exactly where my bait is in the water column.
If you put it halfway up, you ain't doing nothing.
That's the problem. I mean, current will keep it up if you're fishing rivers like you and I do. But I like to know exactly where I'm placing my bait. So if I got my float a foot off the bottom, I want to make sure my bait's a foot off the bottom. I don't know if that makes sense or anything, but that's just how I look at it.
And you see, but that's a thing I have tried. Like I have some of the Xeroscoop blanks that I've tried and made my own Demon Dragons with. I've tried peg floats. I've tried everything. It doesn't matter how many swivels I put or how I tie it. When I throw it in that current, it twists all up.
Yeah. Well, have you tried using these barrel swivels?
Yes, the chain swivels. I've tried.
Do they help?
No,
they don't. Huh?
I don't know what the issue is. The most effective way I can of keeping my bait off the bottom if I need to is running like a 3-way rig.
3-way rig? Okay.
Yeah. A lot of times it's better for me anyway because I'll tie like a 20-pound mono sinker dropper And if I get, not if, but when hung in that matted revetment, I just break that off, and I still got my rig.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's the same reason why I use 50-pound leader and I use 65-pound braid for mainline. Is if I break off, I lose my hook or whatever rattles I have on there. I'm not losing everything. I got the snap swivel. Check, make sure it's not stretched, which it hasn't on me yet, and I go from there. So.
Yep. The only thing with lead being hard to come by like it is, I almost rather lose the hook than the weight.
Yeah, you're not kidding. I have lead. I've lead. I don't lose a lot of lead. I hardly lose any.
I do. I lose a lot of lead.
Yeah. Roger says he uses 80-pound slime line leader, and he says it's easy to tie.
Yep. I used to use the Berkeley big game for leader, but I find that Cast King ties a better knot.
Yeah.
I don't know. It just does for whatever reason.
Are you talking the Cast King leader material or just the regular line they have?
A leader material. I actually use Suffix mono on all my rods.
Okay.
And it's because it's yellow. I like it.
Yeah. Same. That's how I was at Bass. When I was at Bass Pro Shop buying my very first Abu, this was a while ago. My very first new Abu, I should say. There was one of the guys who was on a pro bass tournament. And he's like, I'm like, what kind of line's like the best line? He's like, I use nothing but Suffix 832, and I've never bought anything since.
Look, ever since I've been bumping with it, I like it. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. I'm not gonna put anything else on my bumping rod. I can tell you that because it is. I have tried the new Berkeley Trilene Big Game braid. It's good stuff. It's tough, but it's very rough. And I just have a feeling it's gonna be hard on guys.
You know what I've noticed, even with the Suffix 832, like nothing's ever perfect. No. Is when the line gets, like I'm saying, I got reels that have them on there for 3 years. It seems to lose that coating that really makes it shine. Not shine as in appearance, but shine as in perform. Yeah, I think I'm starting to feel the line get a little rougher. So I know it's time to change that one.
Well, like I said, I break off so much stuff, I never get that chance. I can tell you.
Work through it. And a lot of people they'll run a filler line, a mono on their reels. I don't do that. Just so I got that option to keep cutting off. Yep. Every year I cut off 10 yards or 5 yards off the end of it. Yeah. And see, I always do this when I tie surgeon loops at the top, so this is how I tighten them up.
2 rounds of electrical tape on my spools. Or I put my braid on there. Other than that, rock and roll, it's all braid. That's
exactly what I do. But if you don't, that's cool too. Let's see what's going on in chat here.
Some of those spools are made for that.
Hey, look right here.
Where?
Hey, Corey's here. What's going on, Corey? Corey from the Flighty Daddies. I know Corey's got a new video. I haven't had a chance to check it out yet, but I think he's with DC Metro. I think he's fishing with on that one.
Yep, same thing I noticed. I have it on a big spinning reel right now. And noisy coming in, real noisy.
That took a while, to be honest. That took a while for me to get used to. Is that the noise that braid does make? But
the thing I had to get used to is when I caught my first couple of fish bumping, I had never caught a catfish on braid before. I didn't think I had a catfish. It pulls so different on braid that I didn't know. I wasn't sure that's what I had for a little. I said, "Oh no, this fish is shaking too much. Ain't no way it's a catfish." But it was some big blues. Go figure.
You ever catch any big cats in shallow water?
I caught some in the 25-pound range and some pretty.
That's big. I think they fight a hell of a lot harder in shallow water.
8 downs are much harder. I can tell you.
They are much harder. They make runs. They use. I feel they use the bottom to their advantage. Especially a flathead.
We caught one about a month ago. In fact, I lost it right at the boat, which is why I bought a net finally after a year. Lost about a 25-pounder right at the boat, and I bet you that rod was about an 8 foot of water whenever I caught him, which is extremely shallow for us.
That's a deep hole in the Fox. 8 feet. I'm looking for that all the time.
Man, you would freak out when you would watch my depth finder going through the
I
river.
would be lost when I had that little trip on the Mississippi River with my little boat. It was, like I keep saying, it was overwhelming. But 60 feet of water, I had like this mind weird meld going on. I'm like, there's 60 feet of water below me. First thing that comes to mind is, okay, how do I keep my bait down there with all the resistance on the line? Do I have enough line on my little 6500s for this? It's a totally different game that I really would need to rethink or talk to somebody who spends a lot of time out there, like Lyle or something like that, and get my, not just my gear right, but my mind right on how to go after it, you know?
Yep, there's a certain, I don't want to call it a hole. It's not really a hole. It's in a very, very hard outside end of the Atchafalaya River.
Mm-hmm.
Normal stage, it's right at 140 feet.
Now, how often do you catch fish in that deep a hole?
I have not caught a fish out of it yet because I'm still trying to figure out how to fish it. The current is so fast through there, but the problem is I can't figure out how to suspend and not get my lines all tangled up. So I'm still figuring that one out.
I talked to Mr. Lyle. He was talking about using huge 24-ounce, I think it was, sinkers, just to keep those lines straight down from doing that right there.
16s and I couldn't do it. I may bump through it. Now that I'm comfortable with bumping, I may bump through that hole and see what they got in it.
When you're bumping that hole, are you going all the way to the bottom?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Let's see what's going on in chat here.
But the Atchafalaya River that I normally fish in next to the Mississippi, it's deeper than the Mississippi is.
Yeah, I gotta move. I keep hearing you guys talk about all this stuff, and all I want to do is be in that and try that and get all that stuff. Now, what's Palmetto saying here? I'm guessing that's a message to you.
You'd have thought that'd have been Gator.
I think Palmetto wants to move. I really do. He loves to talk.
He does a better impression of me than what I do myself.
I don't know about that.
He does it than the way I talk, I believe.
Look at this. Lyle mentioned right here, he's got 20 and 24-ounce lead bulbs.
Man, you do what you got to do to get to him.
He ain't messing around. You know, and obviously from our talk, I know that he's just dropping them straight down. Yeah. So it's not like you have to cast them.
He's suspended. I may have to do that. I may have to take 2 of my 16s, put them on, and send it.
I know in the Great Lakes here they use the window weights.
Yeah. Oh, I know exactly.
They use them in the ocean too. So
window weights.
I wonder what they weigh. They're like 5 pounds. Are they 5 to 10 pounds if I'm not mistaken?
They're all different weights. Most of the ones I've seen are a couple of pounds.
Yeah.
Been a long time since I actually had my hands on a window weight. That's old school there.
Justin's throwing 16-ounce sinkers today. Is that on the Ohio, buddy? I know that you guys get rain down there. Is that what I'm thinking?
I've got some that are that big. That's a little nerve-wracking, winding back and just hauling a chunk of lead that big.
Well, that's it. You know, you gotta. That's what I call sending it, right?
Yeah,
But you know, in an ideal situation, fishing from a boat, I'm pretty sure I know Justin fishes from the bank. That he's chucking that weight out there. I'm hoping he's got a broomstick that he's doing that with.
I'll tell you what, if you got one of them reels that you forget to or you accidentally engage the reel about halfway, that rig is gone. You
know, I got a spinning reel that I love, but it's starting to engage itself when I'm casting. I think I need to take it apart and rebuild it, which I have, and it's a Shimano Stratic, and they ain't cheap reels, so I'm kind of afraid to take it apart, but I'm going to try it anyways.
I get they must have thought, because a long time ago I used to fish with them old Shakespeare ATSs, and you didn't have that handle pointing straight down, and you would cast, the weight of the handle would come around and it would engage the reel, and you'd break stuff. Well, I guess for the pins, the ones I have at least, they thought of that, and no matter where you are, it takes one full revolution to self-engage the reel.
Okay, so it's not that manual engage on the ones you use, right?
Yeah. Like I say, it takes a full wind to engage it, so you don't have to worry about it when you cast it.
You know what? I just bought a reel for my future bumping rod setup, and I bought this power handle, which I like a lot. It's from Daiwa, but this power handle was $40, Jeremy, off of eBay. And I'll tell you why I bought it. I could not find a power handle that wasn't an Abu one, right? Because I didn't want to put an Abu one on this not Abu, baitcaster.
I got you.
And I talked to a friend of mine, and he says he's got the reel that they take these off of, the Daiwa they take them off of, and he says it's the best part of this reel, and it's a $300 reel. So I'm like, all right, I'll try it.
There you go.
Let me finish tying this snell, and I'll show you though the thing that I've noticed. Hold on, I might have lost count. I also tie either 11 or 7 twists for good luck, 7 or 11. Maybe I am superstitious. I don't know.
Yeah. I put a loop for every art of fishing hook I have.
Oh, there you go. I never thought about that.
Yeah. If I have an 8, I'll put 8 loops. If I
This just seems the neatest to me. Hopefully I'm tying these good. I should be paying more attention, but they're not giving. I'm pulling on them hard. Another thing I do is I always cut my hands doing this. So if I start bleeding, forgive me.
I cannot fool with fishing stuff without bleeding.
Yeah.
It's inevitable. You just cut yourself and be done with it.
My wife dropped a box of Band-Aids here at my desk somewhere. She's like, here you go. You're always cutting yourself.
Yeah, you're going to need it.
Yeah.
You just watch. I'm going to stick a hook in my hand at some point while I'm fishing.
All right, this is what I wanted to show everybody. This is an Abu power handle, right? On my black Pro Rocket Black Edition, right? Love these things. Love them, love them, love them. It's the same exact size, right?
Yeah.
Now, I don't want to show this other reel. I'm just saying the handle's different, but the actual length of the...
Yeah, it's all the same thing.
They're pretty close. They are all the same thing. And if you look at a double handle paddle, it's the same width. Mm-hmm. And it's so... I guess you just get the powered grip is what they're selling you. Now you see these aftermarket ones that have where they're actually mounted like all the way back here and there's no counterweight.
Yeah, my pins are like that.
Yep, those are the ones that give these problems. Ones with push button engage.
Yeah, mine are like that. Mine has different positions you can mount it, like to change that leverage.
Mm-hmm.
But don't forget about the one without the counterweights. If you reel really, really, really fast, reel will shake and move around on you. It's not as smooth.
Justin uses Big Cat Fever, heavy action. Yeah, those are broomsticks. That'll do it with a Pen 15. That'll handle that. Well, that'll handle that weight as good as anything else, pretty much, without getting into saltwater gear. LG Bass Stratics are awesome. All my bass reels. Well, I use the Stratics for my salmon and my crappie. I use the 1000s for my crappie, and I use a is it a 2500 or 2000? I think it's a 3000 for my big 9.5 foot salmon rod. Hold on a second. Okay, Rob, I can't do this. All right, I'm just looking at some messages. Sorry about that, Jeremy. I want to make sure that if anybody else wants to get on here, shoot me a message.
I'm curious to buy me a little piece of hardened stainless stock.
Get
my own power handle for one of my reels.
There you go.
For a while.
I have you know how I say I got a lot of good friends and a lot of connections.
Mm-hmm.
My real good friend, like one of my oldest friends, he works for a laser cutting company, so he'll cut me whatever I ask him.
There you go.
He'll cut it for me out of titanium if I want. So I'm thinking about a couple of uses for that. It'd be cool to say, yeah, but I have titanium on my fishing reel.
See, I see custom catfish and crappie power handles in your future.
You know, I might take you up on that. I kind of like that idea.
Custom on the handle. Just saying. I'll take a 10% cut if you.
I don't know about all that. I'll send you a couple freebies. Maybe give you a sponsorship. How about that?
Just send me a hat. I'll be good.
That's all right. We'll take care of you. Look at this. I don't know. I got strange J hook. I don't know what this is from, but we ain't going to use this.
To jump on the bandwagon.
I'm sorry?
I need to get on the merch bandwagon one of these days. I haven't done it yet.
You know, I have a budget. I kind of spent this much budget at Chad's store. So next month, I'll pick another one. I got to hit Palmetto's up because I think I messed up when I washed it because I shrunk it. And I told them the size I wanted was probably borderline to begin with. So it was my fault more than anything.
Yeah, we're still in the process of trying to figure out what my logo is going to look like. I don't know. I'm picky. I can't make up my mind. Everything we come up with, I find something wrong with it. So that's why.
So what does Creole mean?
Creole is Creole is what I am.
Okay.
The difference between Creole and Cajun is the Cajun people were based in Nova Scotia, Canada, and in the 1700s, the British kind of ran them out, and they came down to Louisiana as refugees. Well, the Creole people came directly from France.
Okay.
On ships through New Orleans and up the Mississippi River, and settled a little more in the central part of the state. But that's Creole. That's where I got the name from because by definition, that's what I am. I am Creole.
So it's pretty much kind of just like a definition of who you come from, right?
It's my heritage. My heritage is Creole because my family originates from a little town just outside of Bordeaux, France. That's where my people came from in the mid 1700s, and we've been in this same area ever since. We haven't moved very far.
Looks like Kevin had a unfortunate mistake happen. It looks like he went to buy a Catfish Sumo rod.
Not a bad mistake.
And he ends up with a reel. Enjoy it. Here's the funny part. Even if you told them they sent them the wrong stuff, it goes to return it. They'll usually tell you to keep it anyways.
But that they actually did that with me. That's why I have 2 B&M Magnums instead of just one. I ordered one. They sent it to me, but I guess the UPS guy never clicked the button on his machine. And after 2 weeks, they said, well, hey, we got a notice that you never got your package. We're sending you another one. Okay. And they sent me another one.
Jason Blackburn says half his skull is titanium.
Oh, wow. That's not. Wow.
That's cool, but I don't know if that's good, right?
I've been told all my life I got a hard head. I think he might have me beat if that's the case.
Yeah, you ain't kidding.
I said, dude.
So what's your favorite non-Cajun food to cook?
Ooh, I love Italian. I love Italian food. Man, if it's got marinara sauce in it, I like it. And noodles. Oh man.
You ever have there goes my chair again. That happens all the time. Pork ossobuco?
Huh?
Pork ossobuco. That's it's actually a pork knuckle that they cook for like 8 hours in like red sauce. Oh my god, Jeremy. If you like pork, don't you?
Hey, dude,
exactly.
It is. That don't bother me.
Here's a question. What's a Cajun Thanksgiving look like?
Cajun Thanksgiving looks a lot like everybody else's Thanksgiving. We do all the traditional stuff everybody else does. We'll do not a big thing in Louisiana. I don't know outside of here is fried turkeys. Yeah,
we've done that before.
Love a fried turkey. It's the same as everywhere else, except everything's probably seasoned a lot more.
Seasoned a lot more. Yeah, a lot more salt and cayenne and all the spices. Yeah. I'm all for that, man. I love hot stuff.
Yeah. And see, I actually don't like spicy food. Now, spicy and well seasoned is 2 different things.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really don't like hot food. I'll be honest with you. I want to actually taste it.
You like oysters?
No.
I don't either.
Tried them. I bet I've eaten 1,000 of them in my life. I've eaten them raw. I've eaten them fried. I don't care for them. That's one of the very few things I don't eat is oysters. You and me both. I don't know why. It's just something, just like you said, fried or not. It's something when I keep mentions when I was down in Lake Charles, they had me eat one, and when that thing grew in my mouth when I bit into it, I was like, I'm gonna pass. It's a texture thing. I can't, especially a raw one. No, nope. Mike Chavez says he did smoked beef shanks. That sounds pretty good.
Yeah, it's a pork shank in that pork ossobuco. Not just the knuckle. It's actual whole shank. It's whole bucket.
That's good too.
Good stuff. Let's see what's going on here. People are talking tackle. Stan says his wife is Italian.
That's a good thing right there. My wife is the same thing as I am. In fact, she's got the same last name as me. We had to make sure we weren't related.
Oh, really? She had the same last name, but when you guys get met, huh?
Yep. When we met, she has the same last name as me, and she grew up 3 miles from me.
Huh.
Luckily, there is a book written on my family history. We started looking in the book to make sure we weren't related, and we're good. We're in the clear.
Good for you. That's a good thing. I hear JP3 hot Italian sausage, put in a slow cooker, raw, dump sauce and peppers on it. Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
That sounds good, good, good.
One of my little secrets on how I make my rice dressing, which is what we call dirty rice.
Uh-huh.
I'll put my dressing mix, I'll put a little bit of ground pork, and I'll put a little bit of ground Italian sausage in it. It just gives it that little something that makes it different from everybody else's. I love it.
Normally talking to you makes me so hungry, but you know what? I just had think, like I said, I've been eating leftovers and Thanksgiving food for 20 hours. I think I ate something right before I came on. I'm like, we better have something before we do this.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I mean, look, I'll be honest. That's what our people are known for. I mean, that's just one of the things about living around here is our food. I mean, that's why we all look like this.
You know, I know down in Louisiana, and a lot of more nations not just nations, areas, I should say, that, survived poverty and hard times.
Yep.
When you get that abundance, you enjoy it. That's what it is.
That's what it's all about. That's why we party so much.
Amen to that.
Because when, because I'm, reading back through the family history, whenever our people came here in, I don't know, I think it's 1750, something like that. And they came with what they could carry. That was it. That's all they had. And they found some piece of land along the river, settled in, and most of them started farming. That's what they did. I just love to have met the first guy who looked at a crawfish in a ditch and said, "You know what? I'm going to eat that thing."
Man, when you're hungry, you'll eat it.
Look, they're good. They're good, but
you know why I say that? I've said that, I keep saying this, but when I lost a lot of weight, 100 plus pounds, a tomato, the first tomato I had, Jeremy, I've never tasted a tomato like that before in my life.
Really?
I was like on liquid. I put myself on like liquid diets. I was eating all sorts of like plain bland stuff. Yeah. When I first started eating real food after a few weeks, when I got onto this plan, that tomato was ridiculous. I don't know how to explain it. It was the weirdest thing in the world.
I know what you mean.
So I can imagine if you're actually physically starving, anything will look good.
Oh yeah. After a while, if it keeps still for long enough, you'll eat it. And we're kind of still like that now.
Yep. I want to know the guy that looked at that puddle that was in the corner of his little hut or whatever he's living in and said, "That smells kind of funky. Let's drink it," and figured out it was beer. I want to know who did that. That's what the kind of stuff that I ask.
Look, that's right. Look a beehive. Who figured out that you could eat that? Of course, they were probably watching the animals do it.
The same guy that would eat a crayfish or a crawdad for the first time.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah, exactly. Because look, think about it. There's a lot of stuff, especially us. There's a lot of stuff we eat that when you look at it, it doesn't look good. Mm-mm. It doesn't. I mean, a crawfish does not look like food. It's a funny little bug-looking thing.
I don't know. I've eaten enough of them that they do look good to me.
Oh, and now they do.
Even when, you get used to it. You know what's coming, like crabs too.
When they get that little reddish color and the tails curl up.
Mm-hmm.
Look like food.
Good stuff. And I haven't had any real crawfish in a long time. Maybe someday. Maybe when we can like travel a little more. I'm going to do that. It's not the traveling that's the problem. It's being allowed to stay at places. So,
hey, open door, buddy. Come on down.
I like the sound of that. And same up here, open door, man. Let's see what else is going on in in chat.
See, we got a really, really nice hotel and casino right there by the house. Right there close.
Do you like gambling, Jeremy?
Me personally, no. I'll work way too hard for $1 to give.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
For that,
And I never win. I'm not like Betty or D. I don't win anything. Those two, they win all the times.
I'm positive $20 in my casino history, and it's going to stay that way. The one time in my life I ever gambled, I was $20 up, and I cashed out. I said, "Nope, that's it. I'm good." And
I don't mind gambling. I'm not gonna lie. I don't mind gambling, but there's something I'm not good enough at it to be after it, placing bets or whatever. So
not official gambling, not like that. Now, sit around a card table, play a game of Boo-Ray for some money. Now that I've done.
Yeah, I don't mind playing with friends. Nickel and dime poker just for bragging rights. Amen. I'm looking here through the chat. I am listening to you, my friend.
See, Lyle's talking about them mud bugs.
He is. We're talking about calamari. Michael Morello says that too much tomato sets off some health problems with him. I'm not going to put that up there. Not for any other reason than I don't want to put his business up there. So I try, that's one thing. It's a big balancing act being on here. I know people are, in there, they're chatting and stuff. And I like to think that, hey, if they're putting stuff in the chat room and stuff, that it's, up for grabs, it's public, and I know they should think that, but I don't feel like, posting that stuff up or anything.
Hey, I guess there's certain aspects about me that nobody will ever know, because I kind of keep it a little bit separate. I'm pretty open about most everything, but you can't, to me, there's no such thing as 100%. You can't let everybody know everything.
Absolutely. I agree with you 100% too. Oh, man. Look at this. I even started collecting some bumping weights. Look at this. Got me some cannonballs.
I need to get me a mold cannonballs. I don't have one yet.
Do you have access to lead?
Sort of. I have a deal with a couple of tire shops to get some wheel weights.
Nice.
Not a really good source of lead. I'm maybe getting 10, 20% out of it, because you don't see a lot of real lead wheel weights anymore. I have another source that I'm looking at. I just haven't talked to the guy yet to see if he'll let me do it. I'm working on that. There's a guy that has a gun range in the next town over, and I was going to see if he was going to let me go dig in his berm.
Yeah, I know a bunch of guys that do that. And we have those opportunities here, but they're just snapped up so quick, Yeah,
there's not that many people doing that around here. Like I said, I guess I'm lucky that trophy catfishing really isn't a thing around here. I'm one of the very, very, very few people that do it. So when it comes to stuff like that, I can kind of do what I want. There's not much competition for all that.
I know a lot of guys that fish the Fox for big cats, a lot of guys. But it still amazes me when, somebody who doesn't sees one of my pictures on my Facebook or Instagram, like a relative or a neighbor or somebody that lives local, and they're like, "Where did you have to go to get that?" And I tell them it's 10 minutes from the house, and it like blows their mind. They're like, "My kids were just swimming in there." I'm like, first off, your kids shouldn't be swimming in that crappy water. Second off, they're not going to do nothing to you. So
no, it'd have to be a big flathead to do something like that. Crawfish ball, you're looking at early February to middle of May, something like that, depending on how hot it gets. The longer it stays cool, the longer the season lasts.
Really? So what about like in the summer months, if you want to have a big barbecue or something that's not available, or?
They pretty much when the weather gets really hot, they bury themselves down in the mud, and
you can't get them out.
Now you seafood places that have them stocked up. They're frozen.
In the freezers and stuff, frozen, but the fresh ones, the actual season is when it's at. I get it.
Straight out the field.
Because up here in the north, we hear about, crawfish boil this, crawfish boil that, and nobody really understands seasonality of stuff,
Yeah, I mean, you can get it all year, But it's like anything else. It's when the season is there and you're getting them straight out the field. That's the best it's going to get.
Makes sense to me. Let's see what else is going on in the chat here. Stephen Corley is answering to February to the middle of June, maybe.
And usually, like I said, it just depends on how quickly it gets hot. There's some years where it really doesn't get really hot until the middle of June, and the season lasts a lot longer. And they get cheaper and cheaper as the season goes.
Okay. Because there's an overabundance. Everybody's bringing them in. Everybody wants that first batch of them. So.
Oh, yeah. Like if you, like the very beginning of the season, you get $80 to $90 for a 40-pound sack of live crawfish. But towards the end, they're less than $1 a pound.
That's a lot of crawfish. How many people can you feed with a sack?
You'll feed well, it depends on who's sitting at the table. I'll tell you that right now. But you'll go half a dozen, 8 people, pretty easy with a sack. Pretty easy, unless you got a couple of heavyweights that come in there. It just depends.
Let's see what we got here. It looks like Roger is back.
Come here.
Hello.
Look who showed up.
How are you doing?
I'm just wondering how y'all got this dude to talk so much. Because, well, yeah,
That's
I could never tell that he didn't talk this much. You can talk to like Lyle and stuff. We talk. He says, Jeremy can talk.
She knows I
He can
talk a lot.
And talk. I think he can talk to himself and carry a full conversation.
I do sometimes.
That's you, the natural born YouTuber. That's what you're doing. You're talking to yourself. That's hard for me to do. I'm trying to get used to it.
I have an excuse.
That's a scary part.
Lyle says, hello, Laura. Look at this.
He's the one that lets me keep everything.
Yeah, and allow you some stuff.
Yeah, there you go. That's all that counts.
So, Laura, how do you like him fishing? Do you like to go fishing with him? What's going on with that?
I do. I really, really do. It's relaxing. It's enjoying. And he's spoiled me rotten to it. I've been fishing since I was little, but catfishing is new for me, kind of.
Yeah.
He's now hooked, literally.
Well, I'm a little intense. When I tend to dig my heels in a hobby, I'm head first. I don't do anything halfway. If I'm gonna get into something, I'm in it. I live it, I breathe it, and that's it.
Oh yeah. Cost me this.
Lyle says sometimes guys just need expert knowledge. Is that what talking to yourself or a wife like Laura is?
Both.
Lyle. And look at this. JP3 wants him to pour him another one so he can jack his. I need to get my wife down here and go get me another beverage.
The sad part is the other one's right here.
Oh damn. You're prepared. I'm bringing a cooler in here next time I do this is what I'm going to do.
Family friendly.
Smith says, that is what my wife said. YouTube is perfect for me. You never shuts up.
It works out good that way.
Calls him the mayor. You know, my wife, my whole neighborhood calls me the mayor. It's kind of embarrassing. I'm trying to hand it down to this kid who lives across the street and they won't let me. Norm talks fishing 24/7.
Oh, that's it. If I'm not talking about fishing, I'm watching it on YouTube, and fishing's not hard to talk about in my area. Everybody fishes. It's just everybody fishes for other things, but everybody fishes. I mean, you can't find anybody that doesn't. To be honest with you.
Yeah. Hold on a second. I hear somebody in the other room. Hold on. I might get.
Uh-oh.
Look at this. She's watching the show. She heard me ask for a beverage. She's coming to get me one. Look at that.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's love.
Hey,
that is love. I want everybody to like give the stars or thumbs up for Sheila for doing that. That's awesome. Oh, I'm a lucky man.
I'm telling you. Yeah, but hey, you might have drugged it. You better watch.
Yeah, that's okay. Life's been good so far. If she thinks it's time to be done with it, it's time to be done with it. We'll let her make that choice.
There you go.
I haven't paid my life insurance in a while.
Oh,
She don't know that either, so I think I'm safe.
yeah, you're good. You're good. I'm worth more dead than alive.
So I'm drinking.
What is that?
It's Tiski. It's Polish beer.
Okay. Sweet. Okay.
It's like a German groin beer. It's kind of light. It's really like a pilsner. It's like a high octane pilsner. It's like 7 proof, and it tastes pretty light. So.
Yep, I am drinking homemade down the road apple pie moonshine.
Oh, I haven't had apple pie in forever.
Got a kick to it too.
I haven't had apple pie since my motorcycle days.
But that's why my accent's getting a little thicker. I'm losing my inhibitions.
You know what I noticed? Laura's accent isn't as thick as yours.
Really?
I'm toning it down.
Well, she does like me when she's in front of the camera. She unknowingly tones it down. Trust me, she's way thicker than
really. Because I noticed right away that I'm like, wait a minute, she doesn't sound like Jeremy. She sounds like she's from the north.
Picking it up kind of a lot.
Oh, okay.
And it gets pretty thick, and when it does,
yeah. Now it's getting.
There we go. Be yourself on here. That's what we're all about.
How old your dad?
67.
7. He had to be taught English when he was 10 years old. So you know about
my parents. My parents came over here, and my dad was 13 and my mom was 18. They had to learn English once they got here. So.
Yep.
I knew Polish before I knew English. I can read it a little bit. I can understand it better than talk it, but I've been Americanized. I mean, I'm born here, a citizen here, so it is what it is.
My grandparents, I really don't. They would speak English, but they hated it. They didn't speak English unless they had to.
Yeah, I gave Avid some of this Tiski beer, which is another brand. Oh yeah, he's had this, which I'm drinking now. When I was down in the Kaskaskia for the meet and greet, and he liked it a lot. Yeah, it's a groin beer. I think that's
groin beer.
Gronie, not groin as in your groin, but
that's a different kind of beer.
No, it's a it sounds funny, but I think it's an area it's an area that used to be Austria that finally got turned over to Germany, which ended up being part of Poland. Because if you looked at the history of it, it's crazy. Poland really didn't exist for real until after World War II.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's all a hodgepodge there. Roger's back. Or growing that could be very much. You probably know better than I do, Justin. But it's tasty. It's tasty, says. Let's see what's going on here. Moonshine apple pie. Is that made with moonshine?
Yeah, it's basically. It's moonshine. They make some of the alcohol from apples. Just a little bit of it, but they put a big cinnamon stick in it. So basically, it's pure moonshine with the cinnamon.
Oh, that's it. So there's no like apple flavoring or anything in there?
Nah, not really.
So basically, it's brandy. It's moonshine brandy, right? Because brandy's made with fruit, correct?
Yeah. Well, the moonshine part is pure. It's made with corn mash.
Okay.
But it's basically moonshine with a cinnamon stick, and they call it apple pie moonshine. I guess it don't sound as bad.
It's got a little taste. The apple pie I used to have, like I would actually, do the whole cinnamon stick and spice thing, throw it in a bag.
Yeah.
And then like get that whole concoction, I'll cook it up on the stove, and then he'd add the moonshine to it. So
you might be able to. I don't know if you can see the stick.
I do. That is dark. No, is
yeah.
that like so cinnamony it's almost spicy, or no? Is it just got a little bit of hint to it?
A little spice to it.
It does. Mike's Outdoor Adventures just got back from crappie fishing. Very cool.
Oh.
Hopefully you slayed them.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. I'm sacrilege.
Sacrilege, man, I love them little fish. I wish bluegill got bigger because I like bluegill too. I like the fact that you can get at least a big old side of a crappie off a decent one. And even when they're not that big, you got little potato chip size ones, and who can complain with that?
They grow pretty big around here. It's not that big of a deal to catch a 15, 16-inch sacrilege.
It is up here. It's a big deal up here. So I keep them. I try to keep 10 and better, but I've been known to keep 9s when I really want them.
It depends how many in the freezer, huh?
Well, no, I'll eat them up. They hardly ever make the freezer here.
Oh,
Not even kidding. No, I'll if depending on how long I'm out, I'll either fillet them and cook them the same day. That's usually the way it happens.
What?
Or if my mom, or I'll tell my mom I had them, and she'll send my dad out to pick them up. So
Yeah, and remember, I said that on Catfish Weekly that my dad never in his life has filleted a sac-a-lait. I don't care how big they are.
cook them whole. There ain't nothing wrong with that.
He bought a huge 4-inch thick cast iron skillet. I bet it's 18 inches across, just to fry it in big suckers whole, one at a time.
That's the way to do it. As you eat the tails and everything.
Oh yeah, he eats them like potato chips.
Yeah, those perch when we don't get the jumbos, let's say we're hooking into like 8 inches, 9 inches, right? We'll keep them if we can't get any jumbos, just because we didn't drive all the way downtown not to have a fish fry when we come back. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, I said yeah.
Yeah, so we'll scale them, we'll gut them, and we'll cook them whole. We'll bread them, and we'll put like a bunch of hot, like Old Bay even type seasoning on there.
Oh, yeah. Good stuff.
And we'll eat the tails and the fins on those too. It's good.
Yeah, crunchy like potato chips.
Mike says he's got the biggest crappie he's ever seen. Congratulations, 15 is a tank. That's a nice crappie.
It's big. Big.
Very cool, Mike. I'll have to check that video out. I'll be more than happy to look at that sucker.
I hope to do more of that. Like this coming spring and this summer. I mean, we're going to be a catfishing channel for the most part, but I'll be doing a lot more different things. Brim fishing, sac-a-lait fishing. We're gonna go with my dad and make a trip specifically to catch some goo with some live crawfish. We're gonna go noodle fishing for alligator gar. There's a lot of stuff we have in the works that we're gonna be doing.
You know, anybody that thinks that somebody's gonna hog tie themselves to one species of fish,
nope.
You know, that's a true angler. It is mistaken. I have no problem catching other than, catfish and crappie or whatever. It's just the way I am. The way I look at it's my channel. Don't tell me what to do. Right?
Yeah. I mean, I've considered at some point taking Patriot James's advice and adding outdoors, like to the end of my channel name. But
sure.
I don't know. It's like I'm already a little bit established with the name, and let it roll.
It depends what you're looking for too. There's the SEO game. We'll not get real technical, but that has a lot to do with it as far as your name goes and the exposure. But there's other things that have to come first. It's body of work. It's links in and out of your channel. Things like that all carry weight. So the name is important, but it's not the last thing. And there's a lot of channels out there that don't even have fishing in their name, like River Certified, that do very well for themselves.
Yeah,
it takes a little while, and I'm a firm believer that if you establish yourself as a good, a source of whether it's entertainment, fishing information, or even relief from the daily grind, you're gonna do well.
Yeah, and to be honest, when I first started all this, I didn't take it seriously. I never thought it would be a tenth of even the little bit that I have now. Mm-hmm. I never thought I'd get to that. So I'm kind of taking a second look at all this and saying, okay, well, this is actually turning into something. I might need to put a little more thought into it.
Cool. Best of luck to you. The way I look at it is, like any hobby, like fishing. Let's say you start with an ugly stick, right? What's your next step? You're going to get, the catfish rod. You're going to get the whisker seeker rod or tangling with cats, whatever it is. You're going to spend the money on a custom rod. You're going to start getting into abos. I know some guys that are even going as far as getting like Avert reels, stuff like that. It's all, just kind of like growing your interest into it. It doesn't mean that you're looking to be the next sensation, even if you are. That's the way I'm treating it. Yeah. So kind of get more technical about it.
I'm determined that, I'm going to do things my way, our family's way, the way we do it. And if I gain a massive following because of it, so be it.
Yep.
If I don't, but I'm not gonna do something or be something I'm not to get subs or to get you. No, that ain't what it's about.
Exactly. And yeah, that's another thing that, I talk to a lot of other YouTubers about is, there's an audience for everybody out there. Why be something you're not? It's hard to keep up, that lie or that.
Wow. We're unique enough as it is. Why be?
Exactly. All right. Avid has a question. What's the limit on yellow perch? On Lake Michigan, they're 15. There's no size limit, but it is 15 at the lakefront. Other waters, I'm not quite sure. You know how Illinois is a lot of waters are lake specific. So, Justin says he's never cooked them whole. The little ones, they're just easier to cook whole. The meat falls off the bone a lot easier. It's pretty easy too. JP3 says he still likes trout fishing. I enjoy trout fishing a lot. I went and I limited out once this year. Usually I do a lot more trout fishing, just because it's easy, it's fun. It's a social activity up here. Everybody calls it combat fishing. But look at us. We've been shooting the bull here for a while.
For 2 hours now. Yeah.
Only thing that could make this better is if we had lines in the water, right?
Oh, I know, right?
Amen.
Stuff in my front. I might have it in there.
There you go. Let's see. Kev, I thought about a name change. Norm says he thought about a name change. Everyone calls me Norm, not Catfish Headhunters. It could be Norm's Outdoors, something like that. You got a following, though. It'd be kind of hard to
in the
change
chat.
it.
Seem to be, very informal. Most of us go by first names.
Yeah, well, we do in chat usually, so everybody calls me Mark. I'm trying to keep up with everybody's names. I'm getting better with it as time goes on. Catfish with Odad. I hear gar tastes like gator. Is that true?
Alligator gar has a very similar taste to gator. The texture is very similar. Alligator gar tastes a little more like fish than alligator does, but the texture of the meat and all that is very similar.
I've had alligator a long time ago at one of them cowboy bars back in the day. They serve it up, and it tasted almost crab-like. So I don't know. Kind of had that. Well, maybe it was more the fact that they served it with cocktail sauce and it had the same firm consistency.
But real alligator, it is true. It really does taste a lot like chicken.
Okay.
It's not far from chicken at all. In fact, to this day, my son eats fried alligator and he doesn't know it because the only thing he eats is chicken.
Chicken.
Anything else, but he's eating plenty of fried alligator and he don't know it. He can't tell the difference.
Now, do you just serve him the tail, or do you go beyond that?
There are places that do use everything, but the tail is your biggest part of the meat, and in my opinion, the best. But when you buy alligator meat, yeah, you can get more than just the tail. Usually, they kind of mix it up. Cool.
Look at us, Jeremy. We got 34 people in the room still on a Friday night on a holiday weekend, man. We must be doing something right.
They ain't got nothing to do. One of the
we're being ourselves. That's what brings people in, keeps them. Team Reeling in the Blues. Hey, what's going on, Mr. Manning? How are you, sir? Welcome to the show. I'm waiting on that video of your boat walkthrough. That's going to be so cool to see. Have you seen Jeff's boat?
No, I haven't seen it.
I think, I might be wrong here. It's like 22, 24 feet. He built most of it. He bought one, rebuilt it all himself, and he put like a big pilot house in there. That man gets to surf, or gets to fish in like rain and cold. He's got a heater in there, the whole setup. So,
see, I have to avoid watching other people build their boats because it's going to make me want to do stuff to mine. I don't. It's a bad influence.
It's not always a bad thing, though. That's part of the hobby, right?
It gives you different ideas. If you're looking to do something, you start watching everybody's videos of what they done of theirs, and you might see something you like, oh, look, yeah, I want to do that.
It's like watching review videos too makes you want to buy stuff.
Yeah, because those split rod racks that I built on the back of mine that come from fishing and stuff. He built some for a boat, and when I saw that, I said, "Oh, that's the ones I want to build."
Yeah, Keith has some cool stuff on his channel. No wonder he's blown up so big. He does a great job in explaining. He's entertaining, and I've kind of talked to him on the side, whether it's in chat or whatever. And he's a little shy, but he's good people, and he's very supportive of all the stuff that I've had questions to him about. I try not to message him too much, but maybe I should again. So.
But it does is on a budget, though. That to me, that's the most appealing thing. There's guys out there that build custom stuff, but they do it, and it costs more than to go buy it. The way Keith does it, he shows you how to do stuff with little or nothing. That, to me, that's the appeal of his channel.
Mm-hmm. All right, there's a question here. Alligator gars on his bucket list. Yeah, that would be cool. I've never caught one too, Justin. I mean, I had a shoe pick on my bucket list, which I got this year, and it's not that big a deal to catch, but it's something I never caught. So I imagine a gar would be the same thing for me, right? Let's see.
We got some monster alligator gar down here. It's not that big of a deal to catch one over 200 pounds.
Really? Are they bigger than in Texas or bigger by you?
I think it would be about even.
About even? Okay.
I bet it's about even. I see pictures of real big ones over there, and I see pictures of real big ones over here.
JP3, it's right here.
Oh.
That's the new reel. I am not going to show you guys what it is.
Secrets, man. Come on.
Let's see what we got here. And Justin's talking about the boat good stuff. Anybody want to come on here, message me on Facebook? I wanted to message Ryan while he was here.
Join the party.
But I think he took off, and I don't have my Instagram up. I know Lyle and the gang are taking breaks, I think, for the evening. So anybody else want to come on here, let me know. I got a bunch of messages. I bet you I'm missing somebody here.
There's probably somebody mad at you because you missed them.
So what do you got planned for your channel?
Well, to be honest, I've kind of already exceeded the expectations of my channel. I kind of did. This has already grown way faster and bigger than I ever thought it was going to be.
Uh-huh.
But, between me, Laura, my dad, my brother, all of us talking, basically I want to do the full gamut of everything we did growing up. I still want the catfishing to be the highlight, but I want to do the sac-a-lait fishing. I want to do the goose stuff. I want to go run noodles for alligator gar. I want to, all this stuff that we all did growing up. That's kind of what I want to make it into.
I think that's a great idea.
I want to give somebody the full tour of what we do and what Louisiana is.
I guarantee you're going to have a bunch of people thrilled and wanting to come down and do all that stuff, if not with you on their own. So,
too.
Let's see.
Not, there's not a lot of people who do all this stuff that that we're trying to do. I'm going to use the skipjack as an example.
Mm-hmm.
Up where Chad and all of y'all live, they sell them for what, $5 a piece?
They don't sell them by me. We don't have them. We don't use them.
But you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
You go down the Ohio River and all that area, that's like gold. Over here, they get sold at the same price as regular shad for crawfish bait. Nobody cares about that around here. So when I go and I catch some, they look at me like I'm crazy. Like, what you keeping these for? Like, y'all don't worry about it. Don't worry about what I'm keeping them.
You use shad for bait too, or just slicker?
But I don't do that good on shad.
No.
I don't know if I've ever caught a good fish on just cut shad. The only time I'll catch good fish on shad if I cut a flapper rig with them.
Okay.
Eat a lot. Most, if not all, of my good fish come on slicker. And
Brandon is saying that skipjack is gold on the Ohio close to the river.
What we call them.
So how are you catching them? You just using crappie jigs, or are you using Foley spoons? What's going on?
Same thing as everybody else. I'll tie like my own little sabiki rig. I personally love, and thanks to Chris Souders, turned me on to those little shiny hiney jigs that they sell at Walmart.
Okay, I haven't seen those, but I've heard them. I've heard the name
for those things. I'll tie me a few of those, and I have caught them on a sabiki rig with a popping cork. I've caught them like that too when they hitting on top.
Now, can you use a full-blown sabiki rigs down by you? All 6 hooks? You can?
All the hooks I want.
They sell them at a bait shop, but you can't have more than 2 hooks on a line unless it's a trout line. I don't know why they do that.
All the rods. The only restrictions that I have to follow, I can't have more than an 8-foot cast net, and I cannot keep any game fish that I catch in a cast net. If I can use everything for bait, but I have to catch it legally to use it for bait. Pretty much the only restrictions I've got. Other than that, it's a free-for-all.
Yep, we have to catch everything. Hi, Betty. Betty just walked in the room. I'm going to go through and see if we missed anybody. Brandon Enox, hello. Fish and Coco, Mike Chavez. think I said hello to you. Mike's Outdoor Adventures, saw you come in. Thank you. Stephen Crowley, we've talked, but I want to say hello. Muskrat's back in the room. We're still at 34 people watching. I think people are still watching, and they're just kind of kicking back and checking us out, Jeremy, which is kind of cool.
This is a shoot the bull session.
I guess. Look at this. Chad Fields told me that Dockery has a shiny hiney.
I don't want to know how he knows that either. Nope. Don't want to know. That's a different subject. That's a different show.
Stan's phone died. Stan, use one of those battery packs that you're always talking about. You can get that hooked up. You'll be fine. Uncle Josh in the house. What's going on, Uncle Josh? I've been watching Uncle Josh posted a video where he was making some knives, or I think was it even live? I don't recall, but it was on Facebook. That was kind of cool to see him grinding away.
But I really don't do much. I don't do much different than what everybody else does that you see on YouTube. In fact, really, I learned how to catch slicker from YouTube. I didn't know what that was. I didn't know what a skipjack was until a year and a half ago.
I learned a lot from YouTube, just like everybody else. I ain't going to lie. People kind of look down on it, but, a resource is a resource, whether it's, back in the day, encyclopedias or YouTube or Wikipedia or books. I have a lot of books. I got like almost a whole collection. Are you familiar with the Firefox series? Firefox is, I have the whole series almost the whole series of the Firefox books, which is a reference from everything from like fishing, hunting, homesteading, growing, brewing alcohol, trading pigs and chickens, just stuff that I want to learn how to do. So any resource I can get, I like to look into and absorb.
And that's kind of, one of the other messages that I want my channel to get across is I'm not doing anything special that anybody else is doing. I am the product of these other guys' YouTube channels.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I learned how to trophy catfish. I didn't know there was a such thing as trophy catfishing.
Neither did I. I had no clue.
So most of what I'm doing, I learned from YouTube.
Yep.
So it's not like I'm doing something that nobody else can do. I watch the videos. I learn from it. I modified a few things from my area, but I'm not doing anything harder than nobody else is doing. I'm not. And if I can do it, by God, anybody else can.
Hold on. I just got a message from somebody that wants to come on the show here. Which is kind of cool, because if he does, you can chat with him for a little bit. Jeremy, I might have to take a pee break here in a minute.
Nothing wrong with that.
Message sent, Justin.
Oh,
I haven't seen or heard from Justin in a while. Hopefully he's got little Gabby with her. She's such a sweetheart. You ever see some of his videos fishing with her?
Oh, yeah. Definitely.
She's a sweetheart. Another one of them. All right. Flat Rock Flatheads. Welcome. I just saw him walk in. I put the group up there. Northwest Indiana. Let's see who else we got. Avid's still in here saying hello. Uncle Josh I said hello to. Cooking with Odad. Foley Spoons. Tim message.
Yeah. Yes, I have actually caught more sackling on a Foley spoon than I have slicker. I haven't caught many on those Foley spoons. I'm with you on that one.
I want to try a Foley spoon for other. I actually want to try them trolling for crappie. I think they would work.
I can tell you now, the ones down here like them.
Tim wants to come on too. Looks like we got a party going on.
Fixing to have a party.
Tim Bischoff.
And a bunch of white bass, too. I've caught so many, we call them barfish, but I've caught so many white bass on Foley spoons, it's ridiculous.
All right, Kentucky Bourbon. Tim, I sent you one. Justin, come on. We'll get you on here. We'll chat up a little bit. I hope everybody's having fun tonight. If you are, if you haven't, hit the like button. We're still at 34 people. This is crazy. I'm having a good time tonight. I told the gang that I chat with online that I was kind of amped up today. I was looking forward to having a good time with whoever came on. I could have talked to myself, but I'm grateful you're here, Jeremy. We always have fun talking to you, buddy.
Hey, I love you, brother. Ain't nothing better.
Mm-hmm. Oh, look at this. There's already messages waiting for Justin. He isn't even on here yet. Justin got a monster flathead, if I remember right.
Had a monster that he lost.
I guess he must have lost another one today.
Ooh.
That would be rough. I know he's had like a 70 in the past. I know he had a monster one that made me kind of, when I saw it, I was like, there he is, Justin. What's up, my friend? Look at this. He's even got the hat. What's going on, buddy?
I've been wearing it all day. Me and Roger both had your hat on today.
Did you fish with Roger today?
Yeah, me and Roger went out on Ohio and Canal River today.
And he said you lost like a 70-pounder. That would suck. That would so suck.
Whatever it was huge. Folded the rod. I had it on for about 20, 30 seconds. And we were fishing where they had blowed up a old dam, so all the rubble was down there. And when it took off, had it folded, I was like, "Oh yeah, here it is!" And all of a sudden, it just went. The line went limp. And when I reeled it in, it was cut smooth.
Well, you've caught one that big before, right?
Oh yeah.
What's your PB? It's like huge, right?
My PB is 70 to 74 pound flathead. We didn't have an official scale that would weigh it back then, but the closest thing I had to weigh it back then was my son. My son weighed 74 pounds, and him and the fish weighed close to the same.
There you go. That's close enough.
That's crazy. That's a big fish. Hey, Tim, what's going on? Kentucky Bourbon.
What's up, Tim? What's up, Creel?
What's up? Hey, can you guys chat amongst yourselves? I got to use the bathroom. I've been doing this for 2.5 hours almost.
Yeah, that Polish beer make you pee a lot, huh?
It will. I'm gonna get another one while I'm away too. So, all right, guys, hang in there. I'll be back in a second.
That's why I stick to this. See, it's not really as bad that way.
Yeah, that one I laid in today. It was the only takedown we had all day long.
Man,
and it had to cut me off.
But at least you didn't get to see it. Because me personally, I lost a few big ones. I feel a little better when I didn't even get to see it, because I can maybe lie to myself and say, well, maybe he wasn't that big, or maybe it was a big garfish, or I can lie to myself at least.
Well, the way I look at it is, if I'd have got to see it, I'd have been more heartbroken than I was. I'm just glad I didn't throw the rod and reel in the water.
Yeah. Oh, look, I've had it happen, and that's what led me to some of the gear that I use now. Is when I first started doing this, I wasn't using anything that was big enough, but I didn't know that until we started hooking up to some of these really big fish, and I wasn't ready to catch them, and I paid for it a few times. We had one break a rod holder clean off the boat. I'll never know how big he was.
Necessity is the invention of motherhood is the necessity of invention. If everything goes wrong, you got to fix it. Now nobody will be able to understand anything we're saying between two of us now, will they?
Yeah, yeah, it's the truth. I mean, as we tear stuff up, we would replace, but with better stuff.
See if this works.
That's all we would do. Because I started out using
there we go
in Berkeley big game rods, and after a while, look, they're great rods, but when you pull in 60-pound fish in 4-mile-an-hour current, it ain't enough. So we had to upgrade. Way to go.
It's not going to work. It'll work for a little while, but it's not going to continue working under those stress factors. It's not made and designed for that.
Yeah, we didn't expect to catch fish that big. We really didn't. We started pulling in big fish time like, man, we're bringing knives to a gunfight here. We need to do something. That's not a bad excuse. It's like when you're not using big enough tackle, that's a good sign. It means you're catching good fish.
Oh my goodness!
But y'all about done with the beans?
We finished up about a week and a half ago. Okay. We finished up corn and beans both a week and a half ago. We wrapped everything up, and that's why I went and got me a boat.
Congratulations again on that boat. That thing is sweet. I like those trackers. They're nice stuff.
I have a good fear of low-sided boats. I've been in enough rough water from the Ohio River to Willow Lake in Alabama to Sandy Cooper down there in Palmetto's area that I've been scared enough times. I like a high side that I ain't going over easy.
Well, Mark, look, if you don't mind, something just came up. I got to make a phone call real quick. I'm out of here.
Jeremy,
y'all have a good night. I appreciate you having me on.
thank you for spending the time with us. I appreciate it, Jeremy. Sorry I left you hanging there for a minute. Hopefully everything's okay.
No.
God bless, and we'll talk soon, my friend.
Everything worked right. I'm hoping to plan a trip to come down and see you.
Hey, I'm here. I'm not hard to find. I'm the ugliest.
I want to experience a true crawfish boil.
Here you go. Nope. Hey, just look me up when you're ready.
Will do, bro.
Have a great night, man. Hopefully your Thanksgiving weekend's awesome. So it's nice to see you guys. I haven't seen you in a while, Justin. You want to fill us in or not? That's up to you. There's Gabby. I was waiting for her. How you doing, Blue Catfish Slayer?
Yeah.
How big was that huge one you caught when you were out there with Jim?
45.
That thing was a beast, man. You know, I've never caught a blue catfish, so you got me beat.
She got me beat. My personal best of 41.
Wow, that's crazy. There's some big fish. You know, I had a chance to go this weekend either down to Lake Springfield chasing blues. I don't know if you watch River Certified, but he was actually in the exact same spot I'm going to fish. Spencer, or go to I got an invite to go fish with another YouTuber, and hopefully that'll happen. Go chase the Monster Channel. So I'm looking to beat my 14-pound PB. I'd like to get a 30. That'd be cool, but I don't know. We'll see what happens. I want to beat Lyle. I want to get a 30-pound plus. I think his was like 29, almost 30.
Oh, I've done good here in Ohio, though. My PB channel is 21 pounds.
That's a big fish, man. They're fun to catch, too. I'm bringing my ice rods, too. I might have one of them hanging off the side, suspended bait, see if we can get a big old 20 on that. That would be fun.
That would be
my biggest channel went about 15 and a half out of central Indiana, there near Indianapolis.
That's a good fish. Where were you fishing in Indianapolis?
Geist Reservoir, right there in the city.
Okay, I'm a little familiar with that area. Not so much, but I know where that's at. Even Muskrat says that you got her beat, Gabby. Muskrat says his biggest one's a 43.
Yeah, that was a blast because we got down there and we were actually started bait fishing, and about 2 or 3 minutes into bait fishing, I was like, heck with it, I'm gonna throw a cat pole out because Jim pulled a 40 or 64 pound out of there.
Really?
So I was like, heck with it, I'm gonna throw a cat pole out. So I cut a piece of shad, hooked it, throwed it out there, set the pole down, I turned the clicker on, set the pole down, walked 30 yards up to the truck, and by the time I got to the back of the truck, Gabby was yelling, "Dad, clicker!"
Get it.
Reeled down on it, and I was like, "Oh, fish on!" She come over and said, "It's my fish." I said, "Okay." Handed her the pole, and she reeled it in.
That was a cool video to see. See that thing like draped across her, almost covering her whole self. That was pretty
cool. Yeah.
If you haven't seen that video, Tim, you got to go back and check it out. Justin's fishing fetish, and look at Gabby's big fish. Are you so proud of yourself?
Kentucky Catman's Outdoor Adventures.
Is it on? Yeah, it's on Not Cody's channel. You know, that video was pointed at me because I was doing a live feed, and I just saw Kentucky cat. I thought it was Kentucky Catfishing. I thought it was Cody's channel, and I wear my glasses, and the sun was shining, so I really couldn't read the screen. He got kind of upset at me, but I think we're all good. I think we've got that all straightened out. So,
Roger says hi.
Hi, Roger.
There you go, Gabby. Let's see what else is going on. So, what are your plans for the boat, Tim?
Well, I got a 10 over ordered this week. I got a Solex ordered for it. Basically, those are the main big ticket items I've got to replace on it to upgrade, and it's going to be pretty much ready to go from there. And then it'll be time to start chasing cats. Heading down
What are you gonna do for rod racks on that bad boy?
I'm gonna be
Monsters. I'm gonna use the corner. Yeah, I'm gonna use the corner tees in the back. And then the nice thing about that tracker, it's got the rail system down the side. So, you know,
perfect.
you clip them little adapters on the side, put that mount on the rod holder, and it's ready to go.
You know what? Rod holder mounts I really like. What is it? The fish bite ones. Nothing against the monster rod mounts, the monster rod holders or whatever. But I've used the actual mounts, the plates, because they all come with like backing plates. They even have nice ones that'll go on those rails for you. So you might want to check them out.
Yeah, the fish bite rod holders are real nice.
Yeah, I like
really
them too.
like them. That's what I'm going to go with.
I like them too. You know, I run Drift Masters on mine now. I have two monster rod holders, which I like. I like to try the fish bites. Those are all good. So my next boat, I'm gonna have, which is a while off. I'm gonna have to make that decision on which one to use. So good stuff.
Well, I've been chasing the big cats for over 15 years, even though I keep out of sight most of the time until I started doing this stuff. I mean, I've tried a lot of different ones, and my best luck has always come with the monsters. So if I got to promote one in any such way, I've got to go with them just because of what I've seen personally and what I've experienced. But
go with what you know that hasn't let you down. Go with what you know that hasn't let you down. Right? That's the way I
ain't taking none of the way of monster rod holders. I use them all day today, and they're really nice. But I like how compact the fish bites are. It just seems like they'd be a little bit easier getting your rods in and out of.
Yeah, you know, and in Monsters, they have the smaller profiles too. I forget what they are, the 033s maybe. I'm not quite sure. But they have a model that's kind of like that too. James Dockery saying hello, Gabby.
You better read. You're supposed to be reading the comments there and not watching TV.
Shut up.
Ouch.
And that's something you got to consider too, the size of your rod with a rod holder. Some rod holders just want to accommodate some rods too.
Yeah.
You know.
Wildman 307 Outdoors, thanks for stopping in, my friend. Welcome to the channel. Let's see what else is going on. We got everybody chanting good.
Hi, James Dockery.
There you go. There she is. When are you going live next, Tim?
Well, I tried to do it down in Alabama on Willow Lake this past weekend, and I just could not get a good enough signal. I've got a bunch of vids, and I need to sit down and learn this video editing stuff, and get some of that posted. And I'm not the most technology quick fellow on the planet either, I guess, and it's taken me a little while to get used to all that. But we went down there and we did pretty good. Me and my partner both put a 42 in the boat. I had a 39. He had a 37. We had a 33, 28, I think it was. A few in the lower 20s, and a whole lot of teams we just lost count while we were down there. And the skipjack fishing was on. We come back with 180 skipjack to vacuum seal them.
Yeah. Now, were you able to salt brine them in the coolers and bring them back frozen?
JP3 said, Gabby.
Well, we kept them so cold we didn't even have to bother with salt brining them.
You should be the one talking.
I mean, we went left out of here Friday night, started 3 a.m. Saturday morning, got down there, started fishing, and we were headed back by 6 o'clock Sunday night. I mean, we wasn't down there long at all. And we had a squall blow up on us while we were down there Sunday night, just as we were getting ready to leave. And it was a bit hairy coming across that lake down there. That lake got 3-4 foot whitecaps on it real fast when it wasn't calling for more than 6 mile-an-hour winds. And my buddy's boat's a Sea Ark, so it's got them low sides. So needless to say, it was a little bit white knuckle getting it back across there.
Yeah, but on the calm days, though, I bet you it was a good boat to fish off of, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's great on the calm days. I mean, I have no trouble with the Sea Ark. I have no trouble with any low-sided boat on a nice day, but that weather starts acting iffy, then I start getting a little anxious. Too many experiences.
Yeah, like Roger, I don't know if you were with Roger on his boat today, Justin?
Yeah, me and Roger went out today. We hit
you guys
the,
are on the Muskrat. I like that boat. I like those high sides on that boat, definitely. He's got his reasons for having that, but I don't care who you are, whether you need that or not. It's always a nice thing to have those high sides on those boats. So,
those high sides are nice, but when you try to wash your hands, You about go over. A couple times I damn near went in the water.
Well, a lot of these boats come with the actual hoses that are done, so that solves that problem. You just get one of them pumps on there, and you're good to go. That's what I'm hoping to get, one of those washout hoses on the one, so
Need to
we'll
get
be good
one.
there.
That'd be nice.
You
My little
can
short,
set them up.
stubby arms are trouble.
You can set them up. I believe you can tee them in with the live well. So you just switch it over real quick, turn a valve, and you can use that same pump. So that might be something for you to look into, Roger. I know you're pretty handy with rebuilding those boats. If you guys haven't seen Roger's boat video, that's an awesome video how he went and rebuilt his
Oh, that
boat.
boat's laid out great. It's awesome.
Yep, he did good. How do you know what? I keep talking to him about those Millennium seats. How did you get a chance to use them while you were in there?
I don't know if that's why I was sitting in or not.
The mesh backed ones?
Yeah. That's
How'd you like
comfortable too.
That's what everybody says. They don't look like they would be, but they usually are. I mean, my chair here in my office is one of the mesh ones, and it's the most comfortable one I got, so I can't see why it wouldn't be the same in
was actually
boat.
really comfortable, but I rarely sit down when I'm on the boat. You can ask Roger that. I'm up there on the boat, casting, skipjack rigs, everything. The only thing we caught today, I caught two little hybrid stripers, which that's what we use for bait.
How big were the stripers?
Oh, they were 10, 11 inch.
Oh,
good bait size.
Good bait. That's an eating size, actually. I've never eaten stripers, so I don't know. Are they bony? How do they taste compared to like walleye or crappie?
Oh, no, they're excellent. I actually got a video on filleting them.
Okay, we'll check that out.
Me and Gabby took a trip down the Greenup Dam, and I caught my biggest striper. It was pushing close to 10 pounds. I mean, it was a nice size striper, and I mean, we brought home a boatload of them and filleted them up. As long as you get rid of the red meat and all that, they cook up white, flaky, and they're almost as good as crappie.
Good enough for me, man. Crappie are so good, almost good enough.
A lot more, so you got like a big, thick flake. I mean, it's really good.
Yeah. All right, guys. So let me ask you this. You guys have been in chat most of the night. So how are you guys liking the show? You guys enjoy this kind of format or what?
Oh, yes, sir.
You do? You think we're being entertaining here? I know it's easy to be entertaining when you got Jeremy Dufour on here. He's a heck of a guy, heck of an angler. He's good at what he does. So I'm always happy when Jeremy comes on.
No. Creole goes to them pay ponds. That's how he catches all them fish and wins the damn tournament.
You hear that, Creole? You might have another call out coming out. I think Creole is going to be the biggest one to get called out on this channel. So, speaking of call outs,
we were asking about that since day one.
Speaking of call outs, I've still got some room for call outs. We're trying to make the Betty and Dockery call out happen. Scheduling is getting hard. Also with the 1 Ton Gang, they had contacted me about a call out. It looks like they're fishing on Stan's channel with LG Bass, who's a great supporter of the channel. The 1 Ton Crew and Stan are all fishing together in Stan 3 on Sunday. Check out that live feed. That would have been a cool call out to be done. Oh, wait. Creole's back on. Welcome back.
There he is.
I was sitting down and I thought I heard. Did I hear Pay Lake or something? Or
Mr. Paypon.
That's what K and B kept telling me, that I was fishing at a hat trick for the tournament.
When Dockery went against me, he was fishing in a bucket. You know that, right?
Yeah, because it was made out the bucket.
Dockery was cheating too. He followed Creole and went to a pay pond so he could just yank him out left and right and smack the roof of the house he was fishing out of.
Hey, look at Roger. What Roger just said. Is Chad even going to step up?
Oh.
I can have up to 11 people on this live stream thanks to the cool supporters here. And allow me to have the paid version. So, you guys can always message me on Facebook, and I'll give you the link if you want to answer to these questions here.
Come on, Chad. Come on, Roger. Come on in.
It might be a while before Hagen and I do our little thing. So I ain't got much going on. Just saying. Except this weekend it's raining.
Now you ain't gonna melt now, are you?
I just wish I was in a fishery as good as you got, Creole.
I ain't got nothing to worry about. No. I just don't like fishing in the rain. I'll be honest with you. That river gets too sketchy in bad weather. I've been caught a few times. No, not something I want to repeat.
Yeah, I know what you mean. That's why I went with the high-sided boat.
And mine is, for what it is, that Big John boat, it's got really a high size. But, man, them high winds, waves start picking up on that river. Man, that thing, it gets a little wild.
So how high? Take a guess at how high those sides are on that John boat of yours.
On mine?
Yeah, Jeremy. How high?
22 inches.
22 inches? Yeah, that's a good sized boat.
Yeah.
Mine isn't. Mine. If I'm lucky, they're 22 inches. But I got a little boat, so
I think Roger, the muskrat's like 64 inches because you got to lean over that and damn near fall in the water to wash your hands.
Yeah. Mine really, it acts like it has taller sides because I had those big beaver tails on the back. I've got those big sponson pods.
The sponson pods, those are awesome.
My boat only sinks 10 inches in the water.
Yeah, Roger was talking about wanting to get pods for his boat today, and I said, no.
You don't need them.
He said, why? I said, because I couldn't reach the water and wash my damn hands.
Does his boat squat in the back, though? That could be why he wants it.
Yeah, in the back it squats a little bit.
Those sponsors are good for helping you get out of the hole, too. You know what I mean? And if he's – I don't know if he does any shallow water fishing or he needs to get into some skinny water. That definitely doesn't hurt. So
on my
I think
boat,
it's just the way the boat's made, the way the transom and everything is in the back. Water can come up over the back of it.
Yeah.
But it don't really get into the hull. It just washes up over the back the way it's made. So if you get that up out of the water a little more, it will actually increase its speed and get the lower unit right where it should be.
Not just that, it also gives you more weight capacity. You can add that extra person. You can add that bigger cooler. You know what I mean?
I don't think you can weigh that boat down enough to sink it.
Really? Well, it is. Well, how big is that boat? It's like 20-something feet, ain't it?
I think it's a 22 or 23 footer.
Yeah. That's a big boat.
It's like the ultimate boat. If I had the choice of a boat to get, it would be one exactly like that.
It's like an 80s Sullivan, isn't it? I believe. Something
like that, yeah.
Hey, Mud Tramp, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today, dear? That's Becca, if everybody doesn't know. Let's see.
Becca.
A lot of people know Becca. She's in here quite a bit. Let's see if we got any new people.
But Mark, the nice thing about the millennial seats is you don't get that wet backside with them. They dry out fast in wet conditions.
Yeah, to keep you cool in the summer too. You get that air flowing back there. I can't see how that would be a bad thing.
That seat was actually really comfortable. When I did sit down, it wasn't too bad.
Yep.
Yeah. A while back, I have two on some. Replaced my cushion from my center console with a millennial seat. I have like a captain's chair with it now. Man, best thing I ever did.
I was thinking about in my next boat of getting a double setup for the front. That's one of the things I want to be able to have two people fishing live scope for crappie off the front.
Yeah.
So that's one of the things that I'm looking for. And I've been looking at those Lumacrafts by recommendations from Lyle, and they're real nice. But like I said, that's a little ways off.
Hey, I'll be back in a second. The dog started barking. I go see if there's a crackhead out there and need to shoot.
Hey, Jay's catfishing in the house. How you doing, my friend? I haven't seen. Well, actually, I'm seeing you starting to pop up on some of these live chats. Thanks for stopping in. I appreciate it. Real quick, if you guys are in the chat and you haven't hit the like or the thumbs up, I'd appreciate it. Right, Gabby? We want them to hit the thumbs up, right?
Hit the thumb. Hold on.
I'm holding.
Hit the thumbs up and subscribe.
You're awesome. Thank you so much. Wonderful, wonderful. It's easy when you got like people like you guys on here for me to do my job. You guys have no idea how grateful I am for you guys. Let's see. An 83 Sullivan is what Roger says his boat. I knew it was a Sullivan. I knew it was a mid 80s. It's a heck of a boat, and he did a good job rebuilding it. So, so who else is going fishing this weekend? I know you were saying the weather might not be working well for you. How about you, Tim?
We got a serious drop in temperature and cold front coming in here Saturday. I imagine y'all be hitting it fast up that way, probably. They're talking about snow on us come Monday. That'll be our first snow if it does.
What kind of temperature
down
are you
in the 20s at night. 26, 27 cold. They're talking about. Bottom falling out basically for us. Today's high was up in the higher 50s, so it's going to be a major change. It'd probably be pointless to try to do too much this weekend. I might hit the pond or the creek here on the farm, but I ain't heading out nowhere.
Like I said, I might be heading up north, but I'm kind of used to a little bit of colder weather. Had a talk with Robert from Missouri Creek Fishing earlier today, talking about cold weather fishing. And if my hands get cold, I'm done. You know, that's the thing. So good set of gloves. I got boots that are good down to 140 degrees below zero. So I'm covered on the foot department.
My hands and feet.
Hands and feet are
get cold, I'm done. Well, I'm diabetic.
Well, I got a lot of metal in my knees. I've had both knees replaced when I was 46. I got a metal plate in my upper neck. Me and cold weather don't get along too well. That's why I like the South real well.
Yeah. So can I ask you a quick question? Does that metal plate get cold when the wind blows? Can you feel that cold?
You can feel it. Yeah, it gets penetrating. When that cold gets that penetrating wind to it, you can feel it all the way down into your bones where that metal is. I can anyway.
Cool. We got Stan coming on here. Let's see what Stan has to say. Hello, Stan. What's going on? Did you get a haircut?
Hey.
What's up, brother?
Yeah, I got the ears. Got the ears lowered quite a bit there.
Tight. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. That's what I've had that since the 80s.
All right. Hey, I wanted to give
I like the clear, smooth look myself.
Real quick, Rob from Missouri Creek Fishing, thanks for your donation and support of the channel. I appreciate it, guy. That's awesome. Thank you very much. Let's see. So what's going on, Stan?
Oh, my goodness gracious. What a week. What a week. This is just, it's been a crazy week. We're going to end it off right on Sunday morning, fishing with my good VA brothers there, 1 ton fishing, and LG Bass. There's a petition online to get LG Bass to change the name to LG Catfish. And we got Chesapeake Bay Catfishing also coming down to fish with us on Sunday morning.
Cool.
That's fantastic. Yeah, I know. Well, the 1 ton gang was talking to me about having that on Called Out, and then I saw you guys having it on there. I was like, oh man, too bad we couldn't make that work, huh?
Yeah, we were gonna, the only Saturday that worked out for us was Norm and J Dog were already having their thing going. So
you guys got it to work out for tomorrow, huh? That's for Sunday, right?
It turned out to be more of a this is just gonna be more of all just getting together, do a little fishing, and maybe hit a buffet afterwards.
Yeah.
Oh no, that's YouTube gold.
Oh, it should be awesome. And then tomorrow night, I'm just it's just been what a week for me. I got that Sunday. Tomorrow night, Norm got with me, asked me to be the guest with him on his show.
Cool.
I mean, I've only been with y'all a few months, and that's just to be on Catfish Headhunter's show. That's just amazing. Started out the week with Ohio Catfish Chasers came up, and gosh, we were going for about 6 hours on my Bait Shop Mafia show that we do after Catfish Weekly.
Yeah, I was on there with you for a few hours.
Yeah. And then turn around the next night, and I went on his show. So, and now to top it all off, I'm on screen with back on your show again, Mark, and my good brother Creo there. And got Big Cat and Justin and Gabby. I mean, what a week! What a week!
Let's be honest here. Gabby's the real star of the show.
Yep.
Well, she's definitely the prettiest.
Well, I don't know about that. I'd look at this right here.
That's what I was looking.
That's handsome if you ain't know what handsome is.
Santa Claus.
It's getting gray. You know what? I was kind of like not liking the fact that it was getting gray. And you know what? I saw a couple of pictures of a couple of guys out there in the catfish community, and you know, it makes it look like you know what you're doing. So maybe I'm going to welcome the fucking gray. Pardon my French.
So you're actually filling in for Law then while he's down from surgery here in a few weeks.
Yeah, actually, I'm helping James out. James is running the show, so I'm kind of there watching, chatting stuff, and throwing whatever questions I can get.
I mean you're going to be Santa Claus for Law in a few weeks.
Oh heck yeah! I got no problem with that. I already call my wife Mrs. Claus, so I got no problem with that. That's an honor. I can be called a lot worse than Santa Claus. You know what I mean? And actually, I have been in my life. So,
Mark, I'm getting there. I'm getting there. It's not a couple more years. It'll all be.
Yeah, I got it. I got a little bit going. Just on.
That's experience. Like Lyle likes that. Lyle don't mind at all. Lyle, would you be upset would Cindy be upset if you called her Mrs. Claus? I don't think so. That's an honor.
Mrs. Krampus.
Let's not get started here. He'll go into what happened on the. Did you guys watch the bait shop last night? That was an awesome show. That was very interesting.
I caught the very end of it. Because I just got home from dropping Gabby off at my mom's so I could go fishing today. And then on the way home from the river, Roger was filling me in about the whole turkey thing. And it showed me. I was rolling. I was so sad I missed that.
Hey, you can watch the replay. Roger's been sending me memes during the day. So if you want me to
driving back. While we were driving back, he was making them up, going, "What do you think about this one?" I was like, "Send it."
Poor Chad was freaking out, but I think he's getting past it. You know, they were honest mistakes and stuff, but still, it'll be one to remember. It's a good one. If you guys haven't checked the Bait Shop show from last night, it's a great show. And just know that when you watch it, expect it to be a little not out of hand, but on the adult side, and by accident. So it was fun. It was good. And I know Chad and Dee are probably watching on the TV, and I'm glad. I'm always happy to see him watching on here. You know, we love you, brother.
A little less family friendly, one or two of the segments, but all in all, not bad.
It was fun.
Oh no. Roger was showing me the playback, and I was like, "Are you serious? Dee let him out of her purse?"
It's, you know what? It's real life, so we all enjoy. Did you guys do any Black Friday shopping for fishing stuff? You guys get anything?
No, I was busy fishing.
Well, there you go. That's a good excuse as any. I did pick up some jaw jackers for ice fishing. The problem with those is they sell out. They'll be gone by mid-December, so I wanted to make sure I got on that. But other than that, I didn't need any rods or reels or anything. I think I'm kind of set. I'm waiting on a custom rod for bumping. I kind of ordered it special so I can use it for a multi-purpose rod, and I'm looking forward to that. That's when I'm going to do a review, JR, if you're still out there, or JP3. That's what I'm going to do a review in tandem with the reel and that rod. So
the reel that
I brought a rod today.
My son got a Pet Warfare reel for $40 today. So
that's what I use, dude. I love them.
The Warfares?
Yep.
You know,
I've got a Warfare 30 conventional, and that sucker casts like there is no tomorrow. Mm-hmm. And I do a lot of lake fishing, so I don't deal with current. And the clicker on that thing is so smooth and so easy. That is my go-to reel when I'm fishing at the lake.
Well, that's awesome. He'll be glad to hear that.
Yeah, every big fish we've ever caught has been on either a Warfare 15 or 20. That's all I have. Under $100, I'll put that up against any reel. I don't care what.
He got it for 40. So
I'm going to step away for 1 second, but before I step away, I'm going to say 2 words. Abu Garcia, get over it, guys.
I love, but I have 3 pins, and I've got a pin. My first one I bought was at pin 30 conventional, and that sucked. Like I said, I bought the conventional because I seen Catfish Dave using them, yada yada, this and that. I was like, well, let me check it out. And the way that thing, I cast it. I'm at a lake, so I want to cast a mile. That sucker will cast a mile.
In fact, y'all watch something.
The clicker pulls easy. It's great. Great drag on it. I mean, I really like that reel. Then I bought Squall 30 because the 20s were out of stock, and then when I got it, I was like, man, that's a big ass reel. But it casts great. The clicker's stiff enough on it that I can use the clicker in the river.
Yeah,
which is nice. And I also got a Squall 15 that I bought. All these I bought off of eBay, and I paid less than $50 a piece for them. And it's stiff enough. It's great. But I am diehard Abu. Pin is.
I got an Abu spinning rod. I got an Abu spinning rod, the Revo. My son got that for me for Christmas a couple years ago. It's more of like a bass and whatnot rod. But I like the big reels. Yeah, you give me a big reel like that, I got big hands, so the little reels don't do well with me.
So all my Abus all my Abus are 20 years or older. I've had them for 20 years.
Jeremy's new rod,
right? Yes, they're as smooth as hell. I've got 2 C4s, a couple C3s, and a couple 6000s. I got a real guy that I take my stuff to, and I took my C4s to him, and I like I said, I've had them since they're brand new. I've had them 20 plus years. I was like, well, I want to do a bearing upgrade, yada, yada, and all this. He went through and cleaned them how they're supposed to be, oiled them how they're supposed to be, and he said, no, don't do a bearing upgrade.
I think that's overkill for catfish. If you're fishing for like pike or muskie with them, like they do in Europe, then I can see it. I don't think you need the ceramic bearings for catfish.
I've been figuring since 20 years, and as much as I have used them, cast them, and all that, that I'd need a bearing upgrade to them. And he said no. He cleaned them suckers up, and you can literally, my C4, do the spin thing on it, and it will sit there and spin like one of those reels with brand new bearings in it.
Yep.
He said, I cannot believe how smooth these reels are, but I tear them apart every year and I clean them.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I do that too. Like this is the time of year when I'm rebuilding my catfish stuff. I'm actually fishing for catfish a little longer this year than normal, being the social climate in my salmon and perch areas. So I'll wait a little while. I imagine while I'm out there ice fishing, I'll come back on a weekend that I'm not, or a Saturday night, and I'll run through all my reels and stuff and get them cleaned up. So
I'll tell you how much I saw the comment about the ugly sticks. We love ugly sticks so much. That's what my son got with his. He went and got an ugly stick for that new pen reel.
There you go.
What ugly fish for a long time with some ugly sticks.
You know, and I've said this before, and I'll say it again. There's nothing wrong with picking up an ugly stick. They're not going to break on you. They're going to work. Like some of the high dollar stuff, some of the custom stuff, all that does is enhance your experience. But as far as, you know, utility wise or whatever, an ugly stick's going to work.
Ugly sticks are awesome.
Yeah, they work well.
I have several.
Jeremy, you kind of go quiet every time you go to talk because someone else is quiet talking. What did you say, sir?
I said if the ugly stick catfish rods came in a heavy action instead of just a medium heavy, that's probably all I would have.
You know, Ryan,
Oh yeah,
setting
yes,
hooks.
sir. That's the only thing I've got to gripe about an ugly stick is they're too soft like that.
Do the tigers come in heavy? Have you guys looked into the tigers?
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
The tigers do.
I think they do.
What's going on, Sunfish for Fish? How you doing, my friend? Welcome again to the chat.
But I'll tell you what, that the medium heavy with that ugly stick giving that extra little give, when you get that monster and it gives that little push right at the end, you're glad you got that extra give in that pole because that has saved a bunch of fish.
I don't know. I still like a medium heavy to a heavy with a parabolic bend and a fast tip.
Once you get used to casting it,
circle hooks. When you're using circle hooks, the softer tip, it's harder for it to set that hook. The stiffer tip on them heavies like that will set the hook better on them. You'll get a better hook set, and you're almost guaranteed if they fold that rod, you've got them in. The softer tips, when they fold that rod like that, it's still an iffy if you get the hook set.
You know, I found, Justin, I found the opposite. I have my slime cat in a heavy, and that thing's a broomstick. And unless it's a beast, which I don't come across too often where I fish, it has a hard time setting circle hooks. I have full confidence. Yeah, I have full confidence using them with J hooks. But when it comes to circle hooks, I like that heavy rod with a fast tip, a little softer tip, because as soon as it gives that fish enough, give to set its hook, and that fast tip kind of uses the spring and gets it set. But that's just my experience where I fish, and every body of water is different. So, and I don't fish for blue, so it's
every body of water is different.
Yep. So that's what I'm doing.
We fish mostly. Go
ahead.
I was just gonna say we fish mostly James River, so we're always fishing some sort of current.
Yeah.
So there's always a little, but we've had better luck. We've had no problem with hook sets with it, and one of the things that we were talking about Monday night with Ohio Catfish Chasers, and a bunch of people have said it. You got to have confidence. If you want to, the best thing you can tell somebody starting out catfishing is to get confident in something.
Yep.
Learn the small things first. Get confident in that and use that, because that'll work better for you than what anybody else says.
Yep, that's right.
Yep.
And Sunfish for Fish just posted on here. He uses the Walmart specials for the last 6 years. And you know what? What's important is get out there and do it. You're going to catch fish on anything you use. Like I say, when it's enhancing your experience, whether it's just in the hobby or whether it's the actual, fishing of it. So,
yep, that's totally it. Whatever works for you, whatever you have confidence in, makes all the world difference. Mine are the heavier rods. The other people, like I said, like you, Mark, got the lighter rods you've had more success on.
Mm-hmm.
But mine has been the heavier rods to where it actually pops and snaps the hook in it. Maybe it's because I got weaker fish in Ohio. I don't know. That'd be my guess.
No, I think what has a lot to do with it is not weaker fish. It's current. It's competition in the fish. Channel cats fight hard because they're not the top predator. What channel cats do is they're opportunistic. And this is what I believe. It doesn't mean it's right. It's just what I believe. A channel cat comes, grabs, and runs with it. That's why circle hooks work awesome for channel cats. Out of all the catfish that I've caught, any channel cat, whether it's bullhead, channel cats, or flathead, they're the ones that grab and run. They have enough, they want to get that food. And when they grab and run, they turn the circle hex set. Flatheads, what I find out is, J hooks work very well. You got to be very, attentive. You got to, you have your attention on everything that's going on. But I think if you do, they work better than circle hooks for flatheads. That being said, going to the rod thing, and and different bodies of water, I think all fish, depending on competition, population, food sources, how they take and how they grab, and how opportunistic they're going to act or how aggressive they're going to act has everything to do with the equipment you use. Once you get that all fine-tuned to the surroundings and the environment you're fishing in, that's when you become most productive. Wow, that was a mouthful.
I'm going to agree with you about halfway on the channels on the way they act. I think they grab and go while they're still younger, under 10 pounds. Once you get a channel above 10 pounds, that channel at that weight has become the middle school predator. Now, maybe he ain't really in that 50-pound flathead down the road yet, but, above 10 pounds, that channel, to me, is a full-on predator. And I catch more big channels off live gills just like a flathead. So that's my theory, whether it's right or wrong. But I think once that channel gets up to a certain weight, then he's the local bully. He ain't afraid of too much until he runs into the bigger, badder guy.
Right. And you know what I'm finding with live bait and channel cats is they love, in my bodies of water, they'll kill them. Especially green sunfish. A channel cat will kill a green sunfish dead, and leave it, and they won't take it. I don't know why they do that, but that's what I'm running into whenever I use green sunfish. So
I was going to say, a few weeks ago on my live, we caught the only channel cat we've caught recently was on a live sunfish.
How big was it?
It wasn't a monster. It was like 4 or 5 pounds, maybe.
See, here's an example about water-specific results. Here on the Fox River, we have dams like every 20 miles. They're not really dams like you guys are used to, whether it's on the Ohio or the Mississippi or whatever. They're pretty much like just to slow the current down, help control flooding. They're literally, 4 or 5 feet tall at the most. They're not that high. But I have a section of river where I can't catch flathead unless I'm using live bait, and I got a section of river above it, this one dam, where I do way better with cut bait. That's like a perfect example of how water-specific species act.
Yep.
And even when we have flood waters, it doesn't seem like they get washed over those dams or anything. It's still the same year after year. And I've been trying to figure out why or what it is, but all I know is that I'm happy that I've figured it out, and I know how to target those flathead a little better that wise.
I think
I don't see how that's any different between like fishing the Fox, fishing the Mississippi, fishing the Ohio or the James. I think all of them bite a little different. And Lyle's been to all of these rivers. Somebody like him will either call me full of crap or he'll agree with me. I'd be interested to hear what he has to say about this. So
no, you're right. That's two separate bodies of water. In reality, like you say, there's a separation there. And those fish evolve or change to the habitat, just like anywhere else. I spent 10 years in Indiana fishing them waters, and I still fishing with my partner doing the ICA tournaments up there. I spent 2 years down on Sandy Cooper. I spent 2 years down in southern Georgia. The rest of my life has been growing up in Kentucky, and I spent 2 years down in Texas, and I fished all over. And you're exactly right. Every body of water has different tricks and techniques, and those fish evolve differently to find and fight for their food.
I think the one key with flathead and cut bait is that it's got to be fresh cut bait, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, fresh always keeps frozen, but when all you have is frozen, man, I'll take it. If I can't get bluegills or if I can't get bullhead, I'm going to use what I have. I always keep frozen shad. My bodies of water, frozen shad's pretty good, but where I'm going this next week, I was told that they're worthless. You're not going to catch anything on shad, so they don't know it, we can get into the whole chicken argument too. A lot of people catch stuff on chicken, but I guarantee you, and I know a lot of chicken guys are going to get upset. If I go a whole year, I'm not looking, my data set that I'm looking at is a lifetime of data, everything that I've said. Let's say I go and collect a data set, which is a year's worth of data. Let's say I fish 2 rods with chicken and 2 rods with cut shad or bluegill. I guarantee you the average size of the fish is going to be bigger with the live regular bait. I just have a feeling, inside and from my experiences that they are. It doesn't mean you're not going to catch fish on chicken, but you're going to catch more bigger fish on natural baits.
Yep. And in my bodies of water, when you go for targeting flathead, cut bait ain't going to do you no good. I have never caught a flathead on cut bait on my bodies of water. I fish primarily lakes and reservoirs. Now, you put a bluegill under a cork and set it out there, 99% of the time you're going to catch a flathead if you're in the right area.
That tells me those flatheads are more aggressive in the other part, and I get it. I love floating baits into like log jams and stuff during the day. That's so much fun. I love that cork fish. I love that float fishing with like big greenies or big sunfish, and just seeing that thing just go disappear out of nowhere. That's I just get excited when I hear those stories. So
I fish on lakes, so it's still water. So wherever you cast it out, it's going to sit there 99% of the time. And you just watch that cork just bob up and down just a little bit. You know that fish is alive. And when you see that bobber start moving real good, you know something's coming near it. And within a couple minutes after seeing that thing moving around, it drops under the water. And that's when your heart starts racing because you start reeling real slow to get the slack out of the line. And then when it tightens up, you set the hook on that sucker, and it's on.
You know, it's almost sadistic if you think about it. I know if I'm fishing live bait and I start seeing, especially the green sunfish that I use like the end of summer and stuff, I see the tip of that rod start going crazy. You know there's something down there. There's something that's freaking it out, you know, and that just gets the blood pumping. You start watching the tip of that rod. You know what I'm talking about, Tim. I can see it in your face. You get that whole deal. So
it's a big set of tonsils. That's what he's looking at.
Oh yeah. Yep.
But talk about somebody taking a new method and running with it. Creel, my man, my brother, that bumping, you picked that up. I mean, like bang, and bringing a whole new style down there.
It's the only way we have of fishing that area. I mean, it's out of necessity. We know there are a lot of big fish stacked up against that hydro, but the water's so fast, the bottom is so rough, you can't really anchor up, you can't really drift it, and we've just avoided it. We effectively fish it. Now since learning how to bump, it opened up this whole new thing to us, and obviously from a few videos, it works. You know.
Oh my God, Chad! Really?
What did Chad do?
Next time he'll be on here with a beer.
Oh, that's fishing with Odad. Is that his name, Chad? Is he a friend of yours?
I thought that was fishing with Chad. I don't know. I couldn't read
it. Fishing with Odad. Always welcome to come on here. Let's see what we got here. Just looking through the chat. Don't let me stop you guys.
I've said it before, but we're lucky. We've got a lot of big fish in the area, a lot of them. And I think that's why our fish hit so hard. Is there's so many big fish, they're competitive. They slam those rods like freight trains.
Yep.
You know, especially when you're hanging on to it, trying to. I mean, it's like hooking a car going down the interstate.
I'll tell you, brother, I'm coming down, and I want to fish with you. I want to catch an alligator gar and a big catfish down there with you, and I'm gonna need like 3 sacks of crawfish just for me. Cause I can eat.
That's 120 pounds of crawfish right there, 40-pound sacks.
I can damn near eat that whole myself.
You're gonna need a big cooler to bring all that home.
10 to 1. 10 pounds of boiled crawfish give you about a pound of meat, pound of tail meat.
I gotta let my dog out. I'll be back.
Yeah, you do it right down there, right? You got the picnic table out there. Just dump it on the picnic table.
Whatever you do, don't rub your eyes.
Oh, dude. I'll tear up some mud bugs.
You can always tell the rookies because they rub their eyes. They don't realize.
No.
Well, there's two ways. Rub the eyes, and they don't do the head.
Yeah. Oh well. No, or do like my brother's friend and suck the wrong end of the head. He's from Oklahoma. He never seen it.
He's kind of a little crunchy.
He's from Oklahoma, so that's understandable.
Well, I had to admire his enthusiasm. told him to do it. He did it. We just didn't give.
He's one of them guys that need that directions on the shampoo bottle, I guess, right?
Hey, I can't fault him for that.
Now, I'm one of them ones that goes to all you can eat buffets and they tell you to leave.
It's like a challenge. Huh?
You eat too buku, you must leave.
Yeah, I've been known to shut down a buffet or two myself.
That's why we just do.
We are actually with this trip this weekend with One Ton Fishing Club and LG Bass coming out here to Richmond and Chesapeake Bay Catfishing coming down. That's the plan right now is for us to hit. Plan is for us to hit a buffet after we're done fishing.
That's what I want to see live.
Oh yeah. Let's see y'all.
I don't know if I want to see that or not.
Plus, I've been thinking about the LG Bass. I need to change the LG Catfish.
LG Ditch Pickle.
Or he needs to change the LG Ditch Pickle.
Yep.
Which would let everybody in the catfish community know that he's really a catfisherman. He just plays with the ditch pickles.
I don't. Look, I have a coworker of mine, very, very, very good friend of mine. He's a tournament bass fisherman, and I rag him all the time. Like, Matt, we ain't gonna come fishing with me and catch some real fish.
Yeah.
That's what LG was doing. He was Kerr Lake was tournament bass fishing out there, and he's got the bass boat and everything. I'm trying to talk him into converting that sucker over to a catfish boat, and I'll be down there all the time.
Shoot,
Chad's running a bass boat that he's converted to a catfish boat, and it's doing him well. I know he wants a new boat, but you can't complain. Just like my little crappie boat, it's doing me fine.
Yeah,
it's what you got. Use what you brought. Run what you brung. Right.
I've got a '95 Ranger that I've converted over to catfishing.
We were catfishing out of an '87 Bayliner bow runner 20. Yeah. Just because number one, it fit my big ass, and number two, that's what we had. So
I actually had one of them. So
I got a hell of a deal on my '95 Ranger with I tournament fished for crappie out of it for a couple years with my best friend's son, and his job became too demanding. He's like, "You want to buy my boat?" I was like, "I'd like to, but what do you want for it?" He said, "Give me $750. That's what I got in the repairs that I just done, yada yada, whatever." I couldn't rip my wallet off quick enough. That's a $8,000 boat that I got for $750.
Exactly. Ain't nothing wrong.
Well, I got that. That there is called right place, right time.
Exactly.
Oh yeah.
You gotta have the funds to be able to do that kind of stuff, or you're gonna miss out on those deals. That's one of my firm beliefs. Have that war chest ready to go. If you want to play, you gotta pay, and you're gonna come across deals like that. You gotta jump all over them.
You gotta be ready at any time.
That's a deal you couldn't pass up. So I've got a '95 Ranger that I use for all kinds of. I got I accept spider rig on the front for crappie. Catfish off the ass end. I mean, it's just I've got it set up for lake use where I can do it, but I don't want to take it on the river because it is a bass boat and it's not very high off the water, and a barge come by and hit you with 2-foot rollers. I don't know if I'd trust that or not. So I'm wanting to get another
They do it
boat.
all the time. I mean, it's what you're comfortable with. It's what you're comfortable with.
You know what, Justin? I know guys who take bass boats out on the big lake, out on Lake Michigan. As long as it's a calm day, they're out, they're on there. I know 2 guys that messaged me today that cleaned up on the yellow perch. They're out there in their bass boats. They're actually, bass pros. and they did well. You just got to sometimes you got to send it, and you always use your weather app. So don't be afraid to get out there, put that vest on, check the weather before you leave, and you'll be good to go, man. River fishing to me is so much more.
Weather, yeah.
When I was still moving a little better, my son and I we used to take our little John boat out onto the James. But,
what were you saying, Justin? Justin, what were you saying, bud?
I said the weather, yeah, I check out, and that's all good. But when them barges roll by you,
that's true.
And they send off 2-foot wakes coming off of it.
Yep,
that comes right up over the side.
Yeah, I witnessed that for the
we
first
were
time.
fishing at. Them barges come by, and those suckers rocked you really bad. And that would make me a little iffy with a bass boat.
That I can understand. I don't have to deal with barges, so that's not something I even think about. Well, maybe when we move, we'll have to learn that whole aspect of it. But yeah, I can definitely appreciate that. So yeah.
I consider when buying my boat was we have a tremendous amount of barge traffic and really, really big barge traffic. You know, they'll push 3, 4, 5 wide in the river. So I had to get a boat that was going to be stable enough. If I'm anchored up, these boats pushing these big old waves, my boat will take them sideways. A bass boat is fine as long as you've got the nose into the wave. You'll take any wave you want.
4 or 5 wide. Wow.
Oh yeah. Oh well, you got to figure where we're at. That's the biggest barge pushes you're going to see is what passes right here by us.
Yeah. Yeah. See, where we're at, 3 wide and 5 deep is all that's allowed, and they will send off 2-foot rollers from.
Yeah, that tugboat is digging. When I'm pushing that much weight, those tugboats are digging deep.
Especially going upriver.
Yep.
It's even worse. Downriver, you catch
where we were at, the end was Canal River, which is where they do barge maintenance and all that. So, I mean, they were all around. Even just the tug itself rolling through there without a barge on there. They sent off a wake like there's no tomorrow. I mean, it was just crazy.
Mm-hmm. That's the reality of what we have to deal with, and that's why there's not many bass boats on the river where we're fishing. There's a couple of guys that do it, but they run the river to get to some kind of little bay on the side. You know, they're not fishing in the river itself, but they'll run the river just to get there, and they'll take off 70 miles an hour down that river. They're insane.
You know, one of the craziest things to me was the first time I had to lock through a lock system. I mean, that'll kind of make you nervous sometimes. If you've never done it before, that's something you can look forward to, Mark, is having to lock through a lock system. It's a totally different experience than anything you've ever had.
Yep.
You know, we have one lock here. We have one lock here in McHenry, and I haven't taken the time to go through it because I'm pretty much busy fishing at 20 miles of river. You know, there's so much that I want to explore, but I look forward to doing that next summer. So we'll see what happens.
I'll give you 2 words of advice. Always be polite to the lockmaster and never piss the lockmaster off, or you'll be sitting there for hours.
It's funny that you said that. I've been watching the Epic Catfish videos. Have you guys checked out that channel, Epic Catfish?
No, I have not.
That guy. Well, you need to check it out. Just that guy gets some monsters. I think he fishes at the Alton, in Alton on the Mississippi, or is it the Missouri? I'm not quite sure. Lyle could probably tell me where that is.
I believe.
The Mississippi, and I heard in one video him talking to the lockmaster, and they seemed awfully friendly. You know, it almost seemed like he was fishing in the lock, which was kind of cool. So who knows? But yeah, I can definitely understand. You know, you catch more flies with honey than you do salt, right? Basically.
Oh, yeah. Well, I think he was on the outside of the lock wall, more than likely. He wouldn't have been allowed to be fishing in the lock. He was probably on the outside wall of the lock when he started fishing.
Well,
Yeah, I noticed in his boat he's even got a roller like mounted on the front of his boat. So I'm thinking he's spending a lot of time going in and out of that locks over there. So
Yep. I had no clue how to do any of that. All my river experience, I am thankful to say, and it's come from Roger with Muskrat Adventures. He has taught me everything I know about they're going through locks, all that. I mean, that boy is knowledgeable. He knows the river.
Yep.
he's a quick learner. You can tell. He's only been doing this for a few years from what he tells me. Whether it's like 3 or 5 years, you'll have to forgive me, Roger. But, he's a quick learner. He's had some good teachers. He's got Skip and
all them helping him.
Yeah, so that's always a good thing.
He has taught me so much just in 4 or 5 times I've been out with him that it's amazing because I would have never known a lot of the stuff that he was teaching me and telling me about. And every time we're out there on the river, like today, he's teaching me how to read the graph, what this is and what that says, how to do this. And we went to a warm water discharge and showed me how we could fucking fish that. I mean, it was amazing. I was pretty astounded today by that.
I've learned in my fishing, short fishing rebirth, I should say. I fished my whole life, but up until like the last 8 years, I haven't really, went at it as seriously as I am now. That what you need to do is you need to open up your ears and open up your mind, listen to the people around you, surround yourself with good people, and you're going to become a better angler. You definitely
Mark.
Oh, yes, sir.
Mark, somebody should make a show about that.
You got a bunch of stubborn old guys like us, though. That's kind of hard to teach them. It's just something that I kind of pride myself on. So, I'm a sponge when it comes to that stuff. So, it's part of the experience for me.
Yeah, absolutely.
Listen, I'm going to have to be jumping off of here soon. I had my granddaughters are here. We did her 9th birthday today.
Well, congratulations to them.
We'll tell her happy birthday.
Thank you. Mark, keep up thank you. Keep up what you're doing, Mark. We all love it. Obviously, you're growing and growing and growing. Justin, I used to love watching you and Gabby out there on your lives. Big Cats, you're doing it. You're killing it, brother. Keep doing what you're doing. Love the video with the boat. My Creole brother, I wanted to jump up on and say hi and talk face to face for a minute with you.
That's it, brother.
I can't tell you what everybody out here really means to me. It's amazing.
Take her easy, Stan. Good luck Sunday.
I'll be on Norm's show tomorrow night and watch my one-ton brothers from Virginia here with LG Bass and Chesapeake Catfishing coming down. That should be a really good show.
You guys have fun. Be good. We'll see you on Norm's show Saturday night.
I really appreciate everybody. Thank you all so much.
Have a good one.
All right, Stan.
LG Ditch Pickle.
Oh, man.
Yeah, LG, are you going to change your name to LG Catfish? That's up to him.
It needs to be LG Ditch Pickle. I think that'd be better.
I like LG. Leave him alone. He's a good supporter of the show. LG's an awesome dude.
LG's a good supporter of everybody.
LG's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. I like him a lot. He's a good guy. Me and him share the same taste in music, too. Hey, LG, if you haven't listened to Highly Suspect, there's a newer kind of hard rock metal band for you to check out. That's what I was listening to.
Are you a metalhead, too?
I listen to everything, man. You have no clue.
I am a metalhead by heart.
I was listening to Pantera yesterday and Highly Suspect today. But then again, I did just buy the new Chris, whatchamacallit, Tennessee Whiskey, Betty's dude.
Stapleton. Chris Stapleton.
Chris Stapleton. I love him. I got all this stuff for some reason.
Stapleton is awesome. Have you heard his bluegrass?
I have. Betty actually turned me on to that. It's freaking awesome. Have you ever heard of Trampled by Turtles?
I know.
Bluegrass, check them out, Justin. You'll like them.
I'll check them out because
they're
I'm a
bluegrass
metalhead.
out of Minnesota, of all freaking places.
I'm a metalhead, and I play guitar.
I know you play guitar. You play pretty good, actually.
And I recently picked up the banjo and started learning that. And because I wanted to learn how to play banjo and put distortion to it just for metal.
Oh, yeah.
Because I think a banjo on distortion would shred some awesome licks.
You know, banjos are hard to play. There's a lot of notes in bluegrass.
They
If you
are
can master
very
bluegrass,
hard to play, and they are 150% different from a guitar.
oh, look, Uncle Josh is a Pantera fan, too.
Look, dude, big time.
I love Pantera. My son is he's 26 now. He is a massive Pantera fan. He was actually got with a band. Him and the band went and played, and he purposely went and stood in the place, the exact spot that Dimebag Darrell got shot and killed in.
That's sad.
And was jamming a solo when he stood in that spot, just to pay homage to his idol. Dimebag Darrell is his idol.
Yeah,
I've been listening to that kind of music for a while. I got so many stories I could tell you. We'd have to do that in real life, though. We're not going to get on this.
I'm a metalhead by heart.
Yep, I actually got to see. I didn't know it at the time. I had gone to a little bar in Baton Rouge called the Spanish Moon. I always played live. I went in there, and the lead singer of the band sounded familiar to me, and I couldn't figure out why. I went right up to the front of the stage, and I looked up. I never looked on the marquee to see what the band was. Now, Mark, you're a fan. You're going to know this. It was a band called Down.
I know Down.
Dimebag Darrell's brother. I've seen him quite a few times.
Vinny, right?
That's
his name, Vinny.
I was 10 feet from Phil Anselmo.
Very cool.
I was looking right up at him.
They are awesome. They play great too. Because I went to the Metallica Down and I can't remember the name. 6 something concert and watched them all. 6 a.m. Yeah.
I've been a metalhead since like 1983. I actually saw like Slayer, Metallica at the Aragon Ballroom at the Metro. I'm actually in the Cliff 'Em All video. I've been doing this for a long time, guys.
You suck. I am so jealous.
I drank Jack Daniels with Slayer backstage. I hung out with.
You suck.
I got friends in the business in Nashville. I got friends who's Ozzy Osbourne's guitar techs for what's his name from Black. I can't remember. I can't believe I can't remember his name. Who's Ozzy's last guitarist? Not the guy on this new album.
I can't remember his name. Damn it.
Black Society. Zach Wild.
Zach Wild's guitar tech. I went to school with this guy. Me and him spent many times sedated, I must say. I can't believe I'm admitting that. But yeah, I've been doing this for a long freaking time. So I've been, all of this. But, I listen to everything. Like I'm saying, I listen to everything from like metal. I listen to Johnny Cash, bluegrass, even some pop I like.
There's one thing you look at. Metalheads actually listen to the music, not the bullshit they spew out. A metalhead will actually. I love bluegrass. Bluegrass is. I mean, if you could take the ultimate instrument people in the world, it would be bluegrass. Because them boys are just crazy on strings. Put some distortion behind that, that would be the ultimate. But metalheads are crazy over bluegrass. Classical. Especially a lot of classical. That is where a lot of the metal comes from.
Now, if I can make a suggestion to you, if you're going to put distortion on a banjo, overdrive.
Overdrive?
Overdrive's never bad.
unless it's going to blend. If you don't, it's going to blend all together when you try to play it fast. Overdrive.
Well, I'm still learning the banjo because I picked it up just a few months ago, and like I said, I've been playing the guitar since I was 6 years old, and the banjo is 150% different.
Yep.
From anything I've ever played, and I've been wanting to play it for 20 years, and I just finally found one that my cheapskate ass was willing to pay for. So I got it and I started learning to play. Well, now I'm ready to drop about $1,000 on a banjo here for too long.
But that's what I would suggest. If you distort it, do it with an overdrive distortion.
Do it with the okay.
Buzz or anything like that, because you'll never hear any separation like that.
I'll try that. I'll make sure I do that.
I did it for a long time.
Because I always figured, because growing up, I always figured, I was like, man, if you could take a banjo and put distortion on that, the leads you could shred on that sucker would be amazing.
It'd be a unique sound.
Oh, yeah.
I'd like to hear that when you get a video. Apparently, you're back on Facebook, right, Justin? Because you messaged me.
No, I have Messenger. I don't have Facebook.
Okay, gotcha.
I've done away with Facebook.
I want to hear that so I can post it. I wish I could do that, but I'm trying to keep this channel alive and promote it. And I have so many friends I talk to on Messenger, but I can admire that, to be honest with you.
I've done away with Facebook for years, and I got back on it because of YouTube, and then YouTube banned me from going live, and that just pissed me off to the point
where... Why did they ban you from going live without, like, getting...
Somebody recorded me or some BS, and they shut my live down and banned me from going live. And a few other things was going on, and it just pushed me to the point where it pissed me off to the point where I said, heck with it. I'm done.
Yeah.
And I got rid of all my stuff for YouTubing, my GoPros, all that stuff. I said, the hell with it. I'm done. I know
a lot of people that miss you. If that makes you feel, hopefully that makes you feel good, not bad. But we can respect your decision. Obviously,
I want to do YouTube so bad. It's pitiful, but principles are a fact, and I won't. But I'll jump on somebody's live like this. It's been I'll say about 3 months since I've done anything live.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's been a while. I mean, I was happy to see you wanting to get on here. So, it's a long night. All right, my other dog wants to go out, so I will be right back. Oh my goodness, we're at 3 hours and 41 minutes. Yeah, I'll be right back. Let me let this dog.
We've been hitting it a while. Yeah, look, I'll
tell
you.
How rainy is it down there in January, Jeremy?
I mean, for us, it's freezing cold. Y'all would probably laugh at me.
Freezing cold down there.
It rarely gets below freezing around here. It rarely does. Every now and then it may dip into the upper 20s. Now, the high humidity makes it seem colder than what it really is, but it's not really bad. I'll be honest, like not compared to what y'all have. I'm like I said, to me it's freezing ass cold. Y'all laugh at me.
Well, with all the metal I got in my body, that cold humidity just kind of seeps in anyway. So I'm not going to laugh at you one dang bit.
Well, that's what's bad about our climate. I mean, yeah, it's really hot and it gets kind of cold, but the humidity makes the heat 10 times worse, and it makes the cold 10 times. It's just a different. Because I've had people from, I've worked with people from in Illinois come down to work, and they've always said winters are just as cold here as what they see up there. It's just a different kind of cold. That humidity chills you to the bone.
Yeah, see, Kentucky's got a lot of humidity too. We're like the 4th or 5th state in line of largest running waterways in a state too. So it's always humidity in the water, just like y'all down there's got a lot of moisture and water around you. Kentucky does too. Most people don't realize that. I went down to Austin, Texas when I was in Texas and was down there a couple of years. They said, "Oh, you won't be able to stand the heat and humidity." Well, to me, it wasn't no different than Kentucky in the summer.
Yeah. Same thing, yeah. I know when it's when the humidity is hot and it's starting to get cold, and then boat rides get cold. Woo.
Well, I'm starting to. In the next 2 weeks, I'll be finalizing plans for January. And like I say, Wheeler Lake, Alabama is at the end of December. That tournament's the 28th or the 2nd of January, I forget which. And then I'm going to be making my run down south and across the bottom of the South and probably coming back up through Palmetto. And last stop is probably hit Stan and then over on the James before I head back to Kentucky. So that's going to be my vacation for the year.
Yeah. Oh,
vacation? What's that? I haven't been on one of them in forever.
Yeah, but shoot, come on down. If the weather's decent, shoot, we'll take the boat out. We'll go.
Right now, here's Jeremy. Here's my plans for vacation. Well, actually, they're more like fishing trips. This week, I'm going, like I said, up north. I have plans to go fishing with one of all of our friends. Teach Me Bumping on the Mississippi. And I'm also, where else was I trying to go?
Well, Mark, this vacation will be pulling the new boat across the entire deep south and back up the East Coast before I come back into Kentucky.
No, that sounds like a vacation.
Yeah, this will be a fishing vacation.
There you go. Heck yeah, it's my kind of vacation. I am looking to fill a couple of my bucket list fish. Obviously, I want to get a blue. I want to spend some good time chasing blues. I'd like to do it bumping. That would get 2 done at one time. Trying to think what other fish I have on there. All my other fish are like in other countries. I want to get a Xander in Eastern Europe, but that's going to take a lot of money, and this COVID's got that all messed up. Do you guys know what a Xander is? Xander is like a walleye, only like 40 pounds. Looks just like a walleye. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they have like going after Wells catfish, huh? Going after Wells catfish.
Yeah.
In the same water is where Wells catfish lives. So the only thing is that these Xander, they don't taste as good as walleye. They taste horrible, from my understanding. So
you can't beat walleye.
I'm looking at the. Actually, crappies pretty close and perch are pretty close. I would say crappie's probably my favorite. And it's not because the meat tastes better. I think it's because of the density of the meat, the thickness of the meat compared to like the breading on there. I'm talking breaded fish always. So we'll see. But then again, crappie on the half shell isn't bad, which is pretty much whole, right? But just split down the middle. Bluegill is good eating, JP3. I agree.
Oh, yeah. There ain't too many fish that's bad eating if you know how to fix it right. Yeah. I mean, really, when you get down to it.
I mean, we'll go back to the
fish snobs out there that won't touch some, but go to a good Southern boy and we can make anything taste good.
This is true.
There you go. Like Lyle laughs at me because we eat goop. Eat those freshwater drum. He says,
I love them.
Hey,
I love them.
I love them.
I tell you how I fix them. I steam them.
Yeah.
And poking that white meat away from the bones is just like eating Alaskan king crab almost. Dip it in garlic butter. It's just as light and flaky as crab if you take and cook them do that way.
That's exactly what we do. We basically either bake them or parboil them. We debone everything, and it gets that fat off the meat.
What are they talking about? Yeah.
That red gravy. That's how we eat. Oh, it's good.
You know what I want to try this spring? I want to try making sucker cakes. Actually taking like red horse suckers and you debone them and you grind them up and you make like salmon cakes with them. I hear they're freaking delicious.
Really?
Yeah, we used to get them in the road every spring when they ran up the creek.
Those are excellent catfish bait. I couldn't do that. I'd have to use it for bait.
Quentin with Mid-South Outdoor Life, he cooked a skipjack and ate it.
Yep. Yeah, well, there you go.
He said it was actually pretty good, except for all the pin bones in it.
Yeah, that's a lot of
Asian carp.
Well,
Asian carp is good, clean white meat.
My grandparents ate carp. They made it a little different, but they had no problems picking them bones out of their mouth. But that's just how they were brought up. So, I mean, it is what it is.
If they were that good,
That old country lady down here that could take carp, she'd take and cube it up, she'd boil it, she'd can it, and the bones were just about to dissolve in it when she canned it in a vinegar setting, and that stuff was good.
That happens a lot when you can't fish. Pike, that happens with that too. A lot of pickled pike out there, especially in the northwards and stuff, and they swear by it. So I'd be willing to try it. If I get a pike, I might consider doing that too.
I guess I can't say nothing weird
I've
stuff.
never heard pike
Judge anybody else.
Excellent.
It's fish. I mean, it's flesh. It's meat, right?
Fish.
Like you said earlier, if you're hungry enough, you're going to try anything.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know if I'd eat a skipjack, but if I was hungry, I might, right?
Yeah.
Mine somewhere.
Was it Quentin that done the skipjack?
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. It's Quentin that did. He lost they lost a bet or something, and he cooked one and ate it, and he actually said it was pretty decent.
Oh,
and Catfish and Carp done shad.
He did that.
He said the way he cooked it, cleaned it and all that, cooked it, it was actually really good.
That's a wasting a perfectly good piece of catfish bait.
That's the way I look at it, but
that and catch a fish that I want to eat.
So how do you guys cook any catfish, or do you guys just trophy fish for them?
Oh, heck yeah. If they're under 10 pounds, I'll bring them home and I'll eat them.
What's your favorite way to eat catfish?
I fillet them out. Make sure you cut off all the red meat, the yellow meat, all that, so it's purely white meat. And then I will season them with just a Creole seasoning, whether it be Tony Sacheri, Zatarain, something like that, and I fry them in oil. That's
you can put that Creole seasoning on shoes and it would taste pretty damn good.
Yes, it would. But I don't do breading or nothing like that because I'm diabetic.
Gotcha.
So
do you ever use like Parmesan cheese, do the whole keto thing with them? That's pretty good.
Oh, yeah. My wife's big on the keto and all that.
Yeah. That isn't too bad. That actually tastes pretty good. Parmesan cheese on anything tastes good too. That's kind of like that Creole seasoning.
Well, I've got tired of broccoli and cauliflower.
Yeah.
Especially cauliflower because that's big on the keto diet. I've had cauliflower about every damn way you can think of.
That's rough. I like broccoli, but after like a week straight of it, I need a break.
Oh, yeah. And everybody around me needs a break, too.
Hey, Mark, I just noticed I got a photo bomb in my back corner, too, just now. And my dog back there in his recliner.
Oh, yeah. Mine never leaves my side, man. I took her out today with me. I had to go to storage to go get my Christmas lights for outside, man. She's so happy. If she sees me getting ready or putting on my shoes, she's ready to go. I don't know if you guys notice if I turn my chair the right way. Every time I get up, she's always looking to where I'm going. So she's a good girl. She's older, though. She's really old. I'm going to miss her when she's gone, but stuff's going to happen. What are you going to do? Dogs are...
he ain't so old, but yeah, he's just like that. He's got to go everywhere I go, he thinks.
Little shadows.
That's good, though.
Yep.
But I tell you what, he's a hell on groundhogs, possums, and coons. He earns his dog food.
I had a basset hound that was awesome at catching rabbits. You know how many times I get calls from my wife when I was at my other job saying, you need to come home and get this rabbit out of this dog's mouth. All the time, man. All different sizes.
Dogs.
I got a big basket hound.
Just
Bye-bye.
okay.
Checking some messages and stuff. Oh, smokes.
I'm in chat, Mark.
We still got we got 19 in chat. We just fell between we're back to 20. We just fell below the 20, but we're back at, which is pretty good. We were at 30.
That's
We were
awesome.
at 40 at one point. We're getting a lot of people look, which is pretty impressive because here I'm going to go over here and check. There's some live people out there fishing, and if I'm keeping up with them, you know what? Hey, and I'm going to give you guys a tip, and I don't know why I'm doing this because he does this on Friday nights, and I know you guys are like talking about metal. Do you remember the band Gwar?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I love Gwar.
Their manager, Sleazy P. Martini, does a live show every Friday night. Check out the replay. It's fantastic. I'd love to do a show like that.
Really?
Yeah, which was kind of the idea why I did the Ask Me Anything last week, but the crowd in chat, or the crowd that was in chat kind of didn't get it. Where the chat, all he does is answer questions from the chat room, and they're ridiculous. Everything from like aliens to like politics. It's hilarious. Check out the replays. That's my tip of the show tonight, is go check out Sleazy P. Martini's.
You are the man. You have talked about Gwar. You have amazed me above amazement.
Yeah, not too many people know much about me, but that's okay. I'll let it out slowly.
I love you even more now. That is amazing because I love Gwar.
JP3 there in chat said Hank Williams III is a good singer too. Yeah, I've heard this stuff. He ain't far from his daddy. That's for dang sure. I tell you what I like better is Waylon Jennings' son, Shooter Jennings. He can do hard rock. He can do country. He can do George Jones. That boy is talented beyond belief.
He did that concept album.
Check out Shooter.
Yeah, Shooter. I've been a big fan of Shooters for a long time, ever since he started playing. So Shooters is good. And Hank Williams III, I've been a fan of his for a long time too. I'm a pretty big music fanatic. I listen to it every chance I get, so I have a lot of experience. So,
but dang, look at this. Waylon passed away. I miss Waylon.
Yeah, Waylon was the best. I agree. They don't make much like him, and I think if a lot of young people really listen to like music and watched people that were had a little more gumption. I don't know what a better word to say, that they'd kind of get a clue. But Waylon definitely had that, and JP3 agrees. Shooter is good. So. I don't know if
some gumption and illegal drugs mixed in together back in those days.
Do you guys have access to SiriusXM? If you have access to SiriusXM, every Saturday, wrestler Hillbilly Jim has a show on Outlaw Country, and he plays the best stuff, man. Yeah. He plays everything from Shooter Jennings, which has a show on there. He actually has his own show on for 2 hours every Saturday night. What else does he play? Kentucky Headhunters, all of that good stuff. So that's a great show. I learned so much from listening to that, and he's been doing it forever too, for like 8 years now, if I can remember right.
Awesome.
I kind of had to laugh.
Down to the walkers.
There you go. Mo's homesteading in the house. What's going on? How are you, dear?
Hey,
Glad
Mo.
to see you.
What's up?
Howdy, Mo.
She's saying hello to Josh and stuff. So we've talked about fishing. Let's talk about bourbon. What's your favorite kind of bourbon, Tim?
Jack Daniels.
Evan Williams, 1783, 10-year-old, small bag.
Evan Williams is good.
And you can buy that. You can buy a fifth of that for $15 or less when you find it on sale. It is amazingly aged, and for the price point they sell it, it's a dang good bourbon. I mean, you can go out and you can spend hundreds of dollars, but you don't have to.
Brown.
You know what I like? I like Wild Turkey 101. That's a good bourbon. That's a very underrated bourbon.
I cannot drink the kicking chicken because if I drink the kicking chicken, I get spastic.
I drink like Blanton's that's at 127 proof. I have no problem having a high good. Bland's is good. It's hard to find. My favorite whiskey, and you're going to think I'm a heathen for this, is Hibiki from Suntory out of Japan. I don't know what to tell you. That's like my favorite whiskey. I've gotten numerous bottles from clients.
At least you didn't call it a bourbon. You called it proper by saying it was a whiskey. If you called it a bourbon, I would have jumped in my truck and you'd seen me in about 7 hours or less.
You're not going to have that. You're not going to have that problem with me. Actually, it's kind of a crime to call it a whiskey, which they call it. It's closer to a Scotch because it's got that peaty taste to it. You know what I mean? It's got that little touch of peaty.
My sister goes to Japan probably 10 or 15 times a year, and she asked what I wanted, and I told her I want some real sake. Because everybody told me real sake is like moonshine.
Paint dinner.
Well, she brought me the real sake, and I was depressed. That stuff ain't nothing like real.
It depends what you get. I've had like
ain't even close.
I've had like $60 a bottle sake at business meetings, served warm, and that stuff roasted me. It tasted like apples and honey and cinnamon, and I got so messed up from it. You're not going to get a bad word out of sake from me. The stuff is not bad. You got to be in the mood. You got to spend the money.
Well, at the time, I was drinking Shine and all that stuff all the time. And when she brought the sake back, it come with a little square cup to drink it in.
Mm-hmm. Was it hot or cold?
It said on there to serve it hot out of this little square cup. So I done it just like it all said and all that. And I was kind of depressed. I was expecting to be messed up beyond all BFE.
Well, I don't really necessarily drink for that reason. That's usually a byproduct of it. I'm kind of looking for the whole experience and stuff. And there's something about being, and I don't know what people are going to think about this, but I do like sushi. It took me a while to get used to it, but that whole experience is pretty cool. Something about having a hot sake and fatty tuna that kind of does it for me. That's pretty cool. It's been a while since I had that, but that's a good thing. But that's one of them things like, bourbon tastes great when you're next to a campfire. Am I wrong?
Yes.
Oh, no.
Exactly. It's the same kind of feeling that goes with that. When I'm with my relatives, I'll drink vodka with them. I'm not a big vodka fan, but when I'm hanging out with them and they're playing music from the old country and stuff, I have no problem partaking in that.
Yeah,
I kind of look at the
vodka.
whole experience. Yeah.
Vodka's one of my favorites.
See how much is missing, right?
But my favorite
bourbon is what I like.
My favorite bourbon would be Angel's Envy for a daily drinker. I like Angel's Envy. It's not that too crazy expensive, and it tastes pretty darn good. And the only reason I got it is because it was gifted to me. I get gifted a lot of whiskey for some reason. I'm also fortunate enough to have a whiskey bar that before COVID, I used to be able to go in on a Tuesday, and the guy is a fanatic beyond belief. He would serve you 1 ounce shots for $5 of something different every Tuesday. So I got a chance to sample everything.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Oh, the place is a real dump too. It's fantastic. I love this place.
That's the best kind.
It's a dump.
It's a dump.
When I make my way up that way, not if, but when I make my way up that way, I will be bringing a bottle of my favorite day-to-day drinker with me just for you.
I was looking for a bottle of Henry.
You're getting one too, Creole.
I think it's Henry McKenna, 10 years bottled in bond. I might be wrong. I'm looking it up right now. Henry McKenna, bottles in bond, 10 years.
I'll trade you some crawfish for some whiskey. Ain't no problem.
No, you get the moonshine ready on your end, brother.
Yeah, I think it's called Henry McKenna, bottled in bond, which means that
you better have the crawfish and the whiskey ready.
I got it.
Because the more whiskey I drink, the more crawfish I'll eat.
This will slow you down. I promise you.
It ain't gonna slow me down.
That's what you think.
You might have to time me down after I drink a bunch of it.
Woodford Reserve is a good one too.
Woodford.
I'll tell you an interesting little fact too on bourbon in my family. My grandfather was the transportation manager at National Distillers in Louisville, Kentucky during the war, which actually gave him a war exemption because he was moving all the alcohol around out of Kentucky for all the war effort. And he was actually in charge of all the railroad cars hauling that stuff in and out of Kentucky at the time. So I guess it does kind of run in the family.
Exactly.
Now, how do you guys feel about those flavored whiskeys, like the honey and the peanut butter stuff?
No. I'm sorry.
Not the same.
If I'm taking a shot of bourbon, I want a shot of bourbon. I don't want no dumbass flavors.
Have you ever had
I will accept the honey, though. Especially, I mean, you put honey in a hot toddy and stuff, you're sick. I mean, I can take the honey and use it as a base for that. I don't want to drink it just to drink it, but I can use it medicinally.
Yeah.
But the rest of
You
that
know what
stuff,
we call the honey? You know what we call the honey whiskey up here? We call it the panty dropper. That's all I'm gonna say.
Now, Mark, you do know I'm single these days.
Well, there's my tip to you, Tim.
Yeah. Years ago, when they first came out with it, somebody gave me for Christmas a fifth of that Crown Maple.
I like it.
Take it now. Look, I drank about a half a fifth of that stuff that night. Woke up hungover, half sick, but smelling like pancakes.
Yep.
Rough experience.
Anything with that much sugar in it, you can't drink it to get annihilated. You just gotta have a little, like after dinner, you have a little glass of it, on the rocks, maybe even whatever. I like my bourbon on a cube. I like my whiskey on a cube. That's just the way I like it. I like it cold. I like the way the flavor. I like the way the flavor changes as the ice melts a little bit. But that's me. And again, like I said, I drink like 127. I'll drink a Booker's 127 proof on a cube, and it tastes different from the time I start it to the time I finish it, and I like that.
Mine starts out in the freezer. My bottle, whatever bottle I got open for drinking, starts out in the freezer. So when I pour it over that ice does not melt immediately. It's a much more slower transition. Mm-hmm. And you get that whole transition of flavor, just like you're talking about. But it lasts longer if you start with that bourbon cold.
Yeah, it won't
frozen temperature.
Yeah, it won't freeze.
Nope, not at all.
See, now my drink of choice is tequila.
Oh no!
I've had some really good tequila in my time. There's some Cabaneros, and I've had some Don Julio 70. That stuff is fantastic, man. Good stuff.
Try some good stuff. Get Cabo Wabo.
I've had that, but that Don Julio, if you get a chance to have it, it's not the 70 is not a cheap pour. You're looking at a $20 pour. You're going to be like, it's crazy. No. And it's not like I look to go spend all this money on a pour of whiskey. I'm looking for the experience, and it's not something that we drink all night either. So just so you know, but if you're into the whole flavor and the the backstory and stuff, you got to try some of that stuff. I'm fortunate enough to, where I live, there's a lot of people, a lot of different traditions and stuff. So I'm exposed to a lot of that stuff, and I'm very grateful for it. So
I don't know what in the world makes me want to fight. I can't do tequila.
No. When I was younger, whiskey.
You and me the same way on that, Creole. I got stories that will never see the light of day, and I sure as hell can't tell the other half on this thing.
No, I'm still bars from crap that happened when I was on tequila. Nope, that ain't happening.
No, see, I'm not like that on tequila. When I get on tequila, I become like a 70s porn star.
All right, we need to kind of back off of that real quick.
New subject.
Nope. Nope.
We had that show last night, Justin.
Hey, Justin, I might be old enough to be in that 70s porn star now. You don't know that, do you? Better hush up.
I'm Keep drinking. I don't.
I need another refill. I'll be right back. You guys behave while I'm gone.
Yeah, good luck.
Yeah, really.
Good luck with that. No, I'm lucky. I got one of my brother's best friend makes this stuff homemade at his house, and every now and then I'll trade him a big pack of fish for a jar of moonshine.
That's awesome.
Can't ask for no better
That's
than that.
great.
And look, we trade everything. That's why I don't have to hunt anymore. I don't.
Oh, I love trading. I trade corn for people that need it for animals and stuff. And hay. I mean, I got a whole beef coming to me in February, trading a few round bales. I mean,
yeah, exactly.
It keeps the big guys out of your pocket that way.
Yes, sir.
That too. Better believe it, because whatever you're.
And if your friend wants anything from out of Kentucky, I'll be more than happy to bring it down with me.
Yeah, Tom just made a comment. He says Carlos Santana has his own tequila. He never tried it because it's expensive. You know what, Tom? My advice: if you want to drink it to experience it, find a place that serves it and buy yourself a pour. Yeah. I mean, if you can swing, a $10, a $15 pour once. You don't drink it to mess up. Drink it to say you've had it. Drink it to find out why it's so expensive. That's pretty much how I go about it. So I can't make any better recommendation.
And when you're doing that, do it from the start. Don't do it after you've got messed up.
Exactly.
That way you can sit back and enjoy the flavor, the aftertaste, and all that.
Yep, exactly.
That
I
way
agree
you
with you
can
100%.
say whether, hey, that was good or I didn't like it.
Mike.
Good night, Mike. Thanks for coming in. I appreciate you hanging out with us. Maybe next time we'll get you on the show.
I need to get chat pulled up here on my other phone. There we go.
Oh, I got chat on the 70-inch TV screen in front of me here behind the camera.
Let's see what JP3 said. I butt dialed my mother-in-law, left a 9-minute voicemail telling my wife's buddies how tequila was better than Viagra.
Ouch. I guess I could turn into a Mrs. Robinson moment at that rate.
Oh, boy.
Let's put it this way. My wife forbids me to drink tequila.
Yeah, some of that stuff has different effects on people. It's just kind of like catfishing. Different bodies of water takes different things to be successful, right?
Oh, yeah.
So is everybody having fun out there? Tell me in chat. I know we are out here on the panel. So
we're having fun.
Heck, you still got 19 in there.
When Mark, I'll have you talk to my old lady, and I'll let her tell you how she met the family.
Oh, really? Mm-hmm.
It involves tequila. That's all I can say. Don't want to say no more.
We'll save that for offline.
Definitely. That would definitely be an offline story.
Yeah.
Now that I know you're on Messenger, Justin, I'll be able to message you from time to time.
Oh,
see what's going on.
I'm still on Messenger. I still got Messenger. I just don't do Facebook or any of that bull crap.
There's so many people that I kind of want to message on Facebook, but I don't want to bother people. Out of the blue, I get messages from that every now and then. And, I kind of welcome them, but I don't know how other people are going to react to it, But I'm getting a lot of feedback, and, I'm getting a lot of people that are, like today, for instance, I had Keith and Hagen actually replied in my group about some stuff. I was kind of surprised to see that, but that means that there's always somebody watching. Who knows who's, in the 18 people that are left here, who's out there checking this out.
Yeah, exactly.
So, I mean,
anybody can message me or text me at any time, but I will add this. Do not expect me to get back immediately like some teenage kid, because I don't do it that way. It may be the next day before I get back to you. It's not instantaneous reply to me. I mean, I get back to you, but give me time.
Yeah, I don't think that's an issue. I just hate bothering people that I don't really know that well. So, but I'm getting to know a lot of people.
Right back to you at it, I mean, they like the speed of light, but
yeah.
I'm not.
Shit. Brother, you know you can fucking message me anytime.
JP3 doesn't have any social media. He's my new hero.
That's nice.
I don't
In a
either,
way.
other than Messenger, and I've just kept that so I could bull crap with y'all.
Well,
I've
it's
been
kind of
thinking
like this.
about.
I probably would have been on YouTube long before the last couple of months, but my lawyer advised me to stay off of social media completely until things were finalized. So I've been kind of having this percolating in the background
See,
until
my
things were
lawyer,
finalized.
my
It was not
doctor,
a
my
pleasant
wife,
thing.
the people from the future have all told me stay off this because you're just crazy. We don't need to hear you on this.
Hey, JP3 says he has email. JP3, email me at mark@catfishandcrappie.com. That's my email address, so I got your info so we can stay in touch. I see you on here all the time. I see Jason Lamb and Mr. Friday on here all the time, but I don't know how to get a hold of him. Even Elston's kind of hard to get a hold of. I think he might have Messenger. I don't know, but that's somebody.
He's got Messenger.
Yeah,
I've actually got his personal number. I messaged him and talked to him. But I've been down there. I'm telling you right now, if y'all want to experience a kick-ass place to go to fish, go down there to the Potomac River where Elstan goes. I thought it was all bull crap, and I went down. I drove 9.5 hours, went up there and fished, and that was one of the best places I have ever fished in my life.
Man, he kills it out there, though, too.
I will agree with you, Justin, and this is going to sound like a funny statement, but my second ex-wife, and we're not going to get to how many there actually is there, her parents lived in Alexandria, Virginia, so I'd get to go over that way for several years, 2 or 3 times a year, and be able to fish over there. So I've experienced the James and the Potomac and all that personally, and it is excellent fishing.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I drove. It's 9.5 hour drive for me to get there. And I had creek chubs, shad, yada yada, a bunch of bait and all that in the cooler. Got over there and we set up and started fishing. At first I thought, man, this is kind of a lame place because it's a public park. And it was fish after fish, bite after bite, constantly.
That's crazy.
I was amazed at the fishery they had up there. That's why I'm telling anybody, if you get a chance to go up there because the fishing is phenomenal.
My wife has her major is in history. She always wanted to work at the Smithsonian, so we've been trying to plan a trip to get out there. I can guarantee you I'm bringing my fishing poles if we go to Washington.
Brother, when you go to Washington, let me know. I will plan a trip there too. We'll get Elstan there, and we'll all fish together.
Sounds good.
Because that's where I caught my PB Blue at, was the Potomac River up there.
Hey,
I had the Washington Monument in my background when I caught that PB Blue.
Yeah, that's one of the spots I definitely want to fish. Hey, Tim, Catfishing with Odin asked for your link, so I shared your link out there. So hopefully you'll get a subscriber out of that.
I appreciate that. But I tell you, I've been very fortunate over the years and been able to travel a lot and fish. I mean, this isn't my first big boat. I had a Lund 18-footer, 12 years or so ago, when I had a Tracker-Torga about 16-footer. And I ended up selling that when my dad got sick because I was taking care of him at home on the farm until he passed away. He got Alzheimer's and bedridden and so forth. And I couldn't get the boat out. And ain't nothing worse than having a boat sit there. It deteriorates faster than anything. I mean, so I sold it to the local preacher, and I see pictures of him taking his grandkids out all the time. So the last year and a half, I've been watching for the right boat to come along. So anybody that thinks this is new to me having a boat, nah, I've had a boat for years. In fact, I got a jar boat out in the garage. I got a kayak out in the garage. I got a bass bust out in the garage. And my fishing tournament boat, the Seahawk is parked out there, so it's out of the weather at the moment. So I've always had access to boats.
I had boats a long time ago, and when I got rid of my last one, I promised myself I'd never get to another one, and here I am again, thinking about another one.
They're addictive.
Not just that, it's just it's the access to all the fishing that you can't deny. If I could do it off the bank, I don't think I would do it on a boat. Be honest with you, I'd rather just throw
I enjoy bank fishing too. There's something relaxing about it, with a campfire and just kick back with a jug of moonshine or whatever your preference may be on the riverbank or lake bank somewhere. I mean, it's a whole something different than being on a boat. They both have their place, I think. I mean, really.
Oh yeah,
I agree.
Oh yeah,
Just like trot lines, bank lines, and so forth, limb lines, they have their place in the good old country boy's heart. I mean, you want to fill the freezer up with some medium-sized fish, go for it. You catch something big, let it loose.
I want to try jug fishing, not even to just keep. I just want to experience it. It looks like it's a bunch of fun. I think that'd be cool to take like my nieces with me and have them watch them jugs bobbing up and down and check it out. It's just something I want to experience. You know, I'm pretty much a CPR fisherman when it comes to
like that. I've got 3 boats, and I still love to leave my boats at home and fish on the bank. I dearly love fishing from the bank.
Jeremy, what's going on? You keep going quiet. If someone else is talking, Jeremy, you kind of get drowned out. I don't know why, but go ahead. Let's let Jeremy say what he was saying.
I was saying, you see, if you can go ahead and just come on down, I can check off a lot of stuff off your bucket list in one day. So you can come down, you can bump with me. I'll put you on a blue, and while we're bumping, we can throw some jugs out. That way, when you're done bumping, you go check the jugs.
Oh, I'm down for that. We're good to go.
Knock it off.
Brother, I'm ready.
I want to get down there so bad. It's a long drive for me.
Yeah.
Let's see how long a drive is. What parish? What's the nearest big town? I don't need an address or anything.
Well, Mark, I could hit New Orleans in 8 hours from where I'm at. You're about 5 hours to 6 hours from me up that way. So you can kind of, and you're what, 2 hours above New Orleans?
Yeah, I'm 3 hours north of New Orleans.
What's the nearest town, Jeremy?
Marksville.
Marksville.
Look up Marksville. That's 10 minutes from my house.
Marksville. All right, let's see how far that is. Oh.
Wait.
Jeremy, does your wife love shopping?
No. Actually, no. I spend more than she does.
Damn it.
I'm telling you.
Because my wife is a shopping freak.
She is low. I have to fuss at her to go buy her some new clothes every now and then. Yeah. That's why she's a keeper.
But does she know places that my wife can go spend money?
I'm 15 hours away from you, Jeremy. 15 hours.
Whew, that's a long way.
That's a full day of driving. That's 2 tanks, 2.5 tanks of fuel, I'm guessing.
Wait.
Let's see how many miles that is. It's 918 miles.
I was going to guess 1,000, so not far off.
Yeah, pretty close.
Ooh, that's a hell of a haul.
That's two tanks, and I got to fill up 20 minutes before I get to your house.
About 8-hour drive.
I live far away from everybody. Ain't nobody lives close to me.
That's not a bad thing, my friend.
You're within 8 hours. That's not far to me. 1 day drive, I'm cool with that.
Hey, come on, just give me.
Dad, at least he lives away from people, so people will bug him to come over.
Yep. JPS, what I'm driving. I'm driving a Cummins diesel. And unfortunately, it's
jealous.
It's one of the newer ones with emissions, so the mileage isn't good. My old Cummins, I had a 2004. I had thing juiced up to 1,000 horsepower. I was getting 24 miles to the gallon with that thing. This thing I can't touch till the warranty.
I am so jealous.
This one I can't touch till the warranty's done. Once the warranty's done, it's all coming off of there. So.
There you go.
Well, Jeremy, I'll get with you there. Like I say, I'm fishing the Bama Blues tournament at the end of the year there. And whatever works best looks like for your schedule that week. Yeah, I can always fish around Wilson Lake there in Alabama a couple extra days after the tournament and head your way if that times out better. We'll discuss the timing later on.
As long as you catch me on a weekend, I'm good.
All right. And I can make it work that way. Like I say, a couple extra days of fishing never hurt me.
Yeah, I work really long hours during the week. I mean, I'll leave at 4 o'clock in the morning. I'll come back at 7 o'clock at night. But on Saturday and Sunday, I'm open.
And that's the way I plan it then.
That'll work.
Oh boy! So what are you guys driving? I know
fish along the way.
I know Jeremy's driving a Ford. Jeremy, you drive a Ford, right?
Yes, I do.
What you got, a 150 or a 2500 or?
No, it's my truck is a 2016 F-150 FX4, and it's got the 5.0 Coyote in it.
It's got the Coyote. It's got the Raptor motor.
I'm not in the trucks. I'm not much on the EcoBoost. Now my wife's SUV has the EcoBoost in it. I'm good with that, but for me, traditional, I'm a V8 guy.
Gotcha. I've been driving trucks ever since like 1989.
Yeah,
and I haven't turned back.
No.
There's something about being able to haul a sheet of drywall whenever you want that does it for me.
Yeah. Ain't no replacement for displacement.
Yep.
That's why when I still had my Mustang, I had a 351 in it and not a 302. But that's okay.
Oh, yeah. Those 351s are bad as all get out.
Especially in a 2,500-pound Mustang.
I'm kind of reading through the chat what's going on. JP3 is talking trucks.
Well, I got my dad's Silverado 1500. Nothing fancy about it, and I'll probably drive that till it falls apart, or I keep redoing it.
There you go.
It's paid for, it's free, and it was his.
There you go.
Well, can't beat that. Keep driving. You know, like I was saying earlier, man, same with boats. I keep stuff until it's running to the ground. Actually, my old my old Cummins I got rid of. I plowed. I had 265,000 miles on it when I got rid of it, and I still got 24 grand for the damn thing.
Oh, yeah.
They hold their value. And I bought this one because it's got the mega cab. My wife's got some health issues, and a longer wheelbase makes it easier for her to ride in a truck. So I needed the 2500 because I got like a 36-foot tow behind trailer, or at least I did at the time. I don't use it much anymore. So, but that's it. My next truck's probably going to be, you guys are going to hate me for this, probably going to be a Toyota. Just because I want the mileage. I want to be able to fit it in my garage.
No. Their fuel mileage flat sucks.
Really? I'll look into it when I'm ready. I'm about 5 years away from
got a Tundra, and what takes me a half a tank of gas to drive in takes him a full tank of gas.
Really? That bad, huh?
Yes.
JP3 says he's going to be picking on you, Jeremy.
Hey, he can pick all he wants. When somebody can outpull me or outrun me, they can pick all they want. Until that happens.
Well, it is a Ford, so it wouldn't be too hard to do. Oh, did I say that? Sorry.
Oh.
Just kidding. You know, I'm not a big Chevy guy, but I did see one of them new Corvettes the other day, and I was like, man, that's a sweet looking ride. You know, I'd have a Vet. If I won the lotto, I might think about buying one.
I tell you, I saw that new Chevy High Sierra at the Farm Machinery Show last year, and that's a nice looking truck. Of course, the price it better be.
Yeah, exactly.
JP3 is just getting rude. Holy smokes. Same with Steve and Corley. They're speaking up. Boy, we've stirred them up a little bit. Either that or we've pissed some people off because we're down to like 16 people. I was trying to see if I can keep 20 people in here for 5 hours. We're at 4 hours and 27 minutes.
No. Found on the road, Dad.
I kind of thought you might.
Yeah.
I didn't put many of them on the trailer.
Unless the Ford is 1979 and older. If it's 1979 and older, the Ford is great.
My first car was a Ford LTD2 in 1976. Man, I beat the living bejesus out of that. I got that car for free. I had to pay my dad $700 to fix the trans, and then he gave me the car rather than traded it in, so I was grateful for that. And then after that, I had a Mustang. I had a 5.0 notchback, not a fastback, but the regular one, an LX. And then, yeah. And then after that, I got into the Mopar truck, so that's where I stayed from there. So
that's what I had.
My first car was a '73 Chevelle small block. I love that car. I wish I'd never gotten rid of it. I ended up selling it to my younger brother, who since passed away 8 years ago due to cancer. My first pickup was a '72 Ford F-150.
I like that. Those are good cars. I like those Chevelles, and I like my favorite. Probably one of my favorite Chevys would be between the Chevelle and like a '71 Camaro. 71 Camaro with a Corvette motor, man, with that split bumper. Holy smokes! Now you're talking. Oh,
yeah, I had a '77 GMC half ton. I paid $50 for it. The only thing that worked on it right was the horn. And I hadn't and used that thing for like 6 years. And I turned around and sold that. Like I said, I paid $50 for it. I turned around and sold it for $500.
There you go.
just kind of checking out what's going on. It looks like Outdoor Addiction's still live. We'll stop in there after this. We're going to see if we can't. We're at 4 hours and 29 minutes. You know, I kind of dragged Jeremy out for 5 hours last time with the 1 versus 1. I know he was ready to go, but I'm like, let's go for that 5 hours. So I apologize for that, my friend. That's my OCD kicking in.
It must be hell for you to pump gas, huh?
Hell yeah. Kind of going through chat here, see what's going on. We had a lot of good people in chat today. We had the 1 Ton crew in here, both of them. Had Lyle in here, had Chad and Dockery. I think they all hit the sack. Even Betty stopped in for a minute. I know she had a long day at work. We had Mo in there. Obviously, GP3. Uncle Josh is still here from 1 Ton crew. Stan, of course. You guys all. I'm looking to see who else was in here. I'm kind of scrolling through the chat, so I'm real grateful for this. I'm grateful for all the support I'm getting from everybody. I don't know what else to say.
I keep getting notifications from Mike Chavez. His channel. He must be binge watching my channel right now.
Is that what it is?
When he get a notification that he commented on one of my videos, he's watching me right now. I love it.
That's a good feeling, you know.
I love it. I love it.
I do have to say something to JP3. I commented on a video of his like weeks ago, and today I got notifications that he actually liked the comment. That was kind of funny.
Well, it's like some of my videos, you got no clue somebody has commented on it. Unless you get on a computer and look at stuff, they'll see it. They'll look at a comment and say it's held. It was like some guys, it's been 2 years and their comment has been held. Until you approve it, it won't go through.
Gotcha. Yeah, that happens sometimes. Stan's still out there watching. Thanks for supporting the show. And we'll go back to Mr. Mike Chavez's comments. So obviously his binge watching this stuff, that's always a good feeling when someone's watching your stuff. So
I do,
especially a big wig like Mike Chavez.
Yeah,
Mike's a good guy. He's always cooking pretty good. So
I actually chauffeured him around at the last Catfish conference.
Oh, you got to meet him? So I wonder if the Catfish conference.
I know.
I wonder if the Catfish conference is going to happen this year.
I'm telling you, if you want to meet everybody and have a good time, definitely go to the Catfish conference.
I agree. I went to the second one. I had a great time there. I had a really good time, so that was fun. Got to meet a lot of people.
Well, if things go right, I'm going to try to open my house up one night of it. and we'll throw some pork butts on the smoker ahead of time and so forth, and have some food and some fun. And Betty says she wants karaoke, so that may or may not happen. I don't know. But I want to try to do that, and everybody in the local community here, I definitely want to welcome to come on out. I'm about 50 miles south from the Louisville, so I mean, I'm easy, just slow, easy drive out. Plenty of room for parking out here and so forth.
That doesn't sound bad at all. That's very kind of you. I appreciate it.
Give me some tequila, some Cabo Wabo. I'll karaoke like there's no tomorrow.
Well, if you have Cabo Wabo, you better have a driver. You're giving me your keys, because that's one thing I won't do. Let anybody leave out of here. That don't need to be.
My keys and I'll sleep on the floor.
I got plans to head down to the Catfish Conference if it's open. With my wife's actually going to show up, and we got some long time friends of ours that kind of want to go. I wouldn't be surprised if there's some of the people that have been watching tonight. They kind of watch and don't apply. They actually, every time somebody says catfish and crappie, they take a drink. So if they're still watching, Bernie, Mark, catfish and crappie, catfish and crappie, catfish and crappie. So. They do that there, dear people, but they definitely want to go. Bernie kind of does acting as a hobby. She's been in a bunch of movies and stuff, so she gets a big kick out of me doing this stuff because I always give her a hard time about trying that. She's like, who's trying to be famous? I'm not trying to be famous. Leave me alone. It happens all the time. It's kind of
you
a fun.
already are, brother.
I don't know about that. I'm just me, and I'm just doing this to try and expand the stuff.
Maybe you're not famous, but your name is known.
Cheers. I guess I'll take it. When that Amazon guy recognized me, that kind of freaked me out. I ain't gonna lie.
Well, I had the John Deere repairman come out to work on the combine, and we were talking about catfishing and stuff, and I got him subbed right away and hearing from him every time he comes out to work on something.
You know what's kind of a cool idea? I know that DMV Whisker King, he has business cards made up that he hands out to people that ask some questions. I don't know if I can bring myself to hand that stuff out. I get a little gun shy when someone says, hey, do I know you? It's like, I don't know. Do you? I'm not really much. Or are you videotaping for YouTube? I'll be like, well, kind of. I don't know. It's something I got to get over. So we'll see.
You got to do like I do, Mark. You know, you got to know me. I'm very, very sarcastic most of the time. Somebody asks me, like, man, do I know you from somewhere? I'm like, you watch porn, don't you?
I might try that. I might steal that from you, my friend.
Their face is awesome. Be serious about it.
You know, I'm sitting here. You see me looking down. This is what I'm playing with. You know, you're a catfisherman when you got a freaking float rig or a whisker seeker, big Bertha on your desk, right? Holy smokes! Oh, did I guys ever tell you the story about how I use stink bait from time to time if I'm looking for little cats, or if I find a pond that I want to try. I always have a jar of that in my tackle box, right? I dropped a hook in my garage, and my poor little dog Coco found it. You know how hard it is to get a circle hook out of a bulldog's mouth?
Oh, wow.
It was barely in there, but oh my God, was it a nightmare getting it out. And she felt nothing. She didn't care. I had to wrestle her ass to the ground and get that hook out. So,
wow.
Steven, thanks for tuning in. He's going back to work. I'm sorry you're working. Well, actually, it's good that you're working.
Yeah.
I kind of have a weird thing about that being able to work's better than not being able to work. So enjoy it. Make that money, man. Dollar bill, yo.
I mean, Foreman gets right into spring planting, gets right into good spring fishing, and fall harvest gets in the fall. But I wouldn't trade it for anything because it opens up my schedule to do a lot of fishing otherwise.
Yeah, there you go.
That's a good thing about working for myself is I can make the time to go fishing. I can't make plans to fish, but let's say, tomorrow, let's say a Monday Monday I can't. Let's say Tuesday I wake up and I got stuff under control. I'll be like, okay, I'm going fishing, and I'll just get up and go.
Yeah.
So, thank the Lord upstairs that I have that opportunity, that it was allowed me to make my life this way. So that's kind of how I treat it. It's hard for me to plan trips and stuff than anything because everything's last minute in my business. So, but we'll do what we have to do.
Yeah, I
I
can't
don't know
plan
about
nothing then planting the harvest at all. No planting then, but the rest of the time I can.
Yep.
I grew up on a farm. Just we lived that lifestyle for so long, and I'm with you on that. You can't. Your life is that farm. You can't plan anything. We had cows and all, and later on, we even got into the sugarcane business, which goes all through the winter up until January.
Oh, mine was dairy farm to start out with. From the time I could walk all the way up to I was in my later 20s, the dairy farm.
That doesn't sound like easy work. See, Jeremy, you kind of went quiet right away because I talked over you. I apologize for that. So what did you say?
No, I thought I was just telling him. I said, dairy farm, you live your life 12 hours at a time.
That sounds about right. I know a lot of dairy farmers up in Wisconsin from where we used to keep our camper, and they always used to say, when the sun's shining, it's time to make hay. Plain and simple. And they were always having to leave like the campsite and stuff to go and take care of their cattle and do all of that stuff. So,
yep.
Taking a look at the chat, see what's going on there. Got Mike and Stan talking kind words to one another, which is always nice. The support here is great. We still got 17 in chat. We can make another 22 minutes, right, guys?
Oh yeah.
What do you guys got planned for tomorrow?
Good.
Anything special? Sleep. It technically is tomorrow, though, right? On your part,
yeah, right here it is.
It's 11:34 my time, so we're getting there.
Yeah, same thing.
12:34 mine.
Yeah. Me and Mark are central, I believe.
Yeah.
So, Justin, how do you feel about that whole wrong side of the river being Ohio talk? Does that bother you?
Oh no, it's a baloney bullshit.
No, it's pretty true.
No. We have the same thing here between us Illinoisans and Wisconsin. They call us Fips, effing Illinois people. And then we call them cheeseheads, so we go through that all the time. It's the same deal.
If Chad and Kentucky would do the river like it's supposed to do, they get rid of all the commercial fishing. But they can't. So
is that the problem?
Go to the Ohio-Virginia line and fish up there because Virginia has got balls, and they said no commercial fishing.
But we did put in place regulations too, though, and that has improved the fishing 100-fold. In fact, Chad's pool got pretty dang bad up that way, and it's starting to come back now. I know they're starting to pull 50s out back up that way around Cincinnati now. Last tournament they had a couple of weeks ago up there, I was talking to somebody that fished in it, and you couldn't have found a 30 to save your soul 5 years ago up that way. So it made a big difference with what they put in effect here recently now.
I can kind of tell that. I see Chad out there doing live streams while he's fishing and stuff, and I keep rooting for him to get a big old fish. It's not that he doesn't put any effort. I just think that the fishery that he's spending a bunch of time at isn't what it should be, Hopefully that'll get itself straight. That's good to hear.
It's coming back. But, the commercial fishermen, they're trying to make a living. A lot of times they've done this and it's been in their family for years and generations and stuff. And I can't exactly fault them for trying to make a living. Yes, I fault them for there wasn't enough regulations in place to keep the big fish out there like it should have been. But it's like Jeremy said a few weeks back. You're starting to see that trend change that they're not keeping the big fish because people aren't wanting to buy the big fish anymore. And it's the smaller ones that go into the fish markets and so forth.
Yep.
So it's starting to turn around out there altogether.
I think if they get rid of the pay lakes, it'll solve a lot of the problems because they're the ones that are buying the big fish. So there's still a market out there.
Yep.
Unfortunately.
Well, now let's divide that in half. Get rid of the pay lakes with trophy cats. They can have channel catfish because they're going to buy them anyway from farm, and they can have a carp pay lake. But let's just get rid of the trophy cats. I mean, I have no problem with the carp pay lake or a channel cat lake. I mean, what the heck? That's something totally different.
I have no problem with any farm raised pay lake. I don't. I really don't. If you want to raise trout, if you want to raise channel cats, go right ahead. I got no problem with that. But when you're taking, the resources that we pay for with our licenses, the resources that are ours, God-given rights as residents of this country, that's when I have a problem. And I can understand, people wanting to catch those fish. Everybody wants to get a big fish. And I can understand that people can't afford boats, that, land access is hard to, or water access is very competitive, very pressured. I get it, but that's where we are. You know what I mean?
Now,
if you keep taking all the big fish.
In my 54 years, I've seen one decent pay lake. He didn't overload it with big fish. It was a natural, sustaining environment. It was full of bluegill. It was full of sunfish. It was full of bass, crappie. It was a good-sized lake, and he put some big ones in there, and he charged people to fish, and it was more balanced. And I mean, if you're going to have something like that, that's what you need to see. Something the fish have plenty of food supply. I mean, I don't want to knock nobody out of a living, but there has to be set rules and regulations and limits.
I get it, but you know what? There's certain livings that people shouldn't choose. Just because you got a big old pond on your farm or whatever, doesn't mean that you have a right to take what's owned by the people of this country. That's supported by licenses and stuff. I get that. I really do. I don't want to see anybody get out of work. I really don't.
Well, see, this fellow that I'm talking about on this lake, he went out and caught the fish himself. He didn't buy them. He didn't buy from commercial fishermen. He caught them himself and brought them back. So this was a totally different. It's the only time I've ever seen anything like this, is what I'm saying. If it had to be done, this is probably the closest to doing it the right way, I guess you would say.
It's a controversial topic that's discussed over and over again, and the answers aren't easy ones. That's the problem, Excuse me. Justin, you all right up there?
I think he went to sleep.
You passed out?
Passed out.
He's talking to Gabby. There he is.
There he is.
No, I'm here.
And the whole pay lake thing, I'm pretty sure we don't have it in Louisiana. At least
we don't have it here either, so it's kind of hard for me to comprehend.
I mean, because the trophy catfishing itself really isn't a big deal around here. Because I don't see anybody doing well with a pay lake, because it's not a big deal to anybody anyway.
The closest we have to that is, I know that Lake Springfield was stocked with fish from the Mississippi, and I know Lyle doesn't like that too much. Exactly why, I'll have to give him the time to explain that to me. But other than that, that's as close as we get. Any pay lake here is either farm raised or trout. You know what I mean? So, fortunately, we're not a burden on the natural resources that's available to everybody. So, looking at the chat, just kind of reading through there, make sure I don't miss anything. Like to make sure we include everybody. Been getting a ton of messages, so I guess people like the show. We're down to 15 people, but we'll make another 15 minutes and we'll call it after that.
I appreciate. I seen a lot of pay lakes in Indiana when I was up there too, though.
Yeah,
I mean, they had their fair share of them in Ohio. A lot up through that way.
I appreciate you guys spending your night with me. I really do. Hopefully you guys had some fun tonight. Hopefully the people in chat had fun tonight. So,
but I'm wondering, though, like what is the appeal of a pay lake going out with a guide, and having that guide put you on fish, but out in the wild?
Pay lake's cheaper.
Yeah.
What? I mean, y'all tell me. What do you pay a guide to go out like on a cat trip? I don't even know.
A walleye guide would cost you up here probably like $300 for the boat.
Okay.
That's probably average on catfishing too. I used to do a little guiding when I lived in Indiana. Had my guide license up that way, and it was mainly local people and people I knew, and I didn't charge a whole lot basically to get them out, because a lot of times they're taking kids out too, and we go out and catch a big mess of channels or some bigger channels. But $300, you can expect to pay $300 a person or an adult. Now, if somebody at the pontoon, like on the James, he may be able to take out 8 people, and he may be making $200 or $300 a head, $150 at least, I would say.
Yeah, got you. That's actually maybe doing a little bit of that. Nobody around here that does it. Nobody.
Is there a market for it though? If there was a market for it, maybe more people would do it though. That's what you got to think about, Jeremy.
I have a bunch of people that when they see what I'm doing, like, oh, I'd love to come. I'd love now whether it's going to generate revenue or not. I don't know, but I've already got all the stuff. So why not do it and see if something happens? I can't make no money off of it. Oh well, it's not like I bought a boat to do that. I've already got everything. Except the only thing I don't have is the license. And in Louisiana, I don't have to have my captain's license. As long as I'm not in salt water, it's a $250 license for all year. That's it. That's all I need.
I know in Illinois.
That's about the way Indiana was.
Yeah.
That's about the way Indiana was.
I believe in Illinois you do need your captain's license, which is it's not an easy test, and I know there's a lot of time involved. So
I don't need it as long as I'm in fresh water here.
Now, I did have to send a report in every month to the Indiana DNR. It didn't matter whether we caught 1 fish, 20 fish, or 0 fish. They had to have a report every month of the year.
Okay.
So there may be paperwork involved with that too. I don't know how they do that down there, but that's so they can track what's being caught and so forth, and how healthy the water is and all that.
Yeah, what I'm doing, I'm basically doing all in come June, when you have to renew your license in June, I'm going to make the call that I'm going to do it. I'm going to spend money now and only get half a year out of it. In June, I'm going to make the call whether I'm going to do it or not. That way I get a full year. And look, and if it don't work out, it don't work out. I'm out $250. I'm going to go fishing no matter what.
Right.
Exactly. That's the way I looked at it when I did it.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of guides out here on the chain and stuff, and like I said, they charge it. Other things you got to take into consideration: they do offer lunch, they do pick up and drop off service. Justin fell out. I don't know what was going on. He left. I kind of muted him for a second because he was kind of. Remember, I told you when somebody else was talking, Jeremy, that they were kind of blurring you out. So I kind of muted him out for a second just so you could finish what you were saying. Hopefully, he didn't take that the wrong way, but. I was very happy to have Justin on here tonight. I haven't seen him in a while, so it was good to see. So, man, this was quite the fun evening. I had a good time tonight.
It was.
I've enjoyed it.
Mm-hmm.
We'll do it again soon. I see Jesse's still live. I see Tim Molina in there. I see Muddy River Catfish in there. That would be cool to have. I'll stop in there and say hello after this, see what's going on. There's so many people going live. I know there was 5 people that were streaming live. I was pretty impressed to see 40 people in here most of the night, so that was kind of cool.
Now, I got a question for Jeremy there.
Okay.
Now that you've heard me talking for the last couple of hours, where does it sound like I'm from to you?
Well, you definitely don't sound like you're from where I'm from. I'll tell you
now,
that.
I traveled all down through Lake Charles, down to Beaumont, Texas. Nobody ever asked where I'm from down through that way.
I would have said, if I'd have had to guess just without knowing, I'd have said Alabama. That's what I would have said. I've never heard anybody from Louisiana talk like that.
You know what my guess would have been? Not Illinois.
See, I'd always been asked where I was from, even in Kentucky, because it's actually a speech impediment I was told as a kid because I don't do the oils and stuff, so forth. And I traveled all around. I got to working in Texas, and I was working down from Lake Charles back to Beaumont, Texas. And anywhere from over in that western corner down there, nobody ever asked where I was from. It's like it blended into the area. Now, I may have been more pronounced to that area at that time after being down that way. I don't know. Maybe lost a little bit of it, but I was just curious.
Texas is a pretty good. I think Texas might be a guess of mine.
Well, see, now you got a lot of real estate in Texas. Oh, when I lived in Austin, Corpus Christi, I sounded nothing like them. You got to come on further back towards the south end.
And see, Louisiana's the same way. I've got people in Louisiana look at me funny and ask me where the hell I'm from. You know, when I go in the northern part of the state, like we just did a big project in West Monroe, way up in North Louisiana. I stuck out like a sore thumb. Ain't nobody talking around there.
Is it Monroe where the Duck Dynasty guys are from?
That West Monroe, same town.
West Monroe?
See them at the store all the time.
Man, I used to love that show. Something about that lifestyle that I really liked a lot.
Yep. I would see him. I would see him at the store all the time. Real cool guys. I got to meet all of them, and they're really cool guys.
We still got Mike Chavez in chat. We still got LG Bass. Hello, Tom. We got Stan, obviously. Stan's having a good time tonight. And Uncle Josh from One Ton Fishing Club. Everybody's either being quiet, and I know a bunch of people left their TVs running while they were going to bed, which I appreciate the watch time. That's always cool. So we'll see. Next weekend, I got a guest in mind. I'm going to give him a message in a couple of days and make sure if that happens, we'll do that. We'll stick to the hour thing, and we'll keep this as an option.
There you go.
I don't want to wear this out either. So, hey, Catfish and Pappy's back in here.
Cool.
Oh, he says he's had fun tonight. So that's a good deal.
Good.
Oh, man.
Something different.
Yeah, it's something to do. I know a lot of people are doing live streams and stuff, so I'm trying to keep it as much me as possible. Not different, not fresh, but I'm just going to stay with me. So
I think that's one big reason that I really don't go live myself.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of live streams out there. A lot of people doing their thing live. So I think for now, I'm just going to stick to making my videos and then popping up on everybody's live, everybody else's here and there, There
you go. Well, you put the time in tonight, that's for sure, my friend. I appreciate it spending my Friday evening with you, as I always do. That's always fun. I think one of the best decisions I made was to have you on the show. I really appreciate you taking part. So.
I love it, brother. It's always an honor to be on anybody's show.
I agree.
I love it.
I agree. Stan's had some kind words going on. Even Mike Chavez said he had fun for sure, which is very cool. I'm happy to hear that Mike was on there. It's happy to see him even in here. I like watching his videos. So,
with all the cooks around this community, we're going to have a cook-off taking challenge here at some point, I would think.
I imagine
there's some cooks around here.
You know what? I'm not gonna cook, but I'll be more than happy to judge.
I thought you was a barbecue exponado up there in Chicago, Mark.
You know what? I'm better than being a barbecue expert at. I'm better at being a barbecue eater. I ain't gonna lie.
Expert judge, huh, Mark?
I'm pretty good. I've done a little bit of competition barbecue, some local stuff. Actually, the last one I was in, I actually it's in my freezer. I'm saving it for Christmas. I won a Wagyu prime rib, a 7-pound one. So we're looking at like a $400 piece of meat I won. So I'm looking forward to try that. I just got to figure out how the best I'm gonna cook it. I think I'm gonna do I think I'm gonna smoke it and then finish it in the oven. I think that's the best way to do it. I'm going to smoke it till it reaches about 120 degrees, and then I'll finish it in an oven at like 450 degrees, get a nice crust on it, and I think that's the way to do it. But that kind of makes me nervous. A $400 piece of meat, man, that's crazy.
You didn't pay for it.
Yeah, I didn't, but
just go for it. Go for it. You'll eat it regardless. It's going to be good. It's going to be the difference between great or good. You're still going to eat it.
You know what I'm looking forward to with all that fat marbling that's in that thing? I'm looking forward to have you guys ever had Yorkshire pudding?
Mm-mm.
Yorkshire pudding is pretty much like pancake dough with a little less sweet that you use the fat from whatever meat you're cooking instead of butter. Oh my God, that stuff is so good, Jeremy. I'm looking forward to that at Christmas time. So my wife's from Scotland and England. She's kind of a mutt. Pardon the expression, but that's one of the things we have every Christmas is Yorkshire pudding. And it sounds funny, but basically what it is bread where you use meat fat rather than butter, and it's ridiculous.
Like something we would do.
Yeah, pretty much.
I'm judge. I mean, look, we take pork strips of pork fat and fry them.
Cracklins.
Or my Mexican buddies call them chicharrones. Oh my God, they put the hot stuff on there. Oh, that's so good. So good. Holy smokes. You know what I made last time I had the smoker fired up? I made pork belly burnt ends. Oh my goodness, was that
that's
good.
always good.
I bought a big slab of really fatty bacon, cubed that stuff up, smoked it until it was at a certain temperature, and then I covered it in brown sugar, honey, and barbecue sauce, a little bit of salt to square it out. Oh my God, was that good.
You're missing one ingredient there. You forgot the bourbon in there.
Bourbon sounds good, you know. You know, it's funny you mention that. My wife
do good in there. I know.
Bourbon's good in anything. You ever have bourbon on ice cream? Oh my God, is that good? Reduce it.
I make a bourbon caramel sauce. When I do the ham at Christmas or Easter, I make a bourbon glaze for it to finish it off. Oh yeah.
Yep.
You know, as soon as I get off of this, I'm going to go look for some more Thanksgiving leftovers, right?
Yep.
I'm sorry I talked over you, Creole. It blanked out again. What did you say?
No, I was saying when he was talking about doing bourbon and stuff. When I make my bread pudding, that's what I do. I make like a bourbon sauce that goes on top of it.
Yeah, Yorkshire pudding is just like bread pudding. I think it's pretty much the same thing.
Well, we just use a lot of cream instead of animal fat. You know, same concept.
Concept.
Heavy cream, yeah.
Probably has the same texture.
I'm taking a look at chat, see what's going on over there. We're down to 13 people, so we did pretty good. We got 45 seconds left. Holy smokes. I appreciate you guys spending your night with me. You guys have no idea how much I did. I know we entertained a lot of people. I know Lyle and the bait shop crew, they were all happy. We kind of outlasted them. I was able to enjoy a few beverages, and I'm happy you had your you were drinking apple pie, right?
Moonshine.
Moonshine now. You need a refill.
I was drinking bourbon, and it's been a pleasure, Mark. I'm sitting here in this house by myself with the dog, just a dog and me. So it's been good company, especially on a holiday weekend. They can get a little depressing that so many of the close families passed away and everything. I appreciate being here. Appreciate being here.
You know what? That made it worth everything. Every word, every breath. So that's good to say. So, all right, everybody. Thank you for watching. Thank you to my guests. You guys were awesome. I adore you guys to death. You have no idea. Hopefully we'll talk soon. Next week I'm going to have a guest. I did want to say thank you to everybody. I was kind of looking at my channel earlier today. I finally passed 600 subscribers, which is kind of earth-shattering. I'm at actually tonight I got like 4 more subscribers, which is cool. The views are climbing, which I have no idea where they're coming from. Also the Facebook group, if you guys are watching this after the fact, or if you're still here, send me a request. I'll approve them all. Other than that, God bless you guys. Thank you very much. Everybody have a good night. And God bless. Happy Thanksgiving. All right, guys. Bye-bye.
Night, everybody.